We're so back! 2025 Fate Grand Order Servant tier lists. And hey, why don't you know it? Today we are finishing up the Knight classes with the Lancer class, of course. Third week in a row. And with me today on this tier list, we're mixing it up again. So now we kind of complete a trifecta of hosts. Today with me, we got Boris, Bobcast, Goodness. So I'll let them introduce themselves right now.
I'm going to interrupt and speak before Otto does. He is a war criminal. Do not believe his lies. This is Rio Emerald once again. Hello.
I have never committed a crime in my life, and Rio is not allowed within 100 feet of any school.
Alright, so I'm going to try and keep this intro brief again. So the main difference compared to last year is that because these tier lists are getting so long, we're trying to come up with ways to make them a bit shorter. So the thing we came up with is to cut the low stars out of these lists. So it's only going to be covering 4 and 5 star Lancers this time around, but there's a good chance, I want to say, that after we've covered all the golds from all the main classes and the extra ones, we'll do low star lists as well, and that's probably going to be 2 separate lists as well, because there's quite a bunch of them. So don't worry, you're hopefully still going to see all the servants later on anyway. It's just because these sessions go for so long, so they will just be a bit too heavy on the fatigue side otherwise, because we're doing them in one take basically with no interruptions here. Also, another thing that's different to previous years is that we don't really hard assume MP1 anymore for non-welfare golds, mostly because a lot of people, when they're going for their favorites and whatnot, the chances are they roll for more than one copy anyway. So while it is the most realistic scenario to assume MP1, it's kind of boring, so we're not obviously locking any kind of hard number. It's just something to worth mentioning here as well, although the calculations on the AoE sheet will be done with MP1 in mind, but again, those are just mostly for guidelines, references, etc. Oh, and speaking of sheets, again, I'm not gonna use too many sheets this time around. The main sheet I'm gonna be using is this AoE sheet one that shows farming numbers basically. I guess you can kind of interpret them as a Minturn sheets as well for AoE servants, but just to get some comparison going, there's even some more detailed calculations with different kinds of comms and CEs here on this sheet. And also, speaking of this sheet, shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamla for making it and doing all the calcs. Also, I'm not going to be showing this too much because, I just have the number by myself, but I am referring to this sheet. This is the sheet for average stats amongst rarities of all the classes. So this is just for me to get an average number, mostly for the attack of the servants we'll be covering today, but this is also something I'll be referencing even if I'm not showing it too much. So shout out to Bupa for doing all the calculations here as well, and shout out to Mr. Copyright Sucks for making this awesome template again for us to make these tier lists happen in the first place. Very nice of him as well. And of course, if you're watching this later on YouTube, I will be writing timestamps for each individual servant covered in the tier list. So in case you don't want to listen to us blabber for like what I'm assuming is going to be over 5 hours, I don't blame you. Just open the description. There's all the timestamps. You can jump around, maybe listen to your favorites at least. That's what I assume most people are doing at least. So feel free to jump with those. So in the description, you'll find all of that. The sheets, resources, template of the tier list, my co-hosts' channels as well. Do check them out too. It's all there. So do browse the description of this video as well. But also, if you're jumping around with the timestamps, do click the final placements one at the end as well, because chances are there's going to be some movement happening either throughout the list or at the end after all the initial placements are done, just as a reminder before you write any comments after your favorite is maybe misplaced, at least in your head, would be nice. Also, some feedback from the comments. I will be using the fandom wikia in the night mode this time around, so maybe it looks a bit better and easier on the eyes for those that are actually watching this too and not just listening. Do leave feedback as well if you prefer this over the normal version, and we'll either keep going with this or go back around. But yeah, we'll experimenting today a bit, so thank you for the feedback in the comments. And I think that's about it for the disclaimers, so we should be good to go. So if you're again planning on watching this live right now on the stream, or listening it or watching it on YouTube later, hey, grab some drinks, snacks, whatever, put it on the background, sleep to this if you want to. I'm not gonna judge, whatever it is, get comfortable, because we are gonna be here for a while once again. That's the one certain part here. Now, much like last week, we have 38 servants to cover today for Gold Lancers, same number as archers. But unlike archers, where there was only one new servant added since last year's tier list, we have 3 this time, so a bit more new stuff to cover, not just buffs, but actual new servants. We got 2 new 4 stars and 1 new 5-star Lancer. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. And also the placement order once again goes from lower rarity to higher rarity, and inside the rarities they go from older to newer releases. So pretty simple if you're looking at it right now. It's, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Right, I think with that, let's get cranking. So we're gonna go to day 1 immediately, of course, because there is a day 1 4-star. And we are gonna be talking about Lancer Liz. Not the first of the Liz's we've covered so far, because we did have Brave Liz on the Saber side. But let's see the actual OG Liz before all the other variants came into the game, or the Fate universe in general. So we got an AoE, Buster, DPS. She doesn't really farm, sadly, but you know, she can do some deeps. Her attack is more or less exactly the average among 4-star Lancers. And she's rocking the standard Lancer deck, which you'll be seeing mostly today as well. Double Buster, double Quick. So that's the Lancer deck. Gains, well, the arts card is okay, but besides that, they are just very ugly. The, you know, day 1 numbers, mostly, again, it's just not very good, is it? But at least the arts card, if you, especially if you get some overkill crit coin, can be decent, but besides that, just not a very pretty deck. Now, in terms of skills, her first skill is on a 5-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then further gives another 20% to female allies, although sadly it excludes herself. So she will only get 20%, but if you're rocking other female allies, they will get 40% from this for 3 turns. So in that case, it's actually a good amount of attack, but it is the only effect of the skill. So it's not the worst, but it could be better too, especially if you're meant to DPS as Liz herself. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown as well. It is an AoE minus 20% defense for all enemies, 3 turns. It removes 1 latest buff from all the enemies, and also does a skill seal on them for 1 turn. So again, the buff removal always works like that, where, you know, it goes in order of the newest to oldest. So whatever happens to be the newest removable buff on the targets, that one gets deleted. I like this skill actually. This is good. It used to be like single target, which was kind of awkward because she's AoE herself. So now being AoE and having some utility on top, it's actually pretty good. Not bad. And then the third skill, sadly, is just a boring base guts. There's not many of these left in the game. Most of them have been buffed by now, but yeah, she sadly still has one of these. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 4 turns, and revives with 2k HP. So the uptime is barely just fine, but just having a guts on it is just underwhelming. It needs to have something else too, really. But it's some form of defense, I guess, at least. Overall, I don't think this will be the worst skill set we'll be seeing today, but it certainly won't be among the better ones either. So it's just like a kind of a whatever skill set overall. Passives, 20% debuff rest is a good start, considering she basically only has boss presence. 8% arts up. Well, she only has 1 arts card, but our 1 arts card is actually not the worst thing ever, but still it's a bit of a niche use case though. Her anti-pen is against Alter Ego, which I've said in the previous 2 classes as well, is actually not a bad option, because Alter Ego or Knight classes are actually decent against Alter Ego. They're not the best case, but they are a decent option, because while they still do neutral damage, they at least take half damage from Alter Ego, so it's alright. The MP has been buffed, so it does damage that has ignore defense on it, which is always nice to have. And then it has an interesting effect of doing a minus 20% buff success rate on all targets for 3 turns, which means that enemies will now have an 80% chance on base to land buffs, so they can actually whiff some stuff, which is interesting. It's not going to be guaranteed or reliable, of course, but it can actually be a cute little help. And then the overcharge is a fairly useless and boring 500 curse on base for all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 2500. So it's the only curse thing she has, so you can't even use it for like any kind of curse stack. She would need a lot more than that. So it's a pretty bad overcharge, all things considered. So that's a Lancer Liz in 2025. Not much has changed for, I want to say, 2-3 years at this point. Again, she doesn't farm, so we can immediately just scratch that off. If she had a bit of battery, she could maybe have some multi-core use, right? Because of the nice spread big female charisma and some AoE defense down, but it's just, it would be really hard to justify bringing her for multi-core because with the 0 battery on her kit. I think she's fine as a DPS, but there's so many AoE Lancers nowadays, even some welfare ones, that it would be kind of hard to justify bringing her. How do you guys feel about Lancer Liz overall?
I think that she's, I think that she's very useful in the times when you want her, because the 40% attack up for females, and then I think the remove buff, and then a skill seal, on command, is super useful to just have, like, because there's fights where you enter in and the enemy immediately throws on an invincibility, and then they're going to cast another invincibility with their skill or something like that, or do some other weird skill later. It is very useful to have. So not a farmer, not a DPS, but she's just one of those 4-stars that's really nice to have a copy of, just for when you run into those situations. So I mean, I think of her very highly, like, as a support thing, like a little,
like a utility
support,
DPS,
but like outside of that, she doesn't do anything, and so I think she's very useful to have, but useless outside of it.
Like if you're looking for a servant that can like AoE remove buffs, I don't think there's really that many options for just like general buff removal. Of course, like it's limited by like being able to remove one, and then also like if we look at which ones are able to do that, well, there's a certain support that you went over last week that does that same thing. But as far as like being able to bring 60% attack mod, that in and of itself is pretty impactful, because
40%.
Especially,
you said 60.
I assume he counted the
but she
defense
has
down. It's the same.
down.
It's the same basically category.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Except you can cap on defense down much faster.
Usually
but
that's not a problem,
still,
but yeah.
There's only a couple, like it's only debuff servants that are going to have that issue, especially like in Buster. Hold on.
Oh, true.
Sorry,
I've been running into defense down caps recently as an issue, but that's just
because
me.
you use Cosra drop constantly.
And for me, it's an issue
yeah.
because my favorite support is Raikou, and I have MP5, so every MP is minus 50, so it's very easy. But that's not the case for everyone else.
Well, yeah, because I use Cosra drop and Scotty, and that's minus 80% already, and I'm like, cap is 100, so it's like, so I'm like, well, actually, this would reach it to 100, so props to this actually. So.
Another aspect of what makes it nice is that means that you can slaughter into teams kind of just regardless of what card type it is. So if you have an arts DPS that's female or a quick DPS that's female, she's going to be contributing basically the same amount. So again, like she'd probably not be as good for a quick team because now we have a lot of defense down options for quick, and also quick just deals in debuffs more than most. But yeah, it makes sense. No.
Yeah, it is nice that she's not
also
tied to
say
card types.
As one of the earliest servants and general pool, I do think it's far more likely for someone to just have extra copies, and I think a level 40 copy is useful to keep around. I know a lot of people don't think about cycling and supports a lot, but sometimes you run into fights where you're like, oh, this is actually useful to cycle someone out, and level 40 Liz, you don't have to lower the skills, just 9/9. You get
her skill they're ordered really well because the guts is the third one.
Yeah, almost until they buff the guts and give it like some sort of like party NP damage up or something.
Yeah. Honestly, I could see them doing something like a team-wide 20% on her third skill. Just it doesn't really take much to help her. She's sort of just like like kind of like a DPS that can buff the whole team and I feel like she has a lot of potential in that regard. I wish the attack buff applied to herself.
Yeah.
But not everyone gets to be Stheno.
True, she gets that privilege. So, what are we looking at? One of the bees, maybe? What do you guys think?
I'd say one of the bees. She has her
I
uses.
do think one of the bees. Like, if it was just like herself as a DPS, she'd be like much lower.
Mm-hmm.
But I think because of her utility, she's like B at least.
Yeah. I think we'll start with B, and then, maybe bump to B plus later. But yeah, well, one of the bees is totally fine for her. Has uses, which is nice. Right, then we already move away from day one. She was the only one actually on launch. I mean, the next one, being Lancer Alter, she wasn't far from day one. She was with the London's release. But
who even is this person?
Like, no one has this character.
She still doesn't have another variant, which is very surprising to me. I'm honestly shocked they haven't printed another Lancer Alter yet. But who knows?
I'm honestly not that shocked. Like, they haven't done anything with this character at all. Like,
yeah.
She's just kind of a mystery.
Well, maybe someday we'll know more.
Fans.
So, Lancer Alter, we got an AoE Buster DPS again, not a farmer. Same situation as Liz, although she sadly doesn't have that cool team-wide utility, so she's more of a pure DPS case in this case. Although she has nice attack though, it is more or less exactly 10k, so it is quite a bit above average when it comes to 4-star Lancers, so at least that works in her favor for her main use case. She's got the standard Lancer deck as well, and much like Liz, the one notable card is the Arts card. Everything else is pretty unfortunate. But yeah, that one Arts card is good. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 55% buster up for herself for 3 times, 3 turns, and a 20% battery.
Biggest mana burst as far as the color buff goes.
It is, and obviously it was buffed to be 3 times as there's just flat 1 turn, but the 20% buster, or not buster, the battery has always bothered me, because you obviously would prefer 30%, so it's always a bit awkward, but you can maybe fire some MPs or get some meaty crits with this. Although it is limited on for 3 times on your Buster cards. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 1000 absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a 10-star bomb. This used to be like a really impressive crit skill way back when there really wasn't that many crit skills. Nowadays, they could definitely do better, even for a 4-star. We'll even see some way better examples later on, but I mean, at least the synergy is great. Like, it all makes sense. They're all about just stars and crits, so that's cool. But considering the downtime, I feel like that some of the numbers could go up. I think it could be 100% crit damage. It could be like a 20-star bomb at least. So yeah, it's just a bit weak on hindsight now, I want to say, unfortunately. Third skill has also been buffed, so the 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then she herself gets 30% separate damage mods for lawful alignment and good alignment for 3 turns. So if the enemy happens to be lawful good, hey, she now does 60% more damage on them. So they are separate like that, which is cool. Obviously, alignments means they're basically, meant only against servant enemies, because normal enemies don't really have alignments. So if you somehow were farming with her, aside from like the final wave of a farm node, this wouldn't really help you much at all. But yeah, it can still work on bosses though. But it really, you would need a certain boss though. Otherwise, it's pretty unimpressive if you don't land a single one of those power mods. Passive 17.5% debuff risk is not bad. 10% quick up is nice, although her quicks are pretty bad. Otherwise, it would be pretty nice to have. But in her case, it's mostly just a bit more damage. She's anti-rider on the append, which not sure if there's a lot of lawful good riders. Maybe there are. In those cases, it could be relevant. Otherwise, just not a very impressive append. Then the MP has been buffed. So much like Liz, she also ignores defense on her MP damage. Always nice. She has a 60% chance flat to MP seal enemies for 1 turn, individual calculations. And then much like Liz as well, she does a curse on the overcharge, although this has been upgraded to 1k on base for 5 turns, scaling up to 3000 on max. But also much like Liz, this is the only dot thing she has on her kit, so it's pretty not good. It's just, you can't even stack it, there's no amplifiers, no nothing, it's just gonna be a tickle always. So she could use a better overcharge too. And obviously you can't rely on the MP seal being 60% on base. That's not even factoring in some possible innate resistances or actives either, which is a shame because MP seal would be nice to have in any boss.
Easily probably my least favorite thing about this character. Having unreliable NP seal or NP drain is just
and especially when it's on AoE, really, right? Because you're going to be fighting multiple enemies if you bring her, right? Because you would not bring her against single targets. So let's say you're fighting like 3 archers who have the same MP bar of 3 ticks. You land the MP seal on 2 of them. None of them use batteries. They're now desynced with their MPs. Disaster strikes, right? So it's even more awkward that it's AoE than single target.
Yeah. And like if it was, so I can tolerate like an NP seal or a drain that's not consistent on like a skill, because like you could pop it and then it's like, oh, NP seal missed. Oh well.
Yeah, you can still do other stuff maybe before you go. Yeah.
With this, you have to save scum, like if you mess it up. But like the good thing about it being NP seal is like you use it on like when they're lower on ticks, and it just prevents them from going further instead of like having to rely on it on an NP turn. But I used this character a lot when I first started the game. She was like one of my starter servants basically, because apparently there was a banner she had up.
That's like my free-to-play account actually.
Yeah. I really like her first skill buff. It's a shame it didn't let her like efficiently bust her loop. But it really fixed 2 of the big problems I always had with her, which one was getting her NP, and 2 was like you have that big burst turn with her second skill and her first skill, but like if you only have 1 buster card, then well, too bad, because it's just 1 turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is a nice combo.
A big fan of how she's set up, to be honest. Either like, you know, it's nice that they buffed it to make it 3 times 3 turns, but like it's still, you know, it's still easily consumable, and she's hard to spam. Plus, outside of the class rate ups that they've had, I think she was like one of the longest times without a rate up in the entire game, right? Like it was like impossible to get her. But yes, actually, she's anti-lawful and anti-good, right?
Yeah.
I like how you mentioned, you know, like, who knows how many lawful good riders. With that new filter function, we can see exactly how many there are, and it's about 10. There's about 10 riders that are lawful good, which is more than I expected.
It's not bad.
Yeah, considering it's to both of the alignments landing.
Yeah, honestly, so. I just like the fact that it's 2 separate ones. That way,
very important.
You get 30% against most enemies. Like that's gonna cover like half of enemies basically. Half of servant enemies at least. So if you get at least 30%, it's kind of funny. She and Artoria have like the exact opposite problem. One of them has damage issues, but no issues spamming NP. Then hers is like, her issue is just she doesn't spam her NP very well, but she's good for damage. She's like one of the better AoE Lancers. Like has 4 stars for damage.
Oh yeah, Dio, did you mean Archer, or were you talking about the Append specifically? I assume you were talking about Archers.
The Append.
Okay, you were. I had to. Okay, I had a feeling it might be.
You mentioned it during the Append.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
That's
we talked about riders because of the Append being anti-riders. So that, like, if you're fighting specifically lawful good riders, then it's not the worst. But I wouldn't even bring her even with just 1 of these. Maybe 2 is just fine, because that's already quite a bit bonus.
Also 10 lawful good archers, so you know,
I mean, that's not bad either.
Change.
Yeah. Lancer Altar. So we're basically gonna place her as a DPS because farming is pretty awkward with her. So, where should we go? I don't think she has any new buffs compared to last year. I'm pretty sure all of these existed back then too. Last year we had her on B flat. What is that?
Is she B though? Is she though? Like, are you gonna really use her?
I mean,
my gut is she is lower end and like C. Because like out of the 4-star AoE Lancers, I'd rather use almost anyone more than her.
well, I mean, that's because a lot of them are arts.
Well, yes. In fact, I think all but like okay, 2 are arts, but like I don't know. Actually, a couple aren't arts. Anyway, but I think she's the worst of the 4-star AoE Lancers. Wait, no, there's one that's worse or just as bad.
I have a feeling I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
So I would be between C plus and B myself, I think. Maybe a C plus. Because while she can hit hard if you happen to fight lawful, good. I think that's the only use case she would have. I think I would probably just pick someone else if you're not against that stuff. So I might go with C plus. Do wish they buffed her second skill as well. Like just upping the numbers would be already nice, but maybe something else too.
If they made it 3 turns, and
or
I don't think it'd be crazy to increase the crit damage and the turn count. Like,
yeah, honestly, they could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start with C plus. Right. Next up, speaking of AoE arts, you guys were kind of teasing. Here's the first one. We got Fionn on the chopping block next. So AoE arts, I want to say farmer because his DPS. I mean, honestly, maybe he does have some DPS presence too because of his taunt. But I think most people would use him in farming. But let's see here. 8.9k attack puts him slightly below average when it comes to 4-star Lancers. He has not a standard Lancer deck. He's got double arts, double quick. And man, oh man, are his gains bad. Like, these must be some of the worst gains in the game, honestly. I would not be surprised. Even if the arts are not one-hitters, they are very unimpressive. So his deck is pretty terrible, honestly. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns and 30% MP gen for 3 turns. So this obviously helps a little bit. And I like that both of them are party wide. It's just a skill that you just pop and you're just going to be enjoying a bit more gains on everyone. It still kind of works, honestly. It's a bit boring and basic though, but you know, both of the buffs are okay. Especially the MP gain being nice. Here we go, second skill though. So on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a evasion, dodge if you will, for 1 turn. Then he gets a taunt, he gets the dodge for 1 turn, then he gets a taunt for 1 turn. He gets a 30% battery on use. And then he has minus 80% charm resistance on himself against female enemies for 3 turns. Because, you know, my guy is a certified simp, I guess. I want to say most of the time this is not really a huge deal. But I guess sometimes it could be annoying depending on who you're facing. Also worth noting that the evasion is actually, it's RNG based, but if you max this skill, it is guaranteed. So good on them for, you know, at least allowing it to be fixed by leveling it. Otherwise this will be even more awkward. Granted, he is an art servant, so you can probably protect him otherwise anyway. Yeah, I actually, it's alright.
Cooldown's high, but it's fun.
Yeah, like the demerit is like, it's not even a big deal and you can get rid of the RNGs, so I'm okay with this skill too. Third skill, speaking of mana burst, so on a 5-turn cooldown he gets 40% arts for 1 turn and that is it. They always made it so that arts are never, they hardly, does anyone even have a 50% mana burst on arts? Isn't like 40% the highest? Unless I'm forgetting someone. Well, maybe Mozart has a bit higher. Oh yeah, true.
Anastasia caster.
Yeah, I guess we count that as a mana burst, true. So yeah, but mostly they're like, you know, they're not super high. But even if this was 50%, I would still not like this skill because it's just 1 turn of art stuff. Yeah, he's gonna do more damage. Yeah, he's gonna refund more with MP, but that downtime though, and it does nothing else. So, yeah. Overall, the skill set I would say is definitely below average. It is not completely hopeless, but could use definitely more. Passive 17.5% debuff rest is something not bad. Divinity D, no, just doesn't do anything really. More tickles. He's anti-Lancer in his event, and he doesn't really have any power mods or niches going for him, so I would say forget about it. I would never use him on neutral. MP has been buffed, which is nice, so does damage, and then he gets 3 turns of mental debuff immunity for himself. It's alright, actually helps with that demerit too if it ever happens to be a problem on the second skill, because charms are considered mental debuffs, so it's kind of cute, I guess. And then on overcharge base, it does a minus 10% attack on all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%. Actually not the worst OC ever, considering, you know, his MP at least is okay, expandable in a decent manner. His face cards are still bad, but the MP itself, with this, you know, help of the skills, is fairly loopable, and he has a battery too. So you can stack up some attack down on some bosses, potentially. Farming-wise, obviously doesn't do anything. But effects for the bosses they're okay. They're not, you know, useless curses at least. So there's that.
I kind of hate the overcharge effect, but it is, like, the proof is in the pudding. He really does, he loops shockingly well in challenge quests. A big part of that is his second skill, because since he's a Lancer, he actually gets more charge from being hit than most classes. He gets 4%. Oh, yeah. And that combos with his first skill, and he's getting like 5+% per hit. So
he also,
it's pretty nice.
Unlike all the other AoE arts 4-star Lancers, has an upgraded MP, so he does have a little bit of a, I believe, a damage advantage in some situations.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's just compensating for the fact that he has like no buffs. Like, he has nothing to boost his damage,
and his attack isn't super high either.
Yeah,
that's usually offset by like Lancer.
It helps him keep his
bonus.
It does give him a little bit higher, well, higher than Melt's for sure. Wow.
At least for the first 2 waves.
Wave 1. Yeah, I think he's usable. He's definitely probably the people's least favorite of the AoE arts looping 4 stars, which is for Lancer, which is oddly enough a very competitive field for some reason.
I feel like, if anything, because single core farming is looking a bit less appealing as the time goes by, I feel like we should probably just rate him more as a DPS than a farmer. Even though, yeah, you can still... I mean, he's relevant in some farming still.
He does, like, with, you know, just double Castoria swapless, you know, frontline only, Black Grail, he loops just fine, which you wouldn't think looking at his, you know, looking at his kit, but, like, he does. So, like...
Yeah.
You know.
It's just, that kind of happens with some arts servants. Like, it's either NP upgrade or you have some buffs, and your looping damage is carried by Black Grail. Because you take away Black Grail, his damage is a lot worse.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting that a lot of events nowadays have like a 50% gauge with damage on it as well. And most farming happens in events anyway.
Yeah. Those 50% CEs, they're making people think Buster's better than it really is. People gotta wake up, man. You gotta wake up, man. Buster's not as good as you think.
That's gonna be a topic for another video. Alright, Fionn. I think last year we had him on, let's see here. He was a B+. Maybe B or C+?
I think he's the same level as Artoria.
You think?
He's less.
I think I like him a little bit more on bosses than Artoria. But how much more, I don't know actually.
If you're looking at the value tree of your account, who would you rather have, Liz or Fionn?
I would probably have Liz rather, but they're not the same necessarily, because you would not bring Liz for DPSing really. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Oh wait, for DPSing?
No, like in general, which would you have? Like, you know, which would you like to have on your account?
Like, you, like, a lot of teams, you'll have 4 or 5 slots for a support. You won't always line your entire party with 5-star servants.
Yeah.
But like as far as DPS is go, like it's AoE Lancer, AoE Arts Lancer.
Yeah, it's very
so overpopulated.
contested.
So
You know
it's
what?
just like,
I'm gonna go with C plus
Yeah.
on that
victory.
note. Yeah, like he's not bad, but there's so many options nowadays, so you can probably do better. Okay. Next up, one of my favorites as well. I have a big copy of JP as well. We got Lancer Lee, the first of the single targets of this list. So single target arts, DPS, 9.6k attack is pretty good. Definitely above average among 4-star Lancers. He has the same, not standard Lancer deck, so double arts, double quick, and while they're not as bad as Fionn's cards, they're not super impressive either, but they're okay at least. So, at least he beats Fionn on gains. First skill at a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a sure hit for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So much like Assassin, Lancer is basically the same. They're both super bursty with like a lot of downtime as well. And this skill it really shouldn't be a 6-turn cooldown. Even at 5, it would be like it's not that great. But 6 is like, oof, really 6? Come on, dude. Like yeah, they should buff this skill for sure. Hopefully someday. Although kind of like seeing the triple plus on the A, which probably would be gone after a buff. That's my minor nitpick about it.
I'll just make it A++++.
Honestly, hell yeah, let's do that. Then it's even better. Best of both worlds.
Yeah. They did something like that with Kiara's first skill, if I recall correctly.
Oh wow, I didn't remember
C+++
that.
or something.
That's funny. Alright, second skill, also on a 6-turn cooldown. He gets an evasion for 1 turn and then 500% absorb for 1 turn. So again, same high downtime. Although at least the evasion is pretty standard. The 1 turn tends to be a 6-turner, so it is slightly awkward though, because it's tied to something that's, an offensive effect. But again, he's art, so maybe it can be forgiven a little bit. And these match cooldown, which is kind of cool, I guess, because then you get the absorb and the crit damage. Granted, it doesn't make the downtime any better though. Third skill has been buffed, the only one of his skills that has been buffed. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, 50% Arts for 1 turn, and 15 stars. So I guess this is a mana burst as well, but at least it has other nice stuff going for it too. Granted, yes, still a lot of downtime. But yeah, it's, he's one of those things that you just pop all the skills, you pop your MP and hopefully crits after that too, ideally full Arch Chain, and you will do a crazy amount of damage. But again, then you have the downtime. So the skills, they could definitely be better, but burst is the one thing he has at least. Only passive he has is a magic resistance D, so 12.5% debuff res, that's it. Could also be higher considering it's the only passive, unfortunately. Not the best thing ever. He's anti-Lancer on the append. Even though I love my guy, I don't think I would bring him on neutral. The MP has been buffed, which is nice, and once again, we have ignore defense on damage, which is still nice, even though it's pop, seems to be a thing for a lot of Lancers. It's never a bad thing. If anything, it's always still a good thing. He does a minus 30% defense down on the target for 3 turns. It is after damage, but it is a lot of defense down, and it can be used as a form of ramp up against a single boss. And the overcharge is a very disappointing instant kill. 40% base chance, scaling up to 80. On bosses, just forget about it. It's a useless overcharge. But the normal effects are good at least. So here's the thing. He hits really freaking hard. Like his MP actually out damages many 5-stars too. He hits really freaking hard. But the downtime is the thing that a lot of people just brush it aside. And I get that. But luckily his MP is still semi-spammable if you bring the right supports. And it has some ramp up, so it makes the downtime not as bad, I want to say, having used him in several different boss battles. Granted, my copy is better than most people's. But I think he's honestly a little bit underrated. Obviously not top tier, but I think people are sleeping on him a little bit at least. How do you guys feel?
I don't know. 1 turn buffs on a long cooldown. If he was released today and he had these same skills, his cooldown would probably be 444, right? He'd probably have like super low cooldowns for these like really sad 1-turn effects. Like just
the third skill really is the only good one that has a lot of stuff. It's the only
good one, and that's because they buffed it.
Yeah.
I like Lee as a character, but I think both versions are kind of disappointing. And
I
his
think Assassin
Lancer,
is way better though, but we'll get to that in
his
a few
Assassin
weeks.
version is a little better. But like I just don't like. I just think his cooldowns are way too long, and he does too little. Like, yeah, you have one turn burst, but then he just sits there for like 5 turns, and
Well, to be honest, his MP is fairly spammable, and a lot of the times I have broken bars with just an MP alone, so I think he has stuff going for him.
I think a big thing that helps him there is his defense down ramp.
Yeah.
Like 30% is a pretty notable amount. So
it's like okay, the saber.
You're missing 50% arts now, but you now have like 30% defense down, which in a lot of situations can end up being more valuable than 50% arts. Because of how usually how buff values skew for arts servants.
Yeah.
His saving grace is that Castoria exists now and didn't when he was released, and so
indeed
she can carry anyone.
Yep.
So there's not too much to say about him because he doesn't even have niches or anything like that.
I mean, he has ways past Invul and such. Like I like that about him.
Yeah,
he can do damage pretty consistently.
Honest, you guys will probably disagree. I would say he's either B or B plus, but you guys will probably disagree.
I think B is all right.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna hold my tongue.
Oh, wow! Not respecting us with honesty, I guess.
I mean, look. I think people. I think that I mean, I don't want to flood C plus this early.
All right, I'm gonna go B. There he goes. Next up, Summer type. Oh, I got a Steam message. Interesting. Here we go. Summer Kiyo. Single target the Buster DPS. 8.9k attack is not the best start, though. That is a bit under average among 4-star Lancers. Now we're back to the standard Lancer deck, though. Double Buster, double Quick, and her gains, they're well, the Quicks are not great. They're okay, but the arts, again, who was it earlier that had the same one, basically? Was it Liz? Yeah, it was Liz, I think. It can be okay, but it's, not the best one either, honestly. Depends. So, gains could definitely be better. I wanna... Is this a new buff to this? I think this might be a new buff compared to last year. I think it might be.
I believe it was. I believe she had a rate up last year, and
I think it's new, yeah.
Yes, it was. No, this was July 2023.
Really now?
Oh my gosh, it's been almost 2 years.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
This is the same buff as Saber Alter getting her buff time frame.
Okay.
Which really goes to show because it's a...
Yeah, quite the contrast to how much it changed the Servant. Anyway, this skill though, on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. They get a 1k burn on them for 5 turns. She gets flat 20% battery, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whatever she attacks, no matter what attack it is, MP, face card, extra attack, they will all afflict a burn amplifier of flat 50% on the target. I mean, right now the skill actually is pretty good. I like the AoE crit chance down. Obviously didn't even have to be AoE because she's single target, but it's just nice that it is, of course. And with that, it's basically eliminating all base crit chances. The burns, I'm not sure, can you stack them well enough on her for them to do meaningful damage? I'm guessing maybe, because you get that amplifier for 5 turns on all attacks though, right? Maybe you can amount to some kind of damage with that too. And then the battery is just nice to have because, otherwise it's not the easiest thing to get her MP, honestly, with her gains. So, yeah. It's alright. Second skill, it's like her mana burst, but luckily this one has less downtime. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster for 3 turns. It's the only effect, but, it's the main card type, so it's something. But man, it really needs to do more though. But I still prefer this much over a mana burst. Third skill, the famous Kiyo skill is back. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she does a minus 30% defense down on one enemy for 3 turns and then gives them 20% attack for 3 turns. That's a bit spicy, for sure. Bosses also can scale pretty scarily with some buffs, so depending on who you're fighting, this could be a bit scary. There are ways of going around it. You even have command codes that specifically move attack buffs, which might even give you something in return as well, like inflicting a crit chance down, but it can be a bit scary though, for sure. Otherwise, the defense down is at least decent number on a good uptime, so still needs more on her kit though, but this was a nice start, this buff to the first skill, but I feel like both of these skills could still be buffed for sure. Passives, we actually have a very nice passive. Madness Enhancement EX, 12% permanent buster. Very good. Her main card type. Great. Then she gets 12.5% debuff rest. That is a little bit, but not that much. But the first passive at least is very good. She's anti-berserker on the append, so at least she's got that going for her too. Great, good append. MP then, never been buffed, so it doesn't do a whole lot of stuff. It does a skill seal on one turn on the target. It is also a added chance to land. It's a 150% chance on base, so unless they're immune, you're probably going to land that. And then the overcharge is a 500 burn for 5 turns on base, getting up to 2500. So I want to say her damage is not super impressive, but I just want to know, is the burn thing, anything? Can you actually get damage out of it? Do you guys know? No.
It's 50%.
Yeah.
So the good burning or like any amplifier is 100 to 200%.
It is
right?
on every attack,
This
but
is
yeah, it's still
50%.
50. Yeah.
You can get some stuff done with it. It's just awkward because she always has to pick her own cards for it, and a lot of dot spam teams are usually going to be like spamming their NPs instead. So if you can set up a solo scenario, she actually does do a lot of dot damage, but she has nothing for solos. So
I mean, like
Habitrot her, I guess.
Coin's third skill applies 100 amp for all of them in one go. So
Yeah, but she, like, with the Brave Chain, you get 200%.
Yeah, every Brave Chain would be 200.
You can also use Koyan to double the skill, and then you're applying 100% per attack. Because it is a really low cooldown skill. Personally, I feel like the battery was probably the most impactful aspect of that.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 20%. I think, my opinion.
Yeah, but considering her gains are not very impressive, it's actually still nice to have.
Actually, her gains
if your
are pretty
buster quick at
decent.
20% is an insult. You need 30% to work with a pen too. So I think it's useless. Like flat out, I think a 20% battery is useless on her because it's not going to help you launch off at the very beginning. It's only useful if you're holding it for like turn 2 or 3. I don't like 20% batteries on Buster and or Buster and Quick.
I would like to point out though that she has one of the. I'm not memeing here when I say that she has one of the craziest Buster cards because of the gain on it, like the hit count on it.
True.
If you use a Mighty Chain, it doesn't even have to crit, and you're going to be getting like.
I forgot it's 6 hits. Yeah, true.
If it crits, you get like 13%.
That's crazy for a Buster card.
Do you know if you use Quian in the party, that gives 10% per Buster card?
Yeah, and you can get even more. So you can get like 50% instead. You're actually probably, at that point, you're probably better off with like NP gain buffs to boost the gain, though.
Yeah.
She's like, she just doesn't really have anything to define herself. Like, her damage is like mediocre. It's just she doesn't really have any defense. She doesn't have any utility. She's just like kind of like a Buster NP with low cooldown skills.
The glaring lack of defense is also something that's worth noting. And in fact, it's like she has like the opposite. She makes the enemy stronger sometimes. So yeah. And again, she has no niches or anything. And there's a lot of single target Lancers in this game.
I don't think the attack down is that big of a deal. It's just she doesn't.
Yeah, there's ways around it.
Skill.
Yeah. It could use more. Like, they don't even necessarily have to remove it, because it's kind of the Kiyo thing. Just add more to it, you know? Rank the
and I think that, like, if you're smart about it, increasing the enemy's attack isn't always a demerit, but most of the time it is. And as a person with over 1,000 Summer Kiyohime coins somehow, which means I have over 20 copies of this thing,
it's quite funny because for the longest time she was the only servant that was missing on my main. She was the final piece of the puzzle for me to complete my collection, so I'm like the opposite of you.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know where I got her. I was browsing. I'm like, why do I have 1,000 coins for? When did I roll this thing?
Must be some summer banner.
Yeah, it was some event banner, but yeah, I think she's mediocre. At best.
I think she's C+ at best, maybe a C, honestly.
I think C.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, let's go with C. Needs more buffs to stand out. Right, back to permanents. We got Vlad EXTRA next. The bro himself. Single target buster DPS as well. The one unfortunate part is that his attack is not very high. It's definitely under average on 4-star Lancers, but it's still not atrociously bad. And you know, the Lancer class bot is still decent. He has the standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick, and his quick card is actually surprisingly good. it's not bad at all. And the art card obviously is the same as like Kiyo, Liz, so it can be good as well. But yeah, the quicks on him are actually good. They're good. Wow. Fun stuff. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 100% debuff res for 3 turns. So unless enemy has a lot of buff success rate up, he's basically immune to debuffs for 3 turns. Cool. 2.5k heal, 40% defense for 1 turn, and 20% attack for 3 turns. Just a good skill. It's not even the best version of the skill. Some other servants have even better versions, but it's still a good skill, honestly. Maybe sometimes awkward if you want to pop it turn 1. You might not, the heal might just be wasted and the defense up. Well, honestly, you're probably gonna get value of the defense up because of another buff he has. But yeah, still a great. I like this skill. It's basic, but it's good. Second skill has been buffed, so on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, 20% the buster up for 3 turns, and then he gets this on defense buff for 5 attacks, 3 turns. So for the next 5 attacks or 3 turns, whenever he gets hit, the target gets a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. So again, if it's only one boss you're fighting and you know they hit him with for all these 5 applications, that's a minus 50% defense down effectively. So that's not shabby at all, actually. And having party with buffs, you know, never hurts, and it's a good mixed buffs as well. So it's a good skill. And even better when you see the third skill. So the 5-turn cooldown, he gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then a taunt for 1 turn. So the taunt obviously goes well with this on defense thing, and with the defense up and the debuff rest as well. Because again, as a reminder, single target debuffs will always hit a taunt. AoEs obviously hit everyone, but if it's a single target skill, they will prioritize the taunt. So that's nice too. So there is synergy in this kit, and also, you know, it's like a good mix of everything. You got defense, you got offense, you got protection. Stars could be a bit higher on this skill. 10 isn't a whole lot, but obviously, honestly, I think the skill set is actually fine. It just works. Is it the best skill set ever? No, but is it still fine? Yeah, I don't got complaints about this skill set. Alright, the only passive he has is 15% debuff res, which is even less impressive on him, I guess, because most of the time he's gonna have 100% debuff res up, but, you know, when he doesn't have it, can do something. He's anti-Avenger. Not sure how many Avengers are evil, maybe a good amount. In that case, it could be a thing you could consider, otherwise don't neutral him. On that topic is MP then, so before damage he gets a Invul Pierce for 1 turn, which is always great to have, not ignore defense for once on Lancers. And then he does anti-evil damage on Overcharge, the super effective base 150 to 200 range, the good old. Evil, pretty common. There's fairly good amount of archers, berserkers, maybe even that Avenger if you're crazy enough to go for that. There's definitely some targets. I always pick him when I fight Moriarty. It's just funny to me. It's like I have to pick extra Vlad. I don't know why, I just like doing it. I think
I
he's
count
underrated,
11.
honestly. I think he's underrated. I think he's actually solid.
Yeah, there's 11 evil Avengers. So not actually not bad actually. I
it's
think
the
he's
most common
underrated as
alignment.
well. I think people do underestimate him because there's he's Rad Vlad and then there's Sad Vlad, and people like Sad Vlad more because he's a berserker. But
Not
I
me.
think
Everyone knows this.
Yeah.
I
Otto
think
is the biggest fan of Zerg Vlad.
that I like his kit because his kit actually like really works into itself.
Yeah.
Because he's got the defense up, he taunts, he then applies defense downs when he gets hit, which was a great change. That buff to his second skill was great.
Yeah.
It's perfectly matched. Honestly, I wish every buff had that level of care into it because it just fits. Like it fits the taunt so well. It
does.
It's almost as if it was designed from the start to do that. Like,
and he also has MP damage, buster up, and attack up all by himself alone on base. So you got that nice trio.
And is super effective. Yep.
Yeah.
He has good
anti-evil,
damage.
And Invul Pierce on
I
MP.
think people don't pay attention to him just because he's like an old character. And I don't think he's very popular just because of his design. It is a little bit. I'm not a fan of the design, but like gameplay wise, I think he's really good.
Yeah. I think he stonks.
I mean, I personally think like A.
I think he's definitely
A.
an A, yeah. Maybe there could be a world where he's A+ as well, but I think we can start with an A.
If you got an MP upgrade, he'd be actually
dude.
crazy.
That would be like Luvi all over again. Literally the same thing.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, a Buster Luvi at that point.
He already has the anti-evil.
True, and he has Invul Pierce, which Luvia got with her buff, so he has that on base as well. So imagine if they added like a third line as well. So he would have more effects
he
actually.
Really is just
give him crit ramp up.
Yeah, but he's very underrated. Again, we'll see if we bump him up later, but A is definitely already very solid. All right, so I assume next up is the Servant. You were saying he could be one of the worst ones compared to Lancer, Artoria. This was the one I was thinking about, at least.
No, it's another welfare.
Oh, interesting.
It's one I have a vendetta against.
Okay, well, we'll get there later, I guess.
Gogh Miner.
No!
That would be crazy.
You know how he is about miners.
Erice. I hate Erice. The worst event in the game.
Yeah, well, that has to wait for a while still. Anyway, let's talk about Jalter Lily, Santa, the whole 9 yards. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but, there she is. AoE Buster, DPS. I guess some mad people could try farming with her too, but yeah, probably a DPS. But even then, I don't think she really has an amazing role in anything, sadly, but we'll still give her a fair rundown here. So 9.2k attack actually puts her a little bit above average among 4-star Lancers, so she's got that going, so it's something. She's got the standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Quick, and her gains cards are actually not bad, especially the Arts card is fine. So they're actually better than a lot of the ones we've seen so far. So at least the upstairs here, numbers-wise, the deck-wise, is fine, it's fine. First skill of a 5-turn cooldown, targeted 3k heal, and the target also gets 30% star jet for 3 turns. I mean, that's just underwhelming, right? I mean, come on, dude. What are we doing here? Like, it needs to do more. It's nice that it's targeted, but that's almost a nothing burger when it comes to a supporting skill. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown as well. She gets a flat 20% battery and then a 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. Again, it should do more. Like, they're not bad effects, but it needs to do more, really. And then the third skill, the Jalter skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 55% buster for 1 turn, matching Artoria. Well, at least on the number, not in terms of the flexibility. She gets an invul for 1 turn and then 1200 damage to herself. That cannot be lethal as a demerit. That's not too bad because, there's also some healing going on. So the demerit is fine. But besides that, it's a bit awkward when you have your main defensive tool with your main burst skill as well. Definitely makes for some awkward scenarios on bosses. So needless to say, I don't like this skill set. I think it honestly kind of sucks. There's not much going on. It's such a bare bones kit. So I would say maybe the worst skill set we've seen so far. I don't think that's a stretch. So that's unfortunate. First passive, and the only passive is at least decent. 21% debuff res, almost as high as it gets from the magic res, so that's cool. She's anti-Avenger, and I would definitely never bring her on neutrals, so, and Avengers are rare to begin with, so forget about it, unless you just want to spend, you know, coins that you might have for her because she's a welfare. The MP has been buffed, and I think this was I'm not, I want to say this was last year already, but I'm not entirely sure if this was. Considering Kiyo was, I want to say this was too, but I don't remember. Anyway, AoE damage, then does a minus 10% debuff rest on all enemies for 3 turns, which is not a whole lot really. And then on overcharge, the full party gets 10% attack for 3 turns, getting up to 30%, and 20% healing received up on base, 20% for 3 turns, getting up to 60. So I like the overcharge stuff, especially the attack now that it's 3 turns, because I'm pretty sure it used to be 1 turn, which was so stupid. Because it's like, hey, you buff your teammates, but then there's only 2 cards left after you use this MP, so it's really, and it's not even a high amount. So now it makes a lot more sense being 3 turns. And the healing boost can be nice too if you run someone like Merlin, for instance, in the same team. You get a lot more value from that MP. The other normal effect, though, that the debuff rest down is, unless you're running someone that really has a lot of debuffs, it doesn't really do much, honestly. She's kind of weird still, and the skill set just sucks. But maybe the MP can do decent damage, I guess. There's that. I don't really know what to feel about her. She can't really farm either, that's another problem. So she's kind of relegated to some kind of a boss DPS position without any niches. What do you guys think?
So the buff was February of last year, by the way.
So I'm guessing that was just before the list then, so we had it then.
Yeah.
Probably.
It was so weird because like the design made no sense because she gave party healing up for 1 turn, but it wasn't like the next turn, it ended at the end of that turn. So you had to like chain a healing NP afterwards, which was
it also worked with like heal per turn. And I think that that's what it was supposed to do. But yeah, it is kind of funny because she had a heal on her first skill that didn't get affected by it.
Very bad initial design. The only saving grace for her is she is free in evocation and has an upgraded NP, so she's easily accessible. But outside of that, I don't think she like does anything aside from having kind of funny animations.
Yeah,
where she does the Amoxus
this skill set is, there's nothing going on. It's a whole bunch of nothing. The MP is the one saving grace.
She's just like bland. Like she's not like a buster looper, but like she has the basics of what you want for DPSing. She has her own survival. She has decent damage. She has a little bit of team support. She has a battery, even if it's not a very good battery. Also, shout out to 100%. All of those poor guys that I've seen on my friends list over the years with level 10 Jalter Lily second skills.
Oh, it's the same thing that I've seen a lot of people do the same thing with Grey as well. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, it makes a little more sense with her because she can at least like buster loop, you know.
True.
But
and also another thing that's related to that is Summer Kiara's first skill for people that only use her for looping. Doesn't do anything for looping. If you max it, that is. It's the same as level 1. Just on that topic. Anyway, I'm not a huge fan of her. I don't think she has a lot of redeeming qualities. Even with the MP buff, I'm not a huge fan. Also, hey, good morning, Plushie in the chat. Made it to chat.
I think she's worse than Kiyohime. So
I think she's the same or worse.
I feel like she does more things than Kiyohime. Like Kiyohime is just like kind of damage and like she can do a burn thing maybe. But Lily at least has like an NP upgrade and like some team support and self-survival.
Okay.
It's still not much, but it's more than...
She is not the worst Lancer, so true.
Let's just put her next to Kiyo for now.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with that. Sure. Next up, more single target stuff. I'm gonna talk about the Medusa Lily, aka Anna. Single target quick DPS. Rocking 8.2k attack. That's like one of her main downsides. The attack is pretty low in comparison to the competition, unfortunately. She's got a not a standard Lancer deck either. She's got double arch, double quick. And her arts cards are actually decent. The quicks are sadly not too good. But the arts cards are not bad. Especially if you hit some overkill. There's a lot of gains to be had. Which is great because her MP is something you want to use often, of course. First skill has been buffed, and I want to say this at least. Yeah, this is one of the older ones. So on a 6-turn cooldown, charm one male enemy for 1 turn, 100% base chance. At least it does scale up to 100%, but it's still a bit restrictive when it comes to the trait, the gender, of course. Then does a 20% quick res down on the target for 3 turns. That at least can land on anyone. So even if you're not fighting male, you get something out of this skill. So I like that. Even if the charm is still, you know, you need that gender. So it's okay. Second skill is very sad though. This is a travesty. 5-turn cooldown, gets 30% attack for 1 turn. That is it. Why is this a thing? This is so sad. This is nothing. I hate it. Third skill, I wanna say could be new, but I really don't remember. This is either 2023 or 2024. I remember, but yeah, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 3k revive, 1 hit interval, no turn duration though, and then a 30% battery. So the cooldown came down and they added the battery, which again is nice because you know, you want her MP as much as you can. That's like her best part. So now the skill is fine, is good enough. It makes sense. Skill 1 is also okay. Skill 2, no, just no. So hoping they buff that, and then we could actually have a much better looking Ana. Surely at some point. Like, I'm surprised they didn't do the anti-stun thing here, but maybe because of her MP would be too much. I'm not sure, because they were doing that with a lot of Medusas very recently. Unfortunate. Passives. 17.5% debuff res is cool, and then she has a good version of divinity, so the useless flat damage aside, she gets 25% more debuff res. So what is that now? 42.5% quick buff. That's a lot of debuff res permanently on base, so she's going to be resisting a good amount of debuffs, which is always great. She's anti-avenger, which no, not really relevant at all for her. Also a rare class, so forget about it. Upgraded MP is great to have. It does damage, and after damage does a minus 20% quick res down for 3 turns. So while it is after damage, it is a form of ramp up as well, and also I guess stacks with the one she has on from her first skill. And then on base overcharge has an 80% chance to stun the target for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 160%. So if you add some overcharge, it can become more reliable, but it is a bit unfortunate it's 80% on base, but at least, you know, it's still a fairly high amount. But sadly, you still can't exactly rely on it. But it's a basic MP, and it's pretty good for damage. It actually hits pretty hard, despite her low attack. Mostly because of, you know, having some quick res down too. I think she's good, but I don't think she's quite there yet, personally.
I think she's okay. I do know why they didn't do the stun thing like they did the other Medusas. Is because her MP's already buffed, so they can't move the stun before damage now. And it would never then affect her MP because she doesn't have a stun anywhere else in her kit. So that's
well, it would make her brave change better,
feel like
but
making
yeah.
comma 2.
Yeah, on a permanent 4-star.
Comma 2 electric boogaloo. But no, I think she's fine.
Yeah.
She was. I remember when I first started the game, she was an early game Lancer I used a lot. But yeah, that second skill sucks. It's one of 3 monster strengths left, and
oh wait, actually, if they did the stun thing, it would be a bit better because it's not just anti-stun, it's anti-immobilize, and she does have a charm, so it would help a bit better.
So
oh yeah,
so that's I mentioned it last year. That's a bit of an issue. Having the steroid on her charm sucks because it's like, okay, you use it for the NP to do more damage, and then you stun, and it's like, okay, well, I wasted the charm. You usually want to use the charm to cover turns where you're not NPing, so you have even more immobilization.
Yeah.
It's just overkill.
Yeah, that is awkward.
I think she's about the same as Lee, or a little bit worse.
I could see that comparison. Just maybe a little bit more uptime going on, but otherwise I do like Lee a bit more in terms of like his burst. And he has some crit focus too.
Her damage isn't as good. I think okay, I gotta compensate for how Rio weighs on this, because Rio is starting to hate stun characters. No, her being able to stun
characters.
Yeah.
But not this one, because Otto, she has like at least, if you're going with her, she has at least 4 turns of like being on the field. You charm, and then you invincible, then you guts, and then you NP for your stun. Like she has at least 4 turns of being alive.
Well, the invul might not always get you there because it's only 1 attack, but yeah, it helps for sure.
Oh, well, it's gonna block an NP.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. You use it ahead of time and it blocks 1 NP. It's very easy to just lock them down until they have their NP, and then she just takes that. It works out pretty well. I'm glad that they buffed her 3rd skill the way that it does. It is funny though how she has like quick ramp down, and her quicks are like absolutely abysmal. Even if you ramp them up a lot, but her arts cards are actually still pretty solid. She can pull off some crazy solos, because like she soloed Super Woodwoes, if that says anything.
Yeah, she stun locks him, right? Because he's male.
Yeah, she's following in her sister's footsteps.
Very true.
So I think she's
B tier?
Fine. She's not great. She's but she's a bit harder to see the value of immediately, or use her immediately. She's not like total mid useless, but like, and she's better than Gorgon and Medusa normal, but
it's either B or B plus, I think. Maybe we'll just put her next to Lee. They both have their ups and downs, but they're kind of comparable.
I think they're similar, yeah. So
yeah, it's like a nerfed balanced version of Medusa as a Lancer pre-buff Medusa, not Medusa.
Saber Medusa,
Kama.
right?
I meant Kama. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, yeah. If you're talking about Rider Medusa, I was very confused.
Yeah. No, not quite.
Well, next week for that though. Interesting. Surely she's gonna rock it with her brand new buff, right? Yeah, totally. Anyway, moving on. Summertime again. We got Raikou next. Single target buster DPS, and someone people use for esports purposes as well, because she has some targeted stuff going on. 9.1k attack is around the average for 4-star Lancers, so nothing too great or bad there. Standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick, with her quicks, or her 1 arts card is actually really good, and her quicks are just fine too, honestly. So the gains cards are not bad at all. Pretty interesting stuff there.
Her arts card is like identical to King Hassan's, except
those numbers are crazy.
3% arts card.
Yes, sir. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets a 1k absorb for 1 turn and 50% crit damage for 1 turn. Very boring, but you know, some crit focus, I guess. The FX badge, that's about it, but besides that, needs more to this if you want to DPS with her. Second skill, targeted, 6-turn cooldown. Target gets 40% buster up for 3 turns, and then a full debuff cleanse. This definitely gives her some presence in battles, because not only is targeted 40% for 3 turns a lot, you know, the cleanse can also be nice to have. So while it is a high cooldown, the flexibility makes me say I still kind of like this skill though. So yeah. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then also 30% star gen for 3 turns. So they finally moved, like after year one, they were like, wait, should we just do like the male allies get the star gen? Why not just make it full anyway? Yeah, that makes sense. It's not OP. So yeah, there you go. At least she does it a bit better. And these numbers are nice and round as well, unlike like 19.7% attack or something.
Yeah.
So I think this skill is fine. is nothing too crazy, but it's better than a charisma, so there's that. Overall, the skill set, you know, it's definitely still leaves me wanting. So I would be lying if I said I love it. Got 4 passives though. 15% debuff rest, that's okay. 11% quick up, also not bad on her. Her quicks are not hopeless. 6% buster up, also nice because it's the main card type. And Divinity C, sadly the one not so useful passive. But hey, the other 3 are pretty cool. Anti-Berserker on the append, always love to see it. MP is very basic, but the effects are still not bad. So the normal effect has a bonus defense ignore property to it, like many Lancers we've seen already, but still great to have. And on base overcharge, you get 20 stars, scaling all the way to 40 on max, so a star bomb on top. It works. Is it the hardest hitting MP ever though? Not really. It's never been buffed either. In fact, nothing of hers has ever been buffed. But you know, she's at least her kit kind of makes sense. I do wish if you're gonna use her as a DPS, there's no defense though. That I'm also kind of scared about. There's no defense whatsoever. She's full on offense. But there is that, you know, esports use, I guess, with her that I've seen people do. I think over time she's come down a little bit, like steadily coming down in my eyes. I don't know if you guys agree, but like a long time ago, very long time ago, people were like, oh dude, she can compete with 5 stars. She's like one of the best single targets. I would definitely not say that anymore. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about her?
She is useful. Like having a cleanse, a targetable cleanse that's also a buster buff of a reasonable magnitude is super nice. And you know, having attack up as well. So I think she falls into a similar situation as like Liz, to where really nice to have a copy of. But I don't see a lot of people using her as a DPS. She's fine as a DPS. You know, she makes stars. She has decent gain. But her first skill kind of sucks. So
yeah,
you know, I don't think she's bad, but she's not like super amazing. But she's nice to have on your account. So one of those things where it's like, yeah, not the greatest to like actually like use, but like when the fight comes up where you need like a debuff cleanse and you're, you know,
your buster DPSing.
You got a buster servant. You're like, yeah, oh, this is the perfect time for her, and you throw her in there, and you're like, great. And
so overall, she's still not going to be as nice to have as Liz, though, right?
No, Liz is better. Liz is more general use. Is the thing is because she's buster. If her thing was,
I guess that makes sense. Yeah,
if it was a targetable 40% attack up and a debuff cleanse, and then her third skill did something like NP damage up, then she'd be better. But like, you know,
I think she's pretty useful when you think of like supportive debuff cleanses. Like you'll have like Nightingale, for example, with like debuff immune, but you have to NP with her to debuff cleanse, or with Castoria, you have to NP with her. It like with the premium options,
only the latest one.
Yeah,
as well.
With the premium ones, you're kind of limited with buff removal, not buff removal. Well, yeah, but debuff removal more so. So like the only other one I can think of is like you got Zhang Jue, but he's like a 3-star and no one cares about him. So so having an option like that, yeah. I think it's pretty nice. 40% buster for 3 turns is a pretty fat number. It's only 10% away from 3 turns of 50%, and that's that's all of. Actually, now that I think of it, if you're against a non-man enemy, she's going to give you more damage than Koyan Light will for your NP. So, hey, there's something there.
I got to dock points because I don't like Raikou's design. You're gonna poke your eye out with that FA. You turn the wrong way and your eye gets poked out. Dangerous.
So Raikou, C plus?
C plus.
What were you thinking?
I mean, I'm thinking like B. Like
yeah, on the same level as Liz, because she's.
I guess. Yeah.
It's like, like another thing, like between her and Liz, like Liz is also like depending a little on defense down, and then also like for female allies, and like if you're looking for like a buster support, then I feel like unless you need the buff removal, Raikou's just going to be so much better for it, because you also have like debuff issues you'll run into pretty often. I feel like a full debuff cleanse is going to be more valuable than one buff removal, because there's a lot of times where you run into buffs that you need to remove and it's still not enough. So
You know what? Fair enough. I'll go with B for that. I'm
B or B
convinced.
plus.
Yeah. Alright. Back to AoE. And permanent stuff. We got Parvati, AoE Quick Lancer. In fact, is it the first AoE Quick? I think it is, right? Yes, it is. Okay.
Hey, chat, for a very slow-paced drinking game, take a drink every time a quick servant has some sort of stun on their NP. I probably should have said that earlier.
Trying to kill him.
Yeah. Maybe only drink a beer or something.
They're gonna take like 3 shots here, and then next week it's gonna be more shots, and it's just gonna keep going and going. But drinking in moderation. Sorry. Go ahead.
PSA.
Talk about the most boring soccer place in Rio's opinion.
Alright, so Parvati, yes indeed. AoE quick DPS and a farmer. Very low attack, unfortunately. That is like 1k below the average. So that says a lot. She has to, if she's not the lowest, she's definitely one of the lowest on 4-star Lancers. She has the standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick. Her quicks are pretty good, and her arts is okay too. So at least against cards, pretty nice. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns and 30% MP gen for 3 turns. I mean, it's just what the doctor orders. It's like, you want to loop? Okay, we'll make you loop. Yeah, obviously, outside of looping is nice to have too, because, you know, it's more damage and gains in general. So, while it's basic, it's good uptime, they're good buffs, so I still think it's okay. It's fine. Second skill is like her own weird mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% attack for 1 turn, 50% defense for 1 turn, 100% star gen for 1 turn, and 100% debuffers for 1 turn. So you get a whole lot of stuff. Obviously, I still prefer this to a mana burst because there's a whole lot of other stuff going on too, but the fact is that it definitely still has quite a bit of downtime, and Quick doesn't really have access to a lot of cooldown reduction in terms of boss stuffs. So it's just going to be there for bursty and hopefully make you tag gear if you're even going to take hits that turn, that is. Third skill is like the trade-off. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you pay 10% to use it. Then it's a targeted 20% gauge and a targeted 3k heal. So if you use it on herself, you can get a 10%, you know, a net gain on your MP gauge. And then the 3k heal. Otherwise, you just lose 10 and someone else gets 20. I don't like this skill. It's way too little. Like, did they think back then targeted batteries were too OP or something? Because this is such a bare bones skill. It really doesn't do much at all. It really...
If you gave her a 30% battery, then if you gave her another 20% charge, she would basically have 50% charge, and that was a little bit too much back then.
Yeah, I guess.
Now it's
like, this just reminds me a lot of Santa Lily's, like Jalter Lily's battery. They're both very unimpressive. They're just not very good. The only skill I actually kind of like is the first one because the uptime. Yeah, this. Why haven't they buffed her? I don't understand, but yeah, I mean, there's worse kits out there, but still, they could definitely buff her easily. Passives, 20% debuff rest is nice, and then further 22.5% debuff rest from the better divinity, the goddess's core. So much like Anna, she gets 42.5%, which is a lot. So easy to resist many debuffs. Anti-alter ego is actually a fairly useful append. Maybe not so much for farming, but for bosses could be relevant because you still have the defensive advantage as a knight class servant. MP also again not buffed, so does AoE damage, then base or flat 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn, individual calculations, and then base overcharges a 10% party battery, scaling all the way to 30%. So it helps with some of the refund on herself and, boost your teammates as well. Obviously, the charm is never going to be reliable, which is a bit unfortunate. And she doesn't really have any other charm synergy either. No power mods, no nothing. It's just like, yeah, it's a charm. I mean, it's stun. I mean, stuns are obviously immobilization. They're great for bosses if you land them. But yeah, you can't rely on it. It's a bit of a boring MP, really.
But being able to charge the team though, she spams extremely easy.
Yeah, especially as a quick servant, it's actually pretty nice, right? Because Caster Scotty, for instance, that's a great MP, but it's not the easiest to get if you're supporting a DPS at the same time. So there's some niceness to that for sure.
I mean, yeah, I like that she can help the team get their NPs. A lot of quick servants don't have that type of thing, and also it being overcharge based, that means you can chain it, and it's a little better.
Yeah.
My bad. I fell asleep during the most boring Sakura phase. Look, the chain was fine, but I don't know. It was mediocre nowadays. Valkyries did it better.
I mean, Valkyries can't charge the team or...
I think I actually prefer... I mean, we'll get to them sooner than later, but I think I kind of maybe prefer Parvati slightly myself.
I think Parvati actually has more damage, to be honest, if I remember correctly. The Valkyries probably are worse. I just like to disparage Parvati. Parvati does have a thing where that third skill does suck really bad. But if you do slaughter into say a multi-core thing.
Can you go back to the chart?
And she gives 10%. You can then just dump another 20 on someone, so she can give 30 to someone else when using her. Total.
Yeah. That's one thing she does have over the Valks also. She actually can Black Grail loop, which I mean, it's pretty impressive considering how she has such dogshit battery. It's just she has such good refund that you can actually make it work. I'm not sure what the comp is. Yeah, I think you need second.
It's double Summer, Scotty, Oberon, Append 2. Yeah, it's the whole package, the premium one.
Yeah. But it works.
Yeah, you can still do it. Yeah. So it is something.
That's ultimately what matters. But as far as damage goes, the comparisons between them and the Valks, for a long time, it was she has better burst damage because of the second skill, 50% attack for one turn, but the Valks have a 3-turn NP damage buff. So their damage across 3 turns would be better than on average.
Oh, for those asking, CI on the sheet is Cherry Icicle. It's one of the free quick Cs. It's the only downside, sadly, it's quick up MP damage and starting gates. The only downside is that it's split stats, but it's not a terrible CE though. Yeah, because there's not a whole lot of quicks.
Sometimes, if you're using Oberon, the 15% NP damage is probably going to be worth.
Yeah, that's why it's in a lot of these calcs, even though it split stats.
I did forget that Parvati gives Black Grail and the Valkyries cannot. Whoops.
Yeah, I've really tried to make them 0%, but they just don't have their own battery. They have charge per turn, which helps them with looping, but getting that first NP, it's very important.
So Parvati's ranking. I kind of prefer her more on farming than bosses, even if the charm is only used for bosses, really. Because I don't think she doesn't really have that many nice tools for bosses, really. Because the charm is unreliable. The team battery is the one nice thing about it, though.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. I think one of the things that would benefit Quick the most right now would be if they made a Quick support that has some sort of debuff success support, because there's so many Quick servants right now.
They're just gonna stun more.
Yeah, just batteries and that and stuff.
Yeah, there's so many servants that have quick servants that have charms or stuns. I can think of 5 right off the top of my head that are AoE 5-star quick stun on NP. So she would definitely be someone that would get a massive performance boost out of that.
Yeah. So
Kashin Koji, yeah.
yeah, on her in particular, it would be really good because it's her damage power mod as well. I would maybe say B. Is that too much? Or is
No, I
that
think
fine?
B is fine.
Yeah. Like, she's not bad. And she can still, Black Grail farm.
She can loop and she was, if you asked like 6 years ago, she'd be in like A+, but like...
Yeah, again, she looks ever so slightly worse, like, as the time goes on until hopefully she gets above one day. Very slowly going down the ranks from her release.
I feel like I still feel like she's pretty decent. Like I do really like good internals, and her NP does do work if it gets like the effects.
In terms of internals, the attack stat is pretty bad though, but otherwise, yeah, not bad.
Yeah, but that's gonna happen with most of these servants. Let's be honest.
Many of them have actually been quite a bit above the average. Like she has like 1k less attack compared to like almost Vlad even.
It's just personally, I don't really care about that all that much because a lot of the time it's offset by the things that they have in their kit. So like, I mean, if you stack really high with like crit buffs and stuff, yeah, sure, there is going to be differences there, but at that point, you're going to be doing so much damage that it might not even matter that much. Also, whatever. Yeah, there's no reason to mention like Grail investment.
All right, fair enough.
Did you Grail her?
No, he's probably talking in general.
No, I'm talking about it making up for bad stats.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't feel like it's really that worth mentioning.
I think I'll go with B for now.
It doesn't uniquely affect her.
Oh boy, my favorite is next. Stream lore is real.
I can't wait to be disappointed.
Let's talk about Nezha. Oh yes. Okay, I'm gonna try and be obviously unbiased here, but my chat will know that Nezha is probably one of my most hated servants in FGO.
Yeah, me too. She sucks.
Okay, let's go. Okay, anyway, Nezha, AOE Buster
for
Lancer.
5 fans out there, I'm gonna do my
Dude,
best
don't
to
mention
help
that. Now Sharky is gonna come in chat. She's like, Daily Nezha movie update is now the greatest movie of all time. 1 billion people have seen it. It's made $1 billion more. Like, I don't give a shit about Nezha movies. I hate Nezha and FGO. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, sure, for Chinese people, probably the lore is hella cool, but I don't know her lore. I know her in FGO, and I don't like her in FGO.
Nezha, she's super boring in FGO.
Yeah, I know,
she keeps showing
right?
up in random things, and she does nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the words he just said.
yeah. Honestly, that's good. Anyway, yeah. Let's cover her here. So, 9.2k attack puts her slightly above average among 4-star Lancers. Has the standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Quick, and her gains cards, for the record, are actually pretty decent. So she's got that going. Cool. Enjoy the gains. First skill at a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% Quick and Buster for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. I mean, it's an alright steroid skill. It's still fine, You have some good offense there, I guess. So, nothing really bad with that, and the uptime is good. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 2k revive and a 20% battery on use. The uptime on the Guts is pretty good, but it's a bit unfortunate it's the battery side to this because, it's only a 20%er, so it feels bad on that being a 7-turn cooldown, really. And I feel like there could be at least another line or maybe even 2 if you're going to keep it 7 turns, or just bring back down the cooldown. There could be a lot of things they could do with this. As is not very impressive. Third skill, I want to say this buff has existed for a while now, but I'm not sure because I don't think about Nezha at all. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. Oh.
It was during the recollection quests for Lost Belt.
Oh, so this has been out for a while then, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, NA's had it for a while.
2.5 years.
Mm-hmm. Right, 50% power mod against demonic for 3 turns, 30% defense against demonic for 3 turns, full debuff cleanse on self, and a 15-star bomb. I mean, honestly, it's a good skill. Like, even if you're not fighting demonic, you get the absorb, you get the stars synergy, and cleanse is never bad on command, I guess. And obviously, if you are fighting demonic, then it becomes really good. So it's at least alright on base, but if you're fighting demonic, yes, it's very good. So this skill set is kind of a mixed bag in that the first skill is fine for a steroid, second skill fairly underwhelming but has some defense on it, and third skill is either okay or really good. So do what you make of that, I guess. I mean, obviously still better than a lot of the skill sets we've seen so far, that goes without saying. First passive and the only one, 20% debuff res, is pretty cool. Thank you for the Nezha movie update, Sharky. There it is on command. So it's good, the passive, obviously, because I don't think I would really farm with Nezha at all because the battery is so awkward. So having that on bosses is cool. Anti-caster, I'm not even sure. Are there any demonic caster? I'm sure there's some, but even then, I don't think I would bring her on that.
Shooting. Because she has so
Shoot
many
and caster?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I know this because I have like 12 anti-earth / anti-demonic servants.
So you check the list a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need the list anymore.
Just memorize it.
He is the list.
Right, the MP has been
At
buffed.
least I'm not on the list.
Oh my god, okay. So the buffed MP does a 3k burn on enemies for 5 turns flat, and then overcharge. Before damage, it gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 60%. So with some overcharge, it could be like a mana burst effect as well, but no ramp up. I probably give Nezha a bit too much flack just because I hate the character. She's probably better gameplay wise than, I would give her credit for. I'm not a huge fan though. Like, she's fine, right? There's some good stuff.
Don't give in to peer pressure.
Okay, let's hear what Otto has to say, because Otto might not hate Nezha like we do.
Yeah, I don't hate this character. She's okay. Like, she's not. She has all of the basics again.
Just don't farm with her.
Not really not much of like a buster looper.
No.
But like, as far as self buffs go, it's decent buffs. We got a battery, got survival, got an NP upgrade. And the niche is decent, even if it doesn't always come up. It's just like the way that skill is constructed, it's functional even if you're not counterclassing there, because it's giving you bonus defense as well as bonus damage.
Yeah.
So it can justify her in some of those situations.
There's only like 26 demonic servants in the game. So,
and 2 are Archer, I just checked.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of demonic regular enemies.
Yeah, it also works on normal enemies, true, yeah.
Yeah, regular enemies. But outside of demonic, she has, for her main card type buster, she has 30% crit and 20% buster up, and that's it. And then a 20% battery. So unless you're fighting demonic, it's truly pathetic. And if you're not fighting demonic, the only use of her third skill is a debuff cleanse.
Well, I mean, it's also
she doesn't have enough stars
on it.
Wait, and she does have the upgrade MP.
Wow, she still does so little damage.
Well, I have a feeling you haven't used her in a while, so.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit I don't use her, but I think the overall the kit looks fine, and the numbers do as well. For DPSing, farming is still a no-go for her because of the battery situation.
I'm still a hater. Otto can't.
I mean, I'll hate the character, but I'll still try and give her a fair ranking here, though.
Oh yeah.
She's just like okay.
Yeah.
Like every time I use her, I'm not particularly disappointed, but like it's just like, I mean, to be fair, I'm used to NP5, as most people are, I'm sure. But it's it's just a normal character. Like, this is like middle of the line.
C plus, or do you prefer? Or do you think she's that much better than Lancer Alter?
I think Lancer Alter is a better character. Like, Fionn is objectively.
I wouldn't say she's better necessarily, though.
So, like, the comparison between her and Lancer Alter. So Lancer Alter is more bursty and has higher damage potential, but she doesn't, like, her stuff isn't as
consistent,
baked into every, like, all 3 turns. Because like, I know you might focus a lot on that first skill. There's also the NP damage buff attached to the NP. Saber Alter doesn't have any ramping effect. She doesn't. Not Saber Alter. You know what I mean.
Lancer Alter,
it is a
yeah.
Saber Alter.
Well, that's not ramping either. It's one turn.
But it's better than a useless curse, though.
Well, yeah.
That doesn't do anything.
But it means, but she's gonna get something after the Buster buffs are gone. Still, it's like she still has. Well, I mean, she still has the Buster buffs. So. Yeah.
I think we can probably put them on the same tier, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apples and oranges. Okay.
Yeah, I will say her niche is like not as good as Lancer Alter's. Lancer Alter has a lot more coverage.
Yeah, that has more coverage. True. Alright. C it is, or C plus it is for that. Alright, so now we talk Valks. Didn't have to wait too long after Parvati, which they're always the two that are always compared, so... Here we go, AoE a quick DPS, and I guess, yeah, Parvati wasn't the lowest, they had even lower attack at 8k flat, basically, so... at least they compete in that too, because they're very similar. Oh, in the grand scheme of things, both could definitely use higher attack, but, you know, they're similar in that, so...
They have such a high HP stat. It is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, 14k on a 4-star on base 80 is high. That's more than some 5 stars.
That's actually something I quite like about the Lancer class. They have the positive modifier to make up for low attack stat, but they get the benefit of having like higher HP to offset it.
That is
so they
true.
get both of them. Whereas archers are like they're lower HP, higher attack, but that's to compensate for their worse mod.
That is true.
I say this is a 120 Summer Dobrynya Haver that has 20,000 HP. Like,
yeah, I'm not too surprised.
She's a 4-star.
Yeah. Right, so Valks. Besides the low attack, we get the standard Lancer deck, and the gains, well, the quick are fine. The arts is just kind of okay, but nothing too crazy, so I think Parvati does better there, for instance. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets 30% quick up for 3 turns and 20% MP damage for 3 turns, so it's very similar to the Parvati skill. It's 1 turn higher on cooldown, and then you swap the MP gain for MP damage. So, depends on what you need, I guess. I do wish this was a 5-turn cooldown as well. I think it could easily be a 5-turn cooldown, so it's a bit unfortunate. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, they get an evasion for 1 hit, 3 turns. Debuff immune for 1 hit, 3 turns. And damage cut of 1k for 3 attacks, 3 turns. The damage cut is nice. I'm a big fan of that. I'm glad it's not 1 hit as well, because that can actually shave off a good amount of damage. And I like this skill because it's all defensive and all, you know, not purely 1-turn stuff, so it has some longevity as well. Like, this is just a pretty good defensive skill. I think the evasion could be like 2 hits as well because it's a 6-turn cooldown, but overall, I kind of like this skill. It works. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown, they get 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. 7-turn is too much for this. Too much. 6-turn would be like, yeah, sure. 5 would be great, but 7 is too much. Too much. Or just up the numbers or something. I don't know. Overall, I feel like cooldowns for both skill 1 and 3 could come down. Otherwise, I don't have big problems here. Just kind of...
It's mob synergy. Like, all 3 of those effects get extended if you use her with a very specific character.
True, I guess. They totally thought about that. Clearly. Like, how many years was it in Gav? Like 4 years or something? Very true. Anyway, I'm not super impressed with the skill set though, but I don't hate it either. First passive, 17.5% debuff rest is cool for bosses. Divinity A, just more tickles. Anti-Rider, no, don't bring them on neutral. MP then, so before damage they get a sure hit for 1 turn, cool utility, and then the overcharge is a 50% chance on base to instant kill demonic enemies, scaling all the way to 100%. It is after damage, so if you're farming with them, it can't screw your farm, but I still don't like it, obviously, because it's instant kill. So, and it's not a higher number anyway, so you can't do like a Dolman thing either. So it's just kind of bad. But the sure hit is cool, I guess. And it's a lot of hits, so you get a lot of stars too. But overall, I would say I just like Parvati better. I've never been a huge fan of Valk's gameplay-wise. They're just kind of underwhelming to me. Not bad, but not great either. That's how I feel
They
about
for sure
them.
dropped off.
Yeah.
As time has gone on.
Definitely could use something like an NP upgrade. Their skill set is just like...
Yeah, I forgot they had 0 buffs. That actually is kind of a shocker to me. They have 0 buffs.
Well, they gave them the welfare version, which was objectively better. So,
Well, yes, but they still have their issues too, which we'll cover in the assassin list. But yeah.
I mean, I think they're okay, but they are objectively worse than Parvati.
I would say so too. Yeah, I like Parvati for both DPSing and farming better.
Yeah.
There's just not much to say on the.
It's just a
Valkyries.
bit worse Parvati.
Like,
that's it. There's not much to say, honestly.
Worse Parvati. Yeah.
So if Parvati is a B tier, they're either C plus or C. A full tier is probably too much, right? So maybe C plus then.
Yeah, C plus.
They're
better than Nezha.
I don't agree there. Like
I kind of think Nezha does more though. Actually, as much as I hate to admit it.
Yeah, they're just like okay at farming, but like these days as a quick looper, like if you can't even like detach yourself from a 50% CE, then like
well they can.
It's not really
they can
that great.
detach themselves from 50%. They don't have.
Yeah, and then they can use a K-scope instead.
Yeah, I guess it's fine then. Yeah, it looks a bit brutal with the Parvati comparison, but honestly, frick it, dude. Frick it. I think I'm okay with it. See it is. Buff them, please. 0 buffs is very weird at this point. Alright, Summer time again. We got Summer, Ibaraki, Doji. We get the variant before the OG. Same case with many other servants, I guess. Single attack buster DPS 9.1k attack puts her up or around average when it comes to 4-star Lancers, so that's okay. Standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick, and her gains are really insane, at least on the quick. They can be really nice. It's a 4% quick, so pretty cool. And the skill set makes it even better. Nice quicks. So, first skill, here we go. On a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Then she herself gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns and 30% MP gen for 3 turns. So, especially with this active, those quicks are, they go. They just go. I kind of like this skill. It could be, it maybe could be a 5-turn cooldown. No, it's fine on 6, I think, too. It's 3 good effects.
Yeah, this is a really good skill.
Yeah, it's good. Especially for a 4-star, yeah. Yeah, it's good. True. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown is like a different kind of disengage. So you get the same full debuff cleanse on herself, but instead of healing, you get 2k max HP for 3 turns. I've never been a huge fan of disengage. I always thought it was very underwhelming as a defensive skill. I slightly prefer this because you can use this on max HP and still get some value out of it. But otherwise, I don't think it's a very impressive skill. But, you know, having a cleanse on command is still worth something. Third skill on a
disengage, but if you don't like disengage, you probably won't like that still.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it. So yeah, third skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets say 500% absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and then you flip a coin. You either get 30% debuff rest for 1 turn, or you get minus 30% debuff rest for 1 turn. In any case, I don't think it's a big deal whether you get the buff or the debuff. Neither of them are very impressive or damaging. Otherwise,
either way, you can remove it.
Yes, so. Yeah, very true. You can deal with them. Otherwise, it's mostly just, you know, absorb and crit damage. At least it's on a 4-turn cooldown, so it's not one of those that's really high on downtime, but it's still not the greatest skill. It's kind of whatever. The only good skill she really has is the first one. The other two could use more love, that's for sure. Passives, we got 15% debuff rest, that's cool. The more the merrier for bosses. 4% buster. Again, the more the merrier, it's your main card type, but most Lancers don't even have this, so it's better than nothing. Anti-Berserker is always nice to have on any DPS that's not like Mashu or I guess just Mashu. Or Berserker, I guess it's a bit awkward too. But yeah, it's good. MP, no buffs, but it does ignore defense on damage, so that's cool. Then there's a demerit again, so she gets a minus 50% Stargin down for 3 turns. Now this honestly can be quite annoying, and you can stack this too, because her quicks are pretty good, so it's a bit annoying.
But
you can cleanse it, yes, but that's only one time. Then you have to do something else.
No. The but is she makes at least 30 stars, which is a
yeah,
lot.
True.
Of stars.
That was the next thing. So yeah, the overcharge. So base overcharge, you still get 30 stars, or like minimum, and then it goes all the way up to guaranteed crits at 50. So that is the one nice thing about it, though. So it is offset a bit, and the cleanse. So that's cool. Honestly, the MP doesn't hit super hard, but it's still fine, no FX wise. Like, I feel like she just needs more damage, if anything. Like, her gains are good. They're good. She's got good numbers. But I think
she had a buff.
It's a bit... Yeah, like, I think an MP buff could honestly send her so well. Like, she could just elevate so much. Or a really good buff to one of these two skills.
So she is a lot like Raikou Lancer as a DPS.
Yeah.
The thing is, she just doesn't really have, like, team support like Raikou Lancer does, because they both make stars with their NP, they both ignore defense, they both have the 1-turn crit buff, and then they both have good card gains. Although
and the AoE attack as well.
Ibaraki is way better at spamming NP though.
Yeah.
Not as good of an arts card, but her quick cards are like 4%.
They're really good.
The NP gain buff. So as a DPS, I prefer this character over Raikou Lancer, unfortunately.
Same.
She also has a funnier NP animation.
Yeah, the firework is good. It's nice.
I think she's okay. Not like crazy, but like she's not bad. There's nothing like super negative in her kit, and
yeah, the demerits are not that bad.
With a Pen 5, at least you only have a 3-turn cycle on that crit. I still hate 50% crit buffs that are only 1 turn, but like...
At least it's 4 turns cooldown. It's better than some of the ones we've seen. Well, one thing I would like to see on her as well is some kind of harder form of defense. She only has max HP and a cleanse, so... Some kind of better defense would be cool too. Maybe a buff that gives her both defense and damage. Like, don't even give her a battery. Yeah, she has 0 battery, but her gains are good. Come on, just like give her defense and damage. I think that would be better. For sure. So, do we still put her on like B with Raikou? Even though I kind of agree with Otto that I prefer her as a DPS, but then Raikou is a bit more flexible with the team. So maybe is it like a break-even type of situation?
I think it is. Boy, the Lancer class sure is made up of average.
This is going to be the middle finger of middle fingers today. It is happening. It's like Slender Man over here when he just reach like one of the fingers goes up. All right, it's an interesting curve.
Like I don't think I've played any of the Slender games, but I don't remember that part. I don't remember the part where he flips you off.
I just meant like he has long fingers, right? Like if he would do that, it would be pretty funny as a contrast compared to like the size of his palm. But yeah, fair. I don't play those either because I can't deal with horror games well. My chat would know.
Oh yeah. So I've heard.
Yeah, there's a bunch of clips too. I immediately shit my pants when something moves. So, moving on. Next up, a pretty interesting case, but maybe not executed in the best way, but certainly a very interesting case. We got Liangyu.
Interesting's a word. Not the word I'd use, but...
Yeah. I'm playing the devil's advocate here, but yeah. So we got the Panda Lancer herself. She is a DPS. She's supposed to be like a self-buffing DPS that has some stuff for the team too, but definitely mostly a selfish buff DPS. Now, first of all, 8.2k attack is certainly not very flattering, but at least she's got a bunch of buffs though, I guess. But yeah, it could be way higher. Certainly below average when it comes to 4-star Lancers. She's got the double arch, double dick as well that we've seen many times now. The quick card is very solid. The arts card is fine. It's not great, it's not bad, it's just fine. But the quicks are pretty good. That's cool. Not as good as Ibaraki, but still decent for sure. Then the skill set. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% Quicken Arts for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So it's very similar to the Nezha skill. We just switch card types basically. I mean, it works. It's just a steroid. Good uptime. Numbers are not the highest, obviously, but you know, at least you have these up a lot of the times. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets 600% absorb for 1 turn and debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns, and then buff removal resistance by 100% for 3 times 3 turns. I like this skill quite a bit, actually. The star thing is a bit awkward, like random, not even awkward, just random on this skill. But you know, sure, I guess you absorb on her is always fine. But yeah, having that very flexible debuff immune and debuff buff removal resistance, she's gonna be pretty safe on those 2 fronts. That's for sure. Gonna cover most debuffs and, you know, keeping your buffs safe, which is good because again she likes to buff. So it's fine, even though it's basic, it's good. Third skill has been buffed, and I'm pretty sure this has been a thing for a while now as well. I could be wrong. But yeah, on an 8-turn cooldown still, she gets a guts for 2 times 5 turns, and they're both 1 HP revives. She gets a 30% battery on use, and then 15 stars per turn for 5 turns. So while yes, the cooldown is very high, at least we got some longevity of 2 of the effects. So I don't completely hate it though. In fact, 15 stars per turn is quite a lot. It's a good amount. So I kind of I'm okay with this skill, I think. I think I'm definitely okay with this skill. So overall, I actually don't hate the skills. Like, it's one of the better skill sets we've seen. So she's, on that front, she's fine. Now, the passives, she only has 15% debuff res, so could be better, but you know, she's a boss servant, so sure, it does stuff. Although she has a lot of debuff immune, so sometimes it might not even be needed. Anti-Berserker is always great, like we just discussed previously too. Great for any kind of servant that wants to do damage. And then we get to the buff, the MP, the buff MP.
It's so big.
Yeah, it looks impressive, really, right? If you don't read the effects, it's like, wow, look at that. That's a lot of stuff, man. So yeah, let's talk about it. So she gets this on attack debuff for 3 times 5 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, which is all her attacks because the MP doesn't attack anything, she does a 10% defense down for 3 turns. So from 1 MP, you can get minus 30% defense down. Quick maths. Then she gets another on debuff attack for 3 times 5 turns. So when she crits this time for this one, she removes all the buffs from the target. So you only need to land 1 crit to strip all the buffs they have, which is kind of cool, I guess. I'm glad it's not like remove 1 latest buff because it's already tied to being a crit. So that's cool. And you can do that 3 times. Although if you go like MP card of hers for a Brave Chen and you crit twice, you kind of waste the other application on the second card, but you know, it is what it is. Then she gets this on defense debuff activation for 3 times 5 turns. So whenever she takes a normal attack, she does a minus 10% crit damage. Again, crit damage, not chance, down on the target for 3 turns, which is kind of weird. It's like, sure, yeah, okay. And base MP1, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, all the way up to 50% on max MP level. And then the overcharge, another on defense buff up for 3 times 5 turns. So whenever whenever she receives a critical hit, the full party gets a 2k heal on base overcharge, scaling up to 4k, and it snapshots when you use this MP. So let's say you use it on 300% overcharge. For those 3 hits, it's going to be all 3k heals, the crits that is. So it's an MP that tries to do a lot, but it succeeds in some stuff, but I feel like it's too little anyway. You know, because she's supposed to be a DPS, right? There is a glaring lack of damage in her kit. Like, she's just not gonna do a whole lot of damage, right? That's the thing. She does do a lot of things, but because you're gonna bring her as a DPS, right? So isn't it kind of weird?
She is the worst Lancer in the game.
Whoa.
4 stars and above.
So
I think
here's
the thing. Her kit contradicts herself, and it's absolute garbage. That on defense debuff that applies crit chance down.
Crit damage down.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's critical damage down. Sorry.
They make it damage, so you can actually get crit for the other effect, I guess.
Right, so you can get crit, but like that was an add-on. But my main thing is like it's you heal when you take a crit. you're taking more than 2,000 damage if you're getting crit. Like if you.
Well, to
if
be
you
honest, it's
overcharge
also an
to 500%,
AoE heal, so she's the
Well,
one
yeah,
that
the
takes the
whole team
damage.
gets
So
healed,
yeah,
so.
it's a team-wide heal. So there's that at least.
Right, but she's gonna die. Like, look, if she gets crit, how much does an enemy crit you for nowadays? 10k.
Well,
And
they're
she
probably
recovers-
assuming you can maybe get hit by some normal attacks first, then you can do some crit damage downs, and
Yeah, but
then
that's
you
only
get
a
the crit,
reduction
which
of
does less
10%.
damage, I guess. I'm playing devil's
It's-
advocate here.
Yeah,
So-
it's like also the fact that the buffs are 3 times 5 turns. If those, debuffs were just 5 turns, there's an argument there because then you can like ramp up a lot, right?
Like the defense
At least
down,
for
you
the
mean?
The defense down. Maybe the remove buffs is a bit too much for 5 turns. But like the MP just doesn't do anything. You healing on a
Okay.
crit, I think, is just bad.
Okay. So here's my rationalization for like what her best use is. So you'll have some quests every now and then where they spam like defensive survival. And what I've found is as a support, she actually functions in those situations quite well because what you have her do, you have her NP once, and then she's sitting there making stars, and when the enemy uses some sort of defensive buff, you place her crit card before anyone else's cards, and she just removes all their buffs.
And does
you
the
can do
defense
this
down?
back to back. Yeah. It also puts defense down on them. So like you're able to constantly remove the enemy's buffs. Like if you're spamming her own cards, and it's just like using her as a DPS, you're not going to be feeling it as much unless you're spamming your NP really a lot. But if you use her as a support, then you can ration out those cards, and it's also not too difficult to get her to crit because she has her absorb skill. She has
15 stars per turn.
The 15 stars per turn. Examples of this, I was trying to make her work on a that Herc advancement quest where every time you proc his guts, he gets resistance to the card type. I was using Saberbuki. She would crit down 1 guts, then he gets resistance, and then Liangyu would remove that resistance with a crit, and then I hit another card, and she does a ton of damage, and she's uninhibited again.
Yeah, but there's so many defensive buff removal characters.
Yeah, but like
especially with
this
their
is
NP. And like the fact is you're then sacrificing your own DPS's cards to use this wet noodle piece of garbage card that from this
look
pathetic character.
I very much dislike the argument of like, well, there's another character that does this thing better, like as a DPS, because
you're
you
arguing
can use
her as a support, and she's and as a support,
yes,
she's
I know.
not worth taking. She doesn't do anything valuable. You just pick a different DPS.
She spams buff removal, dude. Like,
but that's the thing. Sacrificing a card, you got to use her NP.
Look, Rio,
there's too much cost here for like
Rio,
what she does.
If we make the argument of like we could just use another servant that makes it so you don't have to do this, then fucking like that just gets rid of so many arguments that we have. There's
as a DPS, it's a bad argument. As a support, it's a perfectly fine argument to say. If you're saying using her as a support, which is insane.
We've been over this. What options do we have for buff removal? We don't have a lot of options for like buff removing support. And then like as far as like servants that can remove buffs back to back, and like it's basically just Summer Abbey. Like if you're looking for more than 1 turn of buff removal. Look, I'm not saying she's good. It's just this is what.
Yeah, I assume you were mostly saying that because Rio said she's the worst Lancer. I wouldn't definitely not call her the worst Lancer though. But I would not say she's great either, to be honest.
Between 4 and 5 stars, I think she's the worst Lancer.
I feel like she has better use than Inshin. Like, I mean,
her and Inshin are both failed attempts that they then got right with Van Gogh.
Yeah,
and
Well,
that-
I don't think she's really like if she was actually trying to do that. I think if they were trying to do that with her, she would have had more like offensive buffs in her kit. She would have had like more crit or something.
I stand by that she's absolute garbage. If I had my way, it should be an E.
Wow. Okay.
I think she serves no
I think
purpose.
for me, she would be like one of the C tiers, probably. That's what I'm feeling. Because I can see some uses for her. Like, again, mostly support. I feel like as a DPS, unless you have a really, really fat copy, she's going to be lacking. Because even her cards are not very... She would need double buster, I think, to even do more DPS. But I think there could be some applications for supporting. So I think I could see like a Z tier. That's how I
think this is all just. I think this is all just solid proof that that Rio really isn't a Sakura fan, because he would at least like this character for having the same voice actress as Sakura.
No, I don't.
Wait, is she voiced by her as well?
Yeah.
It's
Noriko. Oh wow, I never realized that actually. Oh wow.
Only good skills: 3 times debuff immune and buff removal resistance.
Wow.
Aside from that, her kit fails on every metric. She's gonna die by getting crit. And the heals.
Doesn't she have a lot of HP though? I mean, she's quite a bit of HP because her attack is so low.
Yeah, she
has a 2-time guts though. I think she can take hits. I feel like she's gonna be stay alive longer than Rio is like selling her.
Okay, but does
okay,
Otto say this?
You're about to say the
you're the
stabilized
only person who's ever used her. Like, I swear.
Yes, I know. That's why I feel like I'm more qualified.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like he has a point. Like, yeah. If he's the one who actually uses her, he kind of has a point.
No, he's just a crazy person. He loves garbage. He sits there in the dumpster eating it, shoveling it into his
Dude,
mouth.
if I didn't title these lists like Lancer tier list, I would title this, I would put in quotation marks, Otto eats garbage, and then your name as the quote. That would be the title. Confirm right here, Otto eats garbage. That's a quote right there.
I mean, I do kind of eat garbage, I guess. Like,
I mean, don't we
yesterday I
all?
went
Let's
to
be
Dollar
real.
Tree and picked up a bunch of like off-brand like candies
Oh my
and
gosh,
shit because I'm
you're
like
buying
shit.
like steaks at the Dollar Tree now. For heaven's sake.
Alright, we're just gonna place her in Z for now and maybe discuss later. But yeah, let's move on for now. Next up, a bit of a more straightforward case. We got Kagetora next, the OG 4-star Lancer. Single target arts DPS. 9.6k attack is a good start because that's definitely above average when it comes to 4-star Lancers, and she is the first Lancer in this list to have a double buster, a double arch deck. That's pretty cool. Her gains are actually alright. They're not amazing, but they are alright for sure. So that's cool considering she kind of wants to use her MP a lot. That's kind of the thing she really has going for her. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and a 20% battery flat. I want to say this was last year, but I'm not sure. Surely this was already last year, this buff, right? I would think so.
I remember us rating it on
part 8, which is April.
Yeah,
Oh.
I remember us rating this on our buff tier list because we did a tier list.
If
with,
it was
like, all
on
of the-
April, it may have not been on the tier list actually then. It might have been after that, the Lancer one. Because I think we started in February, so surely we didn't do the Lancer one in April. Okay, so this is potentially new then. Cool. I obviously the battery is like, I mean, it's not that big deal, but I like the arts being 3 turns, obviously. That was much needed. That is good. So now the skill actually has fairly good uptime as well for the FX overall. The one that matters has the good uptime, of course. So now this skill is actually pretty decent. Second skill at a 5-turn cooldown, it's a 1-turn evasion for herself and 30% MP gain for 1 turn. I like that it's a 1-turn evasion and 5-turn cooldown. That's cool at least, so it's better than a lot of them. But it's slightly awkward with the MP gain being here. But again, she is an arch servant, I guess, so sometimes you can probably just yeet this if you just want more gains. Let's say you have like fat arch crits available that turn. You could probably just use it if it means you're gonna get your MP or not get it if you don't use it. Because you want the MP again. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and 20% star gen for 3 turns. So it's a +1 cooldown charisma that has 2 more lines in it. Is it worth it? Probably? Hard to say. But I don't really hate it either, to be honest. Just not the biggest numbers, but, you know, it's kind of useful effects at least. So, can't really be too bad. Overall, for a welfare, the kit's fine. It's actually not bad. There's definitely still way worse welfare kits out there. In fact, we saw one of the worst ones of all the classes, I would say, earlier. So, she still does way better than.
I think this is where they started nerfing numbers on welfares.
Yeah.
Because, like, even someone like Santa Lily, like, she still has like a 55% mana burst. That is, you don't see shit like that anymore.
Yeah, but it was
like look at this first skill without the buff. This was so underwhelming. It was 30% arch for 1 turn with a 500% absorb. Like, this was so underwhelming. But
yeah,
so it's nice that they
have like 2 1-turn skills that weren't really that great. I mean, like, I guess it was a low cooldown evade, which is nice, but yeah, her skills used to be quite not great.
Yeah, with this buff, they obviously, I think overall they look way better now with just 1 buff. They're still not amazing, but it's pretty decent. Now, passives, 15% debuffers is nice for any boss killer. 6% quick up is, I mean, she has 1 really good quick card, so it's not nothing, I guess. Divinity C, sadly, not that great, because it's just more tickles. Anti-Rider, not really relevant for her, because she doesn't really specialize in any kind of damage. She's just a, you know, neutralist. I don't know what to call it. Standard damage dealer. MP then, never been buffed, but you know, she is a free MP5, I guess. So, does damage, then after damage removes offensive buffs from the target. It's fine to be after damage, because, you know, none of those really mitigate any of the damage they take anyway. So it's just nice utility to have. And then after damage as well, does a minus 20% crit chance down on the target for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling all the way up to 60. So considering how spammable the MP is, you can very much eliminate crits from a single boss pretty fast, assuming you can debuff them. So I quite like the overcharge. Obviously, the MP doesn't really have anything to do with improving its damage, though. That's the one downside. But the utility of both the offensive buff removal and the crit chance down, meaning you're gonna be quite a bit safe. Again, assuming you can debuff the boss, it's a pretty safe MP. And now that her arts up is 3 turns, her damage definitely looks a bit better on the longer side too. I think she's just good. I don't think she's amazing or bad. I think she's just good. That's how I feel about her.
She is solid. Like there's nothing bad. Well,
she's like a better hook size saber in my opinion as a lancer. Like I like her a bit more as like her skill set and kit.
Yeah, but I feel like her damage isn't as good as Hokusai's, because Hokusai has like the
she doesn't have any damage on the MP. Yeah.
But she does. I do actually think the skill 2, because she's in arts, you can either just pop it on a turn you need NP gain, or you can, because of using Castoria, you might not need the NP gain, so you just hold it till you need some emergency evade or something. Like, I think it's fine that they're coupled together.
Yeah, only because she's an archer, I would say.
And she's free. So like I don't think she's as good as Vlad, but I think she's better than the rest that we've seen so far.
For general damage, she might be a bit better than Vlad, but Vlad is easy to enable, though, to be honest. And he has a lot of good stuff going for him.
Vlad has the burst,
Yeah.
No, she's not AoE.
Yeah, someone was asking if she's better than Percival, but yeah, they thought Kagetora was AoE, so yeah.
I think she's good.
Yeah, she's just good. Is this the first B+? Is
that the tier we're missing? Because
I think we're missing that. Yeah, there's no one in B+ right now.
Yeah.
Like, she's just good. Maybe an argument for A, but I kind of like B+ for now, at least. We can revisit when we fill up more, right? Just a good welfare.
Yeah, I just don't feel like her her kit really contributes much to it. It's just like single target arts, you know. But
Yeah, it's very basic.
It's nature.
Yeah, but sometimes that's just what you need.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I like the buff.
It would be cool if she had something special going on, you know? I kind of agree to that. It would be nice.
Yeah, it's really just offensive buff removal. That's
Yeah, but that's why they gave her the ruler version. If you want,
true.
you
That
want
one is that is a whole other
up.
story. Yeah. Anyway, B plus for that. Not bad at all. All right, I assume Rio will have a lot to say about this turn, but we'll do a fair rundown first. And talk about another summer servant in Summer Melt or Mysterious Alter Ego Lambda. So AoE arts.
Whoever smelt it, dealt it.
Yeah. DPS and Farmer, I suppose. Probably has presence in both. 9.2k attack is fine. It's just above average a little bit among 4-star lancers. Back to double arts, double quick on the deck. And her arts card is not very impressive on base. Quicks are fine. They're fine, but the arts cards are not that amazing. First skill is a pretty infamous one, I guess. Even it's on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 20% arts per 5 turns. So is this still the only skill that on base without any cooldown manipulation actually gives you a buff that lasts longer than the cooldown itself? Am I forgetting something?
I think it is. And
it might still be the only thing.
With 10-5, it's 3 turns, so it's 2 turns of it.
Yeah, I guess. It's the only thing it does, and the number isn't high, but you know, uptime-wise, yeah, you got it.
She has 2 skills and a glorified passive.
Yeah, that's what it is, really. Interesting. Anyway, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, then gets 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, and then applies water aside the map for 3 turns. So, you know, helps herself a bit too, but it can also, you know, help some other allies that might need it, like Nemo. But I'm still not sure if I would just bring her with Nemo, because there's not a whole lot of any other synergy. That's the annoying part. But, you know, the invul combo with the resistance of buff removal, that's nice. So you're definitely safe for that turn, unless there's a hard-coded removal that cannot even be resisted. You're pretty much safe. Or Pierce Invul, yes, true. Yes, very true. But most of the time, you're going to be very safe with this. And she's arts, so, you know, you're probably not short on defensive tools from your supports anyway. Third skill is an interesting one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she drains the party's gauge. So she takes up to 30% from 2 of her teammates. So she can get up to 60% from this, assuming you drain 30% from your 2 other allies. Otherwise, anything in between there. No, like she just takes as many as she can from 2 allies. Then she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn and 50% attack for 1 turn. So I guess in a way it's also a mana burst because it's her like big steroid. I would prefer if it would be a 3-turn attack with less of it, but you know, it is what it is. It is a bit interesting because it's a bit spicy because, you know, in bosses you might not want to drain your supports because your supports are probably some of the best characters in the game sometimes, and their MPs especially. But on farming, obviously, you don't care. You just take it. You're like, yeah, give me. It's easy, black rail looping and whatnot. I don't honestly love her skill set too much. It's kind of bare bones. Not too much stuff going on. But there's building blocks, so that's at least nice. Get some essentials. Passives, we got a few for sure. So 17.5% debuff res, cool. 6% quick up. Actually, not bad. Her quicks are fine. And there's 2 of them. 12% crit damage. I mean, that's a lot for a passive, but as far as I know, she doesn't really have a lot of crit focus at all. She doesn't really generate stars either, right? So, yeah.
She does.
She does? Oh.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Then she gets another 20% debuff res from the goddess's essence, meaning it's a better divinity. So that's 37.5 now on base, which is a very good amount. High Servant doesn't do anything, of course. It's just a lore passive. And then she's anti-caster, which I would say just no. I don't think she would ever be picked on neutral. MP hasn't been buffed, but we got some effects here. So besides damage, before damage actually, if you have the waterside map, which you can apply from the second skill, removes dodges from the enemies. Cool utility, I guess. So it's like a sure hit, but if they have protected buffs, it's not as good, I guess. But it can help your allies too, I guess, if you're not just attacking with her. So it depends. But I feel like sure hit most of the time would be better. But it's nice to have. Ignores defense on damage, also nice to have. And then on base overcharge, I guess this is where the crits come in, yeah. 20 stars on base and max 40 on max overcharge. So Melt is one of those that's very, very easy to loop, right? But is her damage all that great?
Yeah, it's so. Do you have the MP looping sheet?
Yeah. Okay, we'll obviously take a look at this.
That on turn 3, all of the AoE Arts Lancers are very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she's slightly more than Percival.
It's
higher than
Fionn. It's actually kind of hilarious. Just a little bit of trivia. So without buffs, she does like, I think Finn does like 20 more damage than she does at NP1, like no buffs.
Oh.
Other than their own. Sorry, go ahead.
She does have a funny thing where if you're just frontlining, you can use Atlas and you can use your skill 3 on turn 1 and then again on turn 3. So you can, have higher turn 1s and turn 3. But like she's good at farming. I have her at Bond 15 because I used her for farming and at 120 and at 2K. So I mean I like her. I've used her a lot. She sucks at multi-core though, because she has the
she steals gauge, so that's a no-go.
So not great there. I'm gonna.
I think that's an understatement, but yes.
Not really good to ruin the rest of your team's NP capabilities. So like that's always the thing. It's like, oh, she gives water side. You can use her with Nemo. Nemo's not gonna NP. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not allowed.
It's not happening.
I think she's good as a farmer. Like in comparison, like if you're looking at the AoE Arts Lancers, you kind of can just pick who you want.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of difference. Her wave 1 and 2 is not as impressive as a lot of them, but I mean wave 3 is very similar.
Yeah, her wave 3 is a little bit higher. And you can the skill 1 is interesting because with the current depend thing, it is a 3-turn cooldown now. So yeah, it's 3 turns cooldown, so it's you get 2 turns of another 20% Arts up. So it's not like...
As funny as the skill is, I think it would have still been better to be 3 turns and a higher amount.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a gimmick skill.
Nice for longer fights. It's an interesting thing. I do wish it was stronger. I think if they buff,
they could easily add another line to this. They could add something else, even if it's a 4-turn cooldown. It could use another line at least.
Yeah. She also was one of the few characters that could loop before Castoria, so there's that.
Yeah, the surf mode thing.
Yeah.
Summer Melt.
I think she's good.
I feel like I'm maybe undervaluing her a little bit because I never use mine.
So let me alleviate it a little bit because I actually have a pretty decent amount to say too. Like several years ago, I'm sure it's so outdated now because I've changed my opinions on a lot of things, but I made a big comparison video between her and Finn. I like the comparison between the two. Over time, I think she's become the better one because it was sort of like he was the more team supporty one. He helps other servants get their NPs and helps protect the team, whereas she sort of selfish and stuff. I don't think the demerit on her 3rd skill is as bad. I could imagine it being quite bad, like if you're NP1 on a lot of servants, but
you're accounting for the fact that you can go above 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also some of the supports that you use her with, they don't really need their NP either. Like I could think of someone like Paracelsus, for example. He has a battery and his NP does nothing, so it's
in that case the NP is useless.
Then I guess someone like Hans maybe as well. He overcharges really easily because he has 75% charge. Castoria charges everyone by 30%, so that makes it a lot easier. You'll have a lot more room to work with.
On bosses, you probably do want to cast her MP though, but you might get it back because assuming you're going to use this turn 1, so it's probably fine.
She does loop in places that others don't because of the 60% battery. The other AoE Arts Lancers do have a little bit more strict enemy requirements, where she's pretty free on that. But
I didn't think of it until now, but she would be so much worse if she was Buster or Quick.
I mean, yeah.
Because it's so much harder to get team battery with Buster or Quick.
Yeah.
Like aggressively.
The Karen problem.
A bunch.
You gotta if you're
you would have to bring like Koyan Dark or something.
Yeah, Karen only needs 20% though, to be fair.
Yeah, but you gotta bully people into appending their Scotties. I mean, I think that whatever place she is, Percival is in the same place because they're different in what they do, but at the same time, and they're kind of at the same level. So, like, that's.
So Fionn was C+, so I feel like she could be maybe a bit higher.
I think she's A.
Really? That's a big difference to Fionn, though.
Like she's well, Fionn is
B+.
Well, I thought Fionn was a little too low. I think, maybe, but
Or are you saying that now because you want Mel to be higher? Be honest.
Well, you put Nezha.
This is the I get accused of, all right?
Yeah.
Look,
I'll respect the hustle, the attempt. Okay.
I'm just saying, she's, whatever she is, that's where I say Percival goes as well. That's my argument. And so.
All right. B or B+. Frick it. We'll do B+. Frick it. I feel like A is a bit too high though. Maybe I'm underselling her, but we'll discuss more later. Okay. So there you go. That was Lambda. Next up, interesting. We got Caenis. AoE Buster DPS. I feel like she would benefit a lot more from being single target, but oh well.
She seems like a single target, but
she kind of wants to be one, but yeah. So
it's Lancer Gawain.
Very true. Both fiery as well. 9.8k attack, pretty solid. That's a good start. High on the average for 4-star Lancers. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, a double Quick. And her arts card is very good. Her Quicks are okay too, but the arts card in particular is very solid. So that's nice. First skill, not the most impressive thing. On a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 40% attack for 2 turns. It's still better than Medusa Lily's, but not the best. It is a good amount of attack though, but just that for 2 turns? I feel like it could do more though. Either make it 3 turns, or just add a line, or do both. This could definitely use a buff. This skill buff I'm actually a big fan of. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets this on attack buff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So whatever she's normal attacking, she gets 20% attack for 1 turn, and it's also before damage. It is a bit awkward with the MP because the MP doesn't trigger it, of course, but hey, that's an interesting way to get some more damage for your Brave Chains. So if you do like without the MP, if you do a Brave Chain, you get like 60% attack. So if you somehow
total 100 with the second skill.
Yeah, exactly. So you could do a lot of damage with your extra attack as well on that same turn. Then also she does 10% attack down for 1 turn on the target when normal attacking. That's flat, no level scaling, but it can help mitigate some damage too. So I wish this applied to the MP as well because she's AoE, but oh well. Then she gets 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. That's cool on a 5-turn cooldown especially, and 20% battery. I mean, this is just a very loaded skill, isn't it? I mean, it's just a lot of stuff. Mostly offense, but a bit of defense as well with the attack down. Very solid skill, actually. Maybe a bit awkward to use in some places, but still very solid. And then the third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 3k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and a guts for 1 time 3 turns that revives with 3k HP. So with 3k damage cut, even if you get crits, you're most likely not going to feel that at all. You would basically only die to MPs at that point. That is a lot of damage cut. Very, very high amount. Like if you've used Fujino, who has 2k, you already know how strong that is, so this is even higher. Yes, it's limited to 3 attacks, but that's already quite a many attacks, honestly, because she doesn't even have any taunts or anything like that, so I honestly don't hate it. I think it's fine as a defensive skill. Not bad. I think the skill set overall with the second skill buff is above average when it comes to 4-star Lancers. I just really want to see the first skill buffed. Or maybe the MP, but this in particular especially. Alright. Passives, 15% debuff for us is cool. 12% buster up is really cool. That's amazing, even. Then her her divinity at least has something useful. It has 8% arts on top of the not so useful flat damage. So her one good arts card is now even better, I guess. Anti-ruler is a big shame on the append. Zete moment, I guess, or something. So yeah, that is just very unfortunate. Rare enemy and really bad affinity. Now, the MP, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns before damage, so she can ramp up some crits, especially nice with the second skill, having a very good uptime on those stars per turn. And then before damage as well, she gets 10% MP damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 30%. So she even has a bit of ramp up for the MP damage itself. So effects-wise is good. It just doesn't really hit super hard. That's the thing. But if anything, crits are kind of legit with her though, right? Yeah. Especially if you ramp up with the MP. So that's not nothing. I think she's a little bit underrated. I wouldn't call her amazing, but she's a bit underrated, I would say.
She's good at brawling, because I don't take too much offense with the monster strength being 2 turns, because it's on a 5-turn cooldown. Which means the first cycle.
Yeah, I mean, still 40%, but yeah.
And it's a higher number. I mean, not everyone can be KP and get for some reason busted monster strength, but they. I think that in combination with the second skill, you're looking at like what is it, 80% attack up if you do a Buster Brave Chain with the NP.
Yeah.
You know, on that Buster card at the end, it has crit up. It's got. You know.
Yeah, if it's a full Buster Brave Chain, you have 80% attack for that full Buster Brave Chain extra attack. That's gonna hit a lot, very hard.
Yeah,
well, the extra attack's 100% because it takes the last attack up, and so it gets 60 plus 40. So, I think she's good at like brawling. Like, I know some people like to use her in like Grail fronts and stuff like that, where you can really cheese out skill time.
Yeah, because you can have like really good uptime on the damage cut.
Yeah. But yeah, I think she's good.
Also, apparently Lambda numbers are wrong in the sheet. Yep. Tamala, I did update the sheet before the stream though, so I that's probably you then realizing that they were always wrong to begin with, right? Because this should be up to date, so I guess the calcs were wrong to begin with. But anyway, I guess her wave 3 damage is a bit higher then. Fair enough.
Yeah, this is a scary servant. I could see them like giving this person.
That's correct in your sheet. I don't know. I copied this. I copied this sheet before, literally before the stream. So
yeah, that's why I was shocked because I've run the numbers before, and her and Percival were a lot closer.
Yeah, like this is a brand new sheet I made a copy of.
Character, and so I was like, huh.
Because this has the new Karna numbers. I checked, so it must be brand new. Anyway, I don't know. Oh wait, it's actually too high, you're saying. I thought it was the opposite. It is meant to be lower than this on wave 3. Interesting. Oh, it's correct on the detailed calc, but wrong on this TLDR. Okay. And not a big deal though. Anyway, back to Caenis. What were we talking about?
Caenis is great. Like really good for damage because like you have an AoE DPS, you have a single target DPS. Like it's both of them together, and then also you got a servant that is very durable. That damage cut is very impactful, especially with the attack down on the second skill, and then you got the guts, and it's decent uptime on that. So good stats, good attack. It's very easy to damage, like to increase your damage even further because the only thing she's lacking is like buster buffs, and buster buffs are a little common. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah,
but everyone does buster buffs. So
she's
If you just need to
She's
do a lot
similar
of
to, like,
damage,
Richard and how you use
yeah.
her.
Someone said, would the third skill be OP if the damage was flat 3 turns? Yes, it would be. That would be too much for 3k. But even as this is still good though. 3 attacks is a lot considering they're probably going to be 0 damage all.
Yeah, they're never gonna give a Fujino type damage card ever again. That happened once and they're done.
Yeah.
But no, it's an effective 9k HP plus. So like, I don't know. I think it's fine 3 times, 3 turns.
I mean, yeah, this skill is fine. I don't think this skill can stay as is. It's a good defensive skill. I just want to see a buff on the first one or the MP, and then she would be really insane.
MP,
yeah.
If I was gonna pick anything, I would buff the MP and increase that MP damage up to a higher number.
I would maybe just leave these as is and add one new line with the standard damage upgrade. Like, imagine if she gets like an Invul Piercer or something.
Yeah. So like it's another thing. I believe I don't know if I mentioned it 2 weeks ago. It has been 2 weeks, and 2 weeks is a lot of time to remember something between. But like, basically, the appeal of servants like this isn't always just like, wow, they do a lot of damage in like they ramp up and do a lot of damage in one turn. It's the fact that they continue doing damage even when the skills are down.
Yeah, the support skills, like, most notably.
Yeah, because like you're stacking up the crit buff. Like the crit buff is going to be there. You're going to be having like 50 to 100% most turns. And like, even if you don't have your 40% attack buff or the attack buff that scales, like it's going to be doing stuff.
Yeah.
Rider Caenis is the same way.
Yeah, for sure.
But I like the diversity of having AoE DPS capacity and also single target DPS capacity. And
12% permanent buster is also sick on the passive. That's actually is always there.
Yeah, it's
a lot.
You mentioned like a new line. What I think would be funny, not necessarily super great, but would be funny.
Like on the MP?
If they gave the same effect that MHXXA has, where it's like 200% extra damage to rulers. So
you would go all in on that event.
Again, because like it's anti-ruler append, why not just double down?
I mean, the people would be like, oh yeah, okay, it's the standard damage upgrade, great.
Also, fun fact, so a long while back for a hook of a video, I just like talked about a bunch of Servants Madness enhancement. So a lot of characters have their own justification, like how it applies. With Caenis, it's basically if you make me mad, I get like really mad and attack people. So it's it's not madness enhancement, it's just anger enhancement. It's
anger issues.
Right to be angry.
Like, yeah, usually people like get therapy for this type of stuff.
Jeez, Caenis, what do you
Well, luckily in FGO, it's good that you don't get therapy because you get a lot of damage from that.
True.
Anyway, place bet. B plus? A maybe even? B plus?
I think Vlad is better.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's an A. So.
Yeah. But Caenis is a bit slept on though. For sure. Indeed. Phrasing. Cool.
Oh my God.
All right, now we get to the one that Rio was talking about a bit earlier.
Yeah, the slop.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Ereshkigal Lancer here. So AoE arts DPS, because for some reason she's still one of the only insta-kill AoEs that they refuse to fix. Not sure why. It's not like she would do crazy farm numbers to begin with, but yeah, delegated to DPSing because of that. So 9.1k attack is basically average among 4-star Lancers, so that's neither great or bad. Double arts, double quick deck, with numbers being pretty okay for gains. I would say better than most. So that's fine. Not the most damaging deck out there though. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns and then evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. I mean, it just works. It's not even that awkward because it's, hit-based evasion and she's an arch servant, so sure, it's the main card type. It just works. It's a bit basic, but I don't have big complaints about this one. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets a sure hit for 1 turn and 600% absorb for 1 turn. I mean, this is a bit weak. especially if you don't utilize the sure hit. It's just very weak at that point. It's kind of random. Doesn't really do much. This definitely screams like, let's just make up whatever welfare skill. Unfortunate. And then the third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 100% instant kill, a success rate for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then the one thing that's really nice about her she gets 30% anti-servant damage for 3 turns. So we'll discuss the summer version in many weeks, which is this servant done so much better. But at least this servant also has this part that's cool. It's not the highest amount, but it's literally anti-servant. So that is a very good use case, at least. The crit damage is not very relevant for her, I want to say, because she doesn't really generate stars and she has absorb for 1 turn. It's kind of weird. And insta-kill rate on bosses is kind of... Unless it's one of those boss fights that summons a bunch of fodder adds, then maybe, sure. But those are kind of few and far between. And for farming, obviously... Then she doesn't refund, so yeah, you can maybe kill one way, but then you miss out on the refund, so if you want to MP again, you would have to sacrifice all your other batteries again. Overall, the skill set is a bit on the weaker side. It has some good things going for it, but I would say below average. Passives, 10% debuff res, cool, and then 20% more debuff res against undead enemies. Not super common, those ones either, to be honest, but you know, at least you get 10% always. 7% quick is not bad on her with double 4 hitters. That's fine. And more crit damage, we're at 8% now, which again, you know, I mean, it's just nice to have, but it's kind of hard to utilize on her. And then Divinity E doesn't do anything but exist there as text. She's anti-Lancer, which is kind of pointless. Even with considering she has anti-servant, I would not bring her on neutral even with that. Then the MPs, so AoE damage, but then removes targets the defensive buffs after damage. So it's one of those that happens after, unfortunately. Still nice to have. It could be just nothing, but obviously it would be better if it was before damage. And then before damage, still, yeah, it's there. 30% chance to instant kill enemies on base, scaling up to 80%. So even if you don't use the third skill, this can absolutely mess up your farm. So that's why she can't really farm. So she really is just kind of a very mid at best AoE DPS, right? That's what she is. She's a bit safe, but just a very mid AoE DPS.
If they moved the insta-kill to after damage, she'd be perfectly usable.
Yeah, then she would at least farm fine. Not crazy, but fine.
So Otto, you can stop fighting the raccoon in the dumpster for your breakfast. Look at this. She removes defensive buffs.
What? Okay.
I'm still on that. She's better than Liangyu. That's my argument.
Well, if they buffed her in P, would you be okay with people describing her as better than Melt in a lot of situations?
Unfortunately, whatever AoE Arts Lancer gets an MP buff first becomes the best.
Minus Fionn.
No. Well, minus.
Because he already has
actually,
it.
I don't know. Because like if he gets a good skill buff, he can.
Yeah, true. I guess he could still be better
if
too.
They buffed that third skill to make it like 3 turns and give it like something else. Yeah, Fionn would.
Oh yeah, then it would be an easy one. Yeah.
If you look at Erice's numbers, Erice has like good numbers. It's just impossible to get them.
Yeah, like they're good.
Yeah,
but I think she's the highest. Yeah,
so. Yeah, they're
she's
good.
The highest. Wait, what are these? Is this comparing MP5 to MP1s?
It is
probably.
That I meant that. Yeah, so, I mean they're still good, but they are a bit misleading in terms of that. But yeah, that's how the sheet operates.
And is that's probably not including the anti-servant.
No, these don't include anti-traits ever. But we can look at the specific calcs here, and these always show them separately. There's the anti-servant line at the bottom here.
Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, like, so
it's not even a huge difference because it's only 30%, but it's still, I mean, it's better, of course.
I think if they did that, she'd be fine. Especially if they gave her an MP upgrade, she'd be fine. I mean, she is FGO's resident hobo who's been adopted because Medio's never going to write Requiem again. He wrote 2 volumes and pieced out.
Damn.
But Better than Liangyu.
You will never let that go.
Look. My argument is Erice is like the second worst currently because of her mechanics, but still
Like,
second worst is
Dude,
second.
like the only issue she has is her instant death is before damage. That's
Yeah,
It
because
is her
now
only
she's a
issue.
mediocre
Yeah.
DPS at best.
So-
Otherwise, she would be a
so
fine
if you-
farmer.
Yeah, so if you use her in a challenge quest, like she's going to be better than a lot of her competition. Maybe not a lot of her competition, but she is going to perform perfectly fine.
I'd still pick
I
her
do
over
like
Valkyrie,
that.
for instance, in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's more likely to instant death the enemy because they're stuck with demonic instant death.
Do
Yeah,
not pity her. They made her summer version busted, so it doesn't matter.
yeah,
Do not
true.
pity this
She
one.
did get a redemption in terms of another variant. I think she could be like a C plus still. Like I would want to put her
C+.
above Valkyrie, and also Jalter Lily. I like her more as well than Jalter Lily. That is.
Because she just has one problem that could be easily fixed.
Yep.
And it doesn't actually even need an MP upgrade. They just fixed
Like she
Like-
could lead. She could get a big boost here in terms of tiers if they just fixed her.
yeah. She'd be on the same level as Meld if they fixed the insta kill.
Like
And
minimum.
If they freaking buffed her NP, then she'd be, way higher.
Mm.
Let's
Oh,
talk about
well.
someone good now.
Yeah, so back-to-back welfares, and this one is still a good old reliable. We got Summer Guchan. So single target quick anti-mail DPS, they do be melted. So 9.8k attack is a great start. That's high for a 4-star Lancer. Effectively also like 10k or so with the class bot. That's good. Standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick, and she has a very good quicks indeed. Even her one art scar is not bad, but the quicks in particular are actually very solid. They are above 3%. Let's see. Her skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 5k revive. 20% MP gain for 3 turns. So those are the guaranteed buffs you always get when you use this. And then if you have a water side map, you get another 20% MP gain for 3 turns. And then also, or if you have a sun map, you get another 20% MP gain for 3 turns. So if both are active, you get 60%. If one of them, you get 40%. And if nothing, you get 20. That's how that works. It's a bit underwhelming if you don't get either of them, I want to say. But it's not a huge issue. It's still, the guts is still good uptime, so at least that works. But a bit underwhelming if you don't land any of the maps. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a targeted 20% battery, and she herself always gets the 1-turn taunt from this. Helps her spam a bit more as well, I suppose. With the Lancer gains from damage taken. Battery itself is a bit underwhelming though, but I kind of like that the taunt is always on herself, because now you can use it for your support if needed. Give Scotty some love or something. So it's kind of cool, but it's a bit underwhelming maybe still though. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% quick for 3 turns and 50% crit damage. This is fine. It's basic, but it's fine. Maybe I would still hope for it to be selfish only, like self buffs only, but it's good effects. Makes her damage better, of course. The main damage she does, MP damage and crits. Excuse me. Pretty bare bones skill set though. But luckily the MP helps a lot. And some good base numbers. Only passive is 17.5% debuff res. Could be better, but it's still something. Anti-caster. Honestly, if they're male, considering she's a free welfare, it's probably worth unlocking, because it's, kind of free anyway. Maybe not max it unless you have a lot of mats, but yeah, it could be decent. So the MP, does damage, and then the damage is always a flat 150% super effective against male enemies. Doesn't even have to be servants. I think some normal mobs might even have male trait on them. And then on overcharge base does a 500 curse and burn on them for 3 turns, scaling all the way to 2500 each. Not really a huge deal, those dots, because you don't have amplifiers. So they're mostly just a tickle. But yeah, anti-male, she's got it. So I'm sure anyone who's ever used her, like if you fight any like a archer that's a male archer, yeah, she's gonna hit really hard with her MP. That's the one thing that she does good, or does well rather, English. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't bring her too much. But anti-male is a legit thing, though. It is legit.
Dude.
Like, she's good in that sense.
Well, until Tamamo Lancer got her skill buffed, she was better than Tamamo Lancer.
She was,
Like,
yeah, she was.
Like, you take her every time. She is good, and she's a welfare. Her damage on trait is similar to Vlad on trait, like Vlad extra on trait. I'm sorry, not on trait. Vlad extra on trait is way higher. Vlad extra with the defense downs and stuff like that. So
yeah, if we account those, then definitely.
Yeah. But like she's good as far as like the damage goes. I mean, I think she's pretty serviceable as far as like a free welfare.
Yeah, for sure.
Goes.
I would say she's definitely worth a pickup from the evocation shop unless you have a lot of similar options. She's good. Maybe not top tier, but nice to have if your account is not stacked.
Yeah. She does like the best things about Quick. She spams really good. Her NP damage is good. Like between like even though her battery isn't really that strong, like she has the taunt, which really helps her spam more, because between that and her first skill, it's the same thing as with Fionn, except actually that's on way better uptime. It really is similar to that skill, except you can target the charge, which is arguably better.
She does have she actually that skill actually, so you don't use it turn 1 ever, because what you can do is you know turn 1 you start with the Scotties, right? That's 100%, right? And then you use that on turn 2 to fill the stopgap, and then you use getting hit on the enemy's turn 2 to finish charging you for turn 3. So like it kind of flows. And so it's a good, and she has guts, so she's gonna live no matter what. So it's a good flow of how that operates. So normally 20% batteries I don't like, but because of the effect there and there's no damage steroids tied to it, its intent is much more clear, and I think it's fine in that case.
I feel like there could be at least one more line, maybe more, but yeah, it's not terrible though.
There could be. I don't want them to tie a damage thing to it because it's a taunt and the battery. I don't want a damage tied to it. If they were gonna buff it, it'd have to be something like, like damage cut or something. I'd rather if they were gonna buff a skill, buff the first skill to give like make it MP generation and NP damage up, and then per the battlefields. Right?
You think she needs more MP damage? I would maybe do something with crits or something else.
But she already has 3 turns of crit up.
Yeah.
And if you're using with like Summer Scotty,
maybe like stars per turn. Although she went with Jitter, it's fine too. But yeah, it would be still nice to make it more consistent.
As for generation, like I mean, she's a single target and her hit counts aren't really high. It's just her generation and.
Yeah, so stars per turn could be a thing if you're spitballing ideas.
If you're not using it with Summer Scotty, but because you remember Summer Scotty also generates 15 stars a turn.
I'm someone who actually prefers caster in challenge quests.
I know what we should do.
I use both. You mix and match. Because I do use caster Scotty's MP.
Guys, you increase the battery to 30% and add targetable overcharge of 1 time.
That's fine. Then it would. It sucks for her, but it would be great for some supports.
It's a reference to what Artoria got.
Oh.
I would not want that on her because.
Yeah, because you would like something that would work for her too. Yeah, it's just the dots. They don't. She doesn't have amplifiers, so they're just tickles.
Yeah, her NP doesn't overcharge. Good. So.
Anyway.
Oh, you know what? Actually, now that I think of it, maybe that's part of why they did that. Maybe that's part of the reason why Jufu has the anti-dot, because she has multiple dots there.
Yeah, probably actually.
There is synergy with Summer Jufu.
True.
How terrible.
Yeah,
that could honestly that is probably the reason actually, because they love pairing them like that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
anyways, let's just pair her with Koi and Dark, because it makes a lot more sense to do it that way.
I was gonna say pair with Vlad on the list, in my opinion.
You think she is A tier?
Is that too high? I don't know.
It's A or B plus, I think.
She's good.
We've been very conservative with these rankings.
We have.
We haven't had
No,
any like really high tier
Look,
ones.
because the
Honestly,
the
I
four-star Lancer-
whenever I pick her for anti-mail, I'm almost never disappointed. And I've been using her a lot more in my free-to-play as well. That is not as stacked, and she's really good there too.
Yeah.
I think A is fine.
Anyhow, I don't know. Now we gotta put Finn up there with the taunt bros and taunt sis.
Speaking of taunt bros,
No.
the next servant as well, actually. Good segue.
God, everyone in that tier is gonna have a taunt.
All right,
Well, who says we're
Percival.
placing him in
Let's
that
go.
tier,
Let's go.
Otto, we're gonna put the cart before the horse.
All right. So,
Well, I mean,
AoE
lucky
arts.
for you, he actually has a horse.
He does.
Oh my gosh.
AoE arts, DPS, and farmer in Percival, and a bit of a tank guy as well. He's he does many things. His attack is basically average among 4-star Lancers, so is nor good nor bad. He is the second Lancer so far to have a double Buster double arch deck. I can't talk. His arts card is really sad. In fact, even his quick is not that impressive, so he really can just lives and dies with his MP. His gains cards, considering he's not even that old of a servant, they're kind of disappointing, I want to say. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 20% battery, and 20% MP damage for 3 turns. I mean, it just makes sense, right? It's all that he wants. It's just everything to do with his MP. It's like, yay, he goes. It's fine, it's good. Battery's a bit awkward maybe, but yeah.
Ew.
At least the effects are still desirable. Now, second skill, there it is. On a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a taunt, not for 1 turn, but for 3 turns on himself. And then he gets 50% more MP gen on damage taken for 3 turns. So, yeah, that's the whole big reason as well why his face cards are so gimped. Because the MP itself refunds quite a bit, and then this will help a lot with spamming his MP as well, of course. Third skill also pairs pretty well with that. So on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a targeted 1-turn invul with a targeted 2k heal as well. So if you're going to actually tank with him, you probably want to, use it on himself. Unless you're using Castoria on turn 1, which you might. So you can probably just... you can just use it on subsequent turns to take even more, or more 0 damage turns, if that makes sense. It's a very basic skill set, but it kind of makes sense, right? He protect and he loops. That's what he does. That's Percival in a nutshell. And it's kind of effective, really. First passive, 18.5% debuff res, pretty cool. And then 7% quick up. Not so impressive on him with that one, not so amazing quick. He's anti-Lancer, which not really a big deal, because I don't think I would really bring him on neutral, even as a tank. There's better options. So the MP gives him a Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. That's nice. And then after damage, the lowest HP member of the party gets a 3k heal. So that's cool.
Probably him.
Probably him, yes. And then on overcharge before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn on base, and then it's getting all the way up to 40%. So it's not ramp up, but it's a bit more damage for that spammable MP. He's basic, but he makes sense, right? He's a very safe option for both farming and, DPSing, really.
He would be very, very good if he had his Avalon Lefay NP. Look at that. Look at the skill on that.
What was it again? Oh, I forgot it was different. He was 200% anti-Dragon or Fae. Wow.
200% anti-Dragon or Fae. He would
wow, I forgot about
dragons.
This. Wow. Interesting.
That's class advantage against dragons.
Yeah, that would be kind of nuts. Fae is a bit rare, but Dragon is not super rare.
Dragon is super common.
Mm.
But no, I think he's good. Because you can, you basically just when farming, you just press his first skill and then you use Castoria and he farms.
You don't even need the other 2 skills on farming. They're just for bosses.
He doesn't really ramp up any damage, so unless you're swapping an Oberon for turn 3, which really is only useful if you're using Black Grail, because,
you probably would if you farm with him, right?
Well, no, if you're farming an event, you're probably not.
Oh, yeah, I guess. True.
So you're looking at the, other numbers there. But, I actually don't like Black Grail numbers for farming because most of your farming is in an event. Most events are 50% starting charge CE. So the world we live in is not, one where you run Black Grail and farming for most things. And in fact, the only time you do is like hunting quests, or if for some reason you're farming XP.
It's also if you just suck at damage checks, but that's
True.
that's probably not something you're as familiar with, Rio, because you can NP5
No,
everything.
I'm sorry. I can NP5 everything, but I NP5 the characters
Lohi, and I didn't even know you cared about Lohi.
I mean, that's kind of base though.
But I didn't even roll Biscotti.
I have her grailed more than you, and I grailed her on accident.
I grailed her on purpose, and I think mine is MP2. But I'm gonna have I'm gonna go for a perfect copy on NA though when she's out.
I like Lohi. What's the problem?
You
have a problem, Otto?
Well, I have a problem. It's called money.
Ooh. Well, we're getting the bitter cards out here as well. All right.
Look, I've reduced my spending in FGO. I didn't roll Richard. I didn't roll. Actually, since Lohi came out, I have not really rolled very much. Then again, I also blame the daily every day. How that's like.
Yeah,
so
at
much
this point, if you're able to keep up daily singles, you're still wailing because there's so many banners constantly.
I don't do it every day, but
yeah, and nowadays on JP with the class mega rate ups, you can probably spend close to 10 quartz a day if you want it on some days.
Yeah,
so minimum 5 quartz per day at least, if you roll them all.
Yeah.
There was a day last week that we had I think we had 18 banners up.
I think you're right. Yeah, it was some OC stuff. It was class stuff. It was Valentine's rotations. It was a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think we had more Lancer banners than I feel like we did. I don't know. I feel like we got a lot of Lancers, I guess. I don't know.
Anyway, Percy. Is he A tier?
No, I think it's the same as Melt.
I think it's fair.
Because they're used in very similar situations.
I've always kind of preferred him a little bit, but maybe I'm biased because I've actually used him over Melt.
I use both. Well, I use him now more because my Melt's Bond 15.
But you probably don't have a fat copy of him unlike Melt.
I don't, no. But he works fine.
Would you say he's the same or a half a tier higher, Otto?
He's more accessible, Blush is right. It's easier to have more copies of him because he's general pool. But does that go into
I'd say they're about even. Yeah.
All right, fine.
I feel like in a lot of instances he might pull ahead because I prefer Pierce Invuln over buff removal because she can remove evade.
But in farming, that's not. You're going to use him in farming mostly, and that's not a.
Look, Rio.
I kind of like his presence more on bosses, though. Personally,
why would I single core arts loop with any of these people?
You know what? That's true.
But I think I will actually go with an A personally. I think I'm gonna do a selfish thing here.
Stop talking.
I'm gonna do this.
Well, I mean, I also
my life, Otto.
I like that Melt is more interesting. I like that she makes stars.
I mean, that's fair, but I do prefer Percy a little bit. I mean, it's only half a tier difference, so it's not that big of a deal. And I always say on my rankings, I'm always if people want to argue about stuff, I'm like, oh, do you want to move someone a plus up or a minus down? Yeah, you don't even have to talk to me. You can just do that. For me, that's not even a worth arguing. That's a half a tier. If you want to, yeah, go ahead. After that, we have to talk if it's more than that. But I'm always willing to without even argumenting that, yeah, you can move stuff up or down half a tier. So I'm just gonna do this.
Well,
are you gonna talk about a certain servant?
Next week when we're talking about riders, you better remember how nicely you're rating all these taunt servants when we talk about Andromeda, right? I
mean, I like Andromeda. I'm about to grail mine as well. I'm pretty sure.
It's more so for Rio. Yeah. Rio is,
okay.
You know what? If it's riders, I think Rider is the most boring class in the game. I only have one Grailed Rider, and it's Habitrop because she's the only one I care about.
I think mine. I only have Rhinus personally.
You guys can have Riders. I think riders are boring. So
I have class score maxed out on rider. That's the only class I have
my condolences.
maxed out.
All right, next servant. There's not that many 4-stars left, and this is my favorite 4-star Lancer. Yeah, we have Don Quixote next, and I'm very happy to report that this year we have a buff on them, and it's a very meaningful buff too, and I can't wait for it to arrive on NA, because right now it's really hard to use them without that buff. Anyway, single target quick DPS, and maybe a bit of ever so slight multi-core nowadays too. Ooh, dare I suggest. Alright, 8.6k attacks. Not the best start though. That's a little bit under average among 4-star Lancers, so that could be better. Standard Lancer deck though, double Buster, double Quick, and the gains cards are pretty good. I want to say. They're not like top tier, but they are good. So that's cool. Very nice. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 20% Buster and Quick for 3 turns, and Guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 2k revive. It's not as awkward as it might seem because it's a Guts of all defensive effects because it has that longevity, so it could be worse. I don't really hate the skill. It's not amazing, it's not bad. It's offense, it's defense, it's there. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 10% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. It's just a nice, skill to start the train and keep it going. So, yeah, I like it. It's fine. And then the third skill. This makes all the difference. Man, this skill was bad without this. Holy. So now, on a 5-turn cooldown, you still need to have 30% battery on them to use this, but then it gets better. So first of all, he gets 30% anti-super large power mod for 3 turns. The other allies now get 30% gauge flat for using this. Great. And then you get 30 stars on use. Like, ooh, is this a crisp skill now or what? Like, you don't even pay the 30 anymore. Like, before this, not only did you need 30 minimum to use it, you didn't even pay 30. You paid everything. Like, let's say you have MP5 like I do, and you go somehow to 300%. You still go to 0 when you use this. Absolutely horrible. So, like, even if you paid 30, it would still be annoying, but just paying everything was so bad. So now that's gone. You still get the 30 on allies. You can now get the power mod, which may be the least important part about this, and the nice huge star bomb as well. You can use it with his other damage buffs immediately if you want to damage. Like, he gets attack and his card types too. Like, yes, this skill is finally good, and it's really good at that. Like, this is legit multi-core stuff too right here. Spread 30? Well, the other allies, that is, on a 4-star is kind of nuts, right? Sure, I mean, come on. That's a great skill. So now his skill set actually is good.
Yeah, he also has Yui synergy. Like, you can make him do a lot of damage with Yui.
You can. Now, that's another servant I'm really looking forward to because my Break Dawn is on NA, so I need to buff and Yui both. He's actually my only Grailed Lancer on my main account. Vritra might be soon as well, but he's so far the only one I've Grailed. Love this guy. Alright, passives. 10% debuff rest sadly is as low as it gets for this, so it's just a nice small boost. 2% quick up, also as low as it gets. It's his main card type, so it would be cool to get more, but better than nothing, I guess. And then 20% instant kill resistance is kind of cool, I guess. Sometimes is relevant. He has a Guts too, which is also very anti-instant kill, so I guess those pair okay. He's anti-rider. Is Yvonne super large? I'm guessing no, so there's probably not that relevant. Besides that, is he actually? I didn't check. You know what? I'm gonna click this thing and find out. I just want to know. That's funny. He is not. So, but maybe you can do it on King Protea and Tiamat because they're alter egos.
There's a lot of there's very few super large servants.
Yeah.
In there.
I feel like Yvonne should be that because of his MP, but fair enough. Anyway, so not the best depend there. The MP. So his MP, much like we just discussed, has 150% anti-super giant super effective as well. So he kind of doubles down on both. All the big ones go down. He does 1k damage to self as a demerit, and this can be lethal as one of those. So it's not nothing, but it's also not super bad as a demerit either. The party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, so it's a free charisma. It is after damage, unfortunately, but that's a free charisma on every MP. that's cool. And then after damage as well, which not really matters, the full party gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling all the way up to 60. So yeah, he's a man of the party and self. I feel like he's a legit DPS with this now too, and he also has not just multi-core farming potential, but even some other, like, you can make different kinds of parties for bosses where you have like dual DPS as well, because there's a lot of stuff that he shares here.
Yeah, he was, when he was first introduced, I was kind of okay with him having a terrible third skill, because I'm like, it's Don Quixote. It's kind of funny that he has a skill that's actually just terrible, because it's like lore appropriate, but from a usability standpoint, it did make him kind of unusable. So I understand, like, it's funny and it fits the character.
I'm sure that's what the developers thought too. They're like, oh dude, this is funny, but then they realized later, oh, but it's kind of really restricting though gameplay wise. Yeah.
As it is now, like if you're in an event and, like, you know, it's a point ladder thing and you got like a 50% starting charge CE, it's like he charges your other DPS. He can then MP on like wave 2 where the super large usually are. Gives an attack boost, you know, for the final wave. Like he's legitimately very useful.
Yeah.
If you're in like a 90.
Like he has so many use cases now. Like this one buff really changed a lot. It really did. It's a huge difference.
It was the same buff. They were buffed at the same time as Constantine. So
it was the Tron buffs. Yeah, these were both. I remember being so happy on that day. Oh my god.
Yeah, they fixed 2 very, very bad servants that day.
That was a crazy day.
KP is giant and super large, so...
Oh yeah. And again, but knights are not bad on alter ego, so that's good too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, I think he's as a single target DPS very good now.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to invest in him. There's no...
Yeah, I'm gonna be one of those crazy people that does that. And worth noting as well, if you have this, if you have his append and you have, like, for some reason you have 0 team batteries, you only need to wait 1 turn because you get 10% from the second skill, and then you can already use his second skill, and that's assuming you get 0 batteries from anyone else or CEs even. So there are ways of using this easily. So
yeah, no, I think he is. I think he's good.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say, Otto?
He's a really good servant. Like, I like how he buffs the team and charges the team, and he's a good team player, and like his damage isn't terrible now. I don't feel like I don't know, because he's like, I feel like his best use cases now are in farming.
Yeah, probably.
Which is pretty funny. But yeah, it's good that he's got a place. He's also pretty nice as a DPS, because one issue that Quick can have sometimes in challenge quests, like the issue people complain about the most, at least, is how hard it is to get NPs for supports. He helps a lot with that.
Yeah,
because
the spread 30 for allies. Yeah, it's a lot. That's a 4-star too. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, spread 30 is rare. Even though it doesn't affect himself, if it gave himself 30,
dude, that would be the most broken skill ever. Like, what the hell,
that'd
dude?
Be crazy, but unfortunately, he does not. But, you know, what can you do?
So, I would say A minimum. Am I biased here?
No.
He's one of my favorite Lancers. I'll be the first to admit.
I think he's very good. I think
the only downside is that if you're not hitting Super Giant or Giant, his damage is not the best, at least for the MP, but he still offers a lot.
But that's the same thing for all of the ones. Like Vlad,
true. Vlad is the same.
Not great. If you're hitting Yume Ren, if you're not hitting Male, not that great. Like, traits are where you're able to, like, use different characters and, like, feel good with them, even if you don't, like, have hyper investment in them. So, like, I think saying, like, oh, but if they're not a trait, you know, unless it's like a super niche trait that never happens, it's not really a concern. Like, super large is common in farming. Like, it's
especially because, again, he can do the skill just well. It's well timed because they usually tend to be on wave 2, right? It's actually well timed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because then you can do the MP, you can buff your other DPS with the MP as well, having the charisma and whatnot. So it's nice.
You can multi-core him with Arthur and just double down on the super
True, you
large.
could do
Just
that.
mess that thing
If it's like a
up.
berserker, no, that would actually be a legit comp. Anyway, yeah, we'll go with A for now. He's actually good for once. I'm very happy about that because again, he's one of my favorites. Anyway, now we're gonna move on to the last 2 4-stars, and they are both brand new compared to last year's tier list. So we got some new stuff on the
I was about to
menu.
glaze this next one.
One of my favorites of
shit.
this last
It's time.
summer event
Heck
too,
yeah.
actually. So we're gonna start by talking
Love
about.
to glaze the servant. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of happy about this one. Summer Dobrynya, single target arts DPS. A very interesting one at that. 9.7k attack puts her pretty high on the average chart for 4-star Lancers. Not the best, but it's good. She also has the more rare Lancer deck of double Buster, double arts. And her gains cards are fine. They're totally fine, even on base, but obviously the kit makes it better though. So no worries there. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 30% battery on use, and 30 stars on use. I mean, it's just good. I mean, it's literally like you press it and then you go. You get a big boost. You get the gauge, you get the stars, you're ready to go. It's basic, but it works. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% anti-dragon power mod for 3 turns, and then if there's a water map, you get another 20% attack for 3 turns, another 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and 20% defense for 3 turns. So if you are on water map, this skill is insane. Like, it's just insane. If you're not, it's not bad still, surprisingly, right? Like, you still get 3 pretty decent effects on good uptimes, so that's the fun part. Like, you would think, reading the lines, like, it should be, by all means, super gimped if you're not hitting water map. And obviously, it is a lot better if you do, but even on base, it's actually still fine. But yeah, if you do hit water map, that's a lot of stuff, though. Like, wow. Especially nice combined with the Star Bomb as well, with those crit damages. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Again, it's just a never-ending train, is it? Just a lot of good stuff. So yeah, there you go. Honestly, this is a really good skill set for a 4-star, right? Like, come on. That's a lot of... It just goes.
It's okay.
She has everything that helps you get NP. She has battery. She has battery per turn. She has stars. She has stars per turn. She has NP gain. She has arts. She even has ramping arts.
Yeah, she's what all art
like,
servants want to be in terms of effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great skill set. One of the best ones for 4-star Lancers. Yes, indeed. Passive, 17.5% debuff res. Good. 8% quick up. Not really all that relevant for her. 1 quick is decent though. Anti-Rider, there are, I guess, some dragon stuffs there, but maybe still not all super relevant. The MP, so does damage, then MP seals the target for 1 turn, does a minus 20% archers down on them for 3 turns, and then before damage, damage gets on base overcharge, 30% anti-earth power mod for 1 turn, and then 70% on max overcharge. So it's not super effective, but I guess it does help with some of her face card damage too. I would maybe have preferred straight up super effective because her MP is so spammable, but fair enough. It does offer some good debuffs though. The MP seal on a spammable MP is always great, especially when it's 100% on base, unlike, you know, a certain other we saw earlier. And then also 20% arch stress down. Yes, it's after damage, but it does act as a form of ramp up for both damage and gains. I mean, she just works, right? Like, it's very similar to like Summer Anastasia, but yeah, just very good, right?
She actually has traits to abuse, unlike Anastasia.
Yeah, that's the main difference.
You gotta be careful though. If you pick the wrong frame of her MP for your YouTube thumbnail, you might get sexual comments.
Is it actually that bad?
Oh, yeah, I think someone did get flagged for it.
That's kind of funny.
Have you seen her MP animation?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, dude, I'm about to grail her
Oh, yes,
myself.
of course.
Yeah.
He's like, I've studied it greatly. Oh, every day.
No, that was like I was almost offended that you would ask me that.
Yeah, plus you got flagged. It was plus you got
Oh, it was
flagged
plus.
for
That's
sexual
funny.
content.
Wow. Wait, do you have a community
Yeah.
guidelines
no,
warning
you
as well?
couldn't
Like
make
I
money
got
in
one.
the
Is it the
video?
same thing? Oh no, that's fucked. If you got one from that. Oh no.
Yeah, because it looks like she's just like nude, like her butt's just hanging out.
Yeah, I posted another gotcha game, but that was a shameless gotcha
She's-
game.
Dude, she's even wearing stripper high heels. Like I mean, like
Yeah.
it's as far as it goes, without
I
having
think
flame
I mean-
tits.
She's really good though, right? Like really good.
She's good, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the best single target lancers on 4-star for sure.
I like to downplay her because Otto likes her, but you
I
know,
mean, I like her too.
can't-
Yeah,
Can't
I
deny.
just got the last copy I need to 120 her. I mean, I already have her 120 to get her last append.
Mm.
So
So
if-
I am going
went for 10
perfect
copies?
placement. Is it?
Unless I assume you're talking max
I
append.
think
If not, then it's
11.
not 10.
Oh, yeah, it's 11.
Did that change? Oh no. Because 10 used to
Well,
be
it-
enough for a perfect 4-star limited.
it's 420
I can't remember
for
how
the
many.
coins.
If it's the same, it should be
So,
10.
like-
Well, if you want 3 appends, then it changed. But if you want all 5 appends, it's different.
No, it's only
I
10
definitely don't
copies,
need all
Otto.
It was 10 copies for
It's-
120 and all
it's-
appends
it's 10.
previously.
It was 10 at Bond 14. Now it's 10 at like what?
Well, no,
Uh,
because
I
coins
don't know,
give
I
you
might-
420.
I would assume they don't change
Oh,
it so
right.
that max amount is still the
I did get
same.
11. Look, I'll be honest, I didn't count.
Okay.
I lost count after 5 because
All right. It's a trophy
like,
copy,
you really
okay?
need more than 5.
All right. Anyway, I think she's A+ minimum. Maybe even an argument
I
for
do.
EX, but yeah, she's really good.
Because she's just
Hey.
easier to use than
Yeah.
all the others. Like,
She
the others
just
do good
works. Like
damage in
it's
their-
so easy
their
to use and
niche.
so self-sufficient too. She just she goes.
Yeah.
So we'll go with
and her
Go ahead.
one of the issues people do have with her the fact that they did special attack instead of super effective, it does have its drawbacks. Like she
Mhm.
would be ridiculously good for damage.
yeah, because the MP is
uh,
so spammable.
Yeah, but what it means is that her brave chains are just really good. Like
Mm.
like mine can solo, you know, the dragon from Gilgamesh's interlude that has like 1.2
golden
million
one?
health. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a saber and mine can solo it.
Nice.
If
I
that
think
says
you
anything.
overestimate the value of that dragon.
Dude, that means that at neutral she would be able to solo like a 2.4 million enemy. Okay? Like that it's a lot
Yeah.
of HP, all right?
Anyway,
I gotta make a video about that, but it's kind of funny because the last non-smob video I made was her soloing it at 100 with Habitat. So
fair enough. I think we're gonna go with A+ for now and then maybe discuss later as well. But yeah, she's really, really solid. So next up
Yeah.
is the final 4-star and the other new 4-star as well. It's not the we still have one more new servant later, but that's gonna be after a good while. But yeah, we're gonna talk about another welfare. We got Miner Van Gogh again. The Minecraft thing, not like kids stuff.
Oh, she is.
Well, I guess she is when you think about it. But yeah, meant to be the Minecraft thing. She even her MP looks like Minecraft. Let's be real. So what do we have? AOE, quick DPS, and farmer. But I want to say almost I prefer her as a DPS because of the funny buff she got. It's pretty interesting. So 9.2k attack puts her just above average when it comes to 4-star Lancers, so it's fine. Standard Lancer deck is back, so double Buster, double Quick, and man, that is a very meaty quick card she has. And even the arts card is decent for sure as well. So that is those are some quicks that she has. Good. First skill on a 4-turn cooldown, you have to pay 10 stars to use this skill, otherwise you cannot. So it always takes 10 if you have the cost to pay. But then you can choose, party gets one of the following. You can choose a card type that the party gets 20% up for 3 turns. And that's the choice. And then always the full party gets 20% MP gen for 3 turns. So I mean, chances are you're gonna pick Quick if you bring her, but you know you have the choice, so go nuts, I guess. The only redeeming thing that I like about this skill is that it's 4-turn cooldown. Otherwise, I don't think it really needs to have a 10-star cost. But yeah, I mean, she makes a lot of stars anyway. And she needs stars, which is good. So, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 3k max HP for 3 turns, 30% battery, and 20 stars on use. And if you happen to be on a city map, you get another 10 stars. So you get anywhere from 20 to 30 on this if you max it. But luckily the MP helps with that. So yeah, stars are good, because then we get to the third skill, which was buffed during the literal event by the fastest buff in the history of the game. Probably has to be. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. She gets 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. So that always happens. And then we get checks. So for every 10 stars you have, all the way up to 50, so 5 potential ones, she gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So quick math, you can get 150% crit damage from this on herself for 3 turns. And that's up half the time, because the uptime. Yeah, that was just a buff. So
it was clearly intended.
Yeah, they're like, you know what, Van Gogh needs to be drowning in crit, I guess. So no matter what the version, just give her a crazy amount of crit. It's fine. And that's not even, we haven't even talked about the passives, because she has the foreigner passive too. So it's not, I mean, you can still get crazy crit anyway, because she has Van Gogh synergy. So the foreigner passive being 2 stars and per turn and 4% debuff is fine by itself too. It's like it's a decent passive, but yeah, you get that synergy, which is the main nice part. Other passives, we have 4% Buster, which is fine because she has 2 Busters, and 30% Buster Stargen, which is cool. How many hits is her Buster again? 3, so it's not the biggest deal ever, but it's still cool. It's a bonus. And then she has 30% mental debuff rest, so, you know, it's not reliable, but it's cool. It can, in some boss battles, make you resist some stuff, so, and some of them are pretty nasty, so you like to have it. She's anti-berserker in the append, which is very solid. Obviously, her class is not as good as her main for it, but still, in terms of DPSing, it's just as good. Then the MP, so AoE damage, and 150% super effective against lawful alignment enemies, which is fairly common. It's flat, it doesn't scale, but that's a lot anyway. 40% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, individual calculations. Sadly, not reliable, but, you know, if you land some, you're probably happy. Then you get the city map for 5 turns just from 1 MP, so that makes the second skill better. You get those 10 extra stars. So after you MP once, you're probably going to have that map permanently for the rest of the fight, because it lasts for 5 turns per MP. Very similar to Ozzy with his Sunfield. Then on overcharge base, she gets 20% MP up for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 40% on max. So it's not ramp up, but, you know, more damage is cool. So if anything, the MP, it can probably do decent damage, but it really is all about the crits, right? Because the third skill being the third skill, so... from what are the farming numbers again? Are they... Let me see. I mean, they're not amazing, obviously. So I would say mostly just big crit DPS, right?
I mean, better than the Valks.
Well, but again, that's MP1, so... But yeah, it would probably still be better anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Valks being MP5 wouldn't make them better. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they would still not be better.
That's too big of a gap. But I do think it's really funny, because like I remember when they first introduced her, I was looking at that skill set. I'm like, this has to be the worst welfare they've. No, when she was introduced.
Oh, I thought you said when they first reproduced her.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're crazy.
I think okay.
Introduced her.
Look. I can't. You can't blame me. This is
well. To be honest, I heard him say "introduce" very clearly. So I feel like this one is on you, Otto.
I blame the robots that are trying to kill him.
The alcohol you found in the dumpster that you've been digging through this morning. So
I don't drink.
Yeah, no. When they first introduced her, like her kit was like terrible.
Killed my grandmother.
All she had was a 20% of one, color buff, and you're looking at that and you're like, that's terrible. There's no buffs. It has a star cost, and it's like there's no. This has to be one of the worst characters they've ever introduced. And then they're like, psych, 150% crit up, which by the way means that with like one normal Van Gogh and her, you're at like 350% crit right off the bat. A second Van Gogh puts you past crit cap, so you don't run 2 Van Goghs with her.
I think I even said it myself. Her third skill felt incomplete. It didn't like it was a 6-turn cooldown skill, which had like 1 okay effect, an evade, and nothing else.
Well, it still kind of made sense because it was 2 defensive effects in one, and she's a welfare. And we're used to some welfares getting some gibbed skills, but I kind of see still where you're going from.
5-turn cooldowns on an evade isn't like that crazy.
But the 2 previous welfares were Iori and Sojiro, who were like top tier welfares, kind of. And then Van Gogh was like really, really bad.
And before Iori, was it Saika who was also good? Or was there was Santa in between? Was there was Nemo Santa or something?
Oh, Nemo. And Nemo's good too.
Yeah, but Saika especially was also nice.
If you're like using your like with double summer Scotty, you use skill 2, the Scotty batteries, you're sitting there at like 50 stars, you can then press skill 3. And then you can press the first skill. And
yeah, there's definitely an order. Much like OG Van Gogh, there's an order of operations with these skills.
It's actually the same order. It's 2 3 1. 2 3 1.
Yeah.
It's the exact same skill order. Funny
that
enough.
Must be intended for sure.
That has to be intentional. But actually, picking Buster isn't a terrible option if you're doing like as a DPS, because she has 2 Buster cards. Summer Scotty, with 2 Summer Scotties. That's 350% Buster crit. Those Buster cards are going to hit hard. So, it's not a bad choice. I think she's better than as like a DPS than the other quick AoE Lancers for sure.
I mean, I don't think that's even an argument.
Because like it doesn't like the welfares usually have like slightly lower MP damage, but it doesn't matter if she's card focused because her attack stat is fine. And so I think she's very good.
I would say A minimum with the buff.
Yeah, I think A.
It's just A?
Maybe A+. What
do you think,
Otto?
For
the record, I do have a 120 Van Gogh. I like Van Gogh. So.
All right.
I don't have this one grailed, but, I'm a Van Gogh fan.
What would you say, Otto? A or A+ or something else?
I don't know about A+. She's all right. It's just like I feel
dude,
like
dude, you sounded like the meme. Is that what the dude goes? I mean, it's alright.
It's all right, I guess.
It's alright.
Yeah. Speaking of miners, wasn't that EDP? Or am I thinking someone else?
I don't know. I just know the meme.
Yeah.
All right. We'll do A for now. Then okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Van Gogh is very good. Shocking. But that will conclude the initial placements of the 4 stars. Room for movement still later on, but next up we're going to do the initial placements of the 5-star Lancers. And there's, 15 of them? So buckle up, we're still not even close to being done. Starting out with a spicy one, because I'm pretty sure this buff did not exist last year, and it's a big one too. So we're going to talk about Shisho first. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one for sure. So let me get my stat reference since we're changing rarities here. Single target quick DPS at her attack at 11.3k is just under average among 5-star Lancers, but certainly not terrible. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double quick, and man, she has terrible quicks. At least her 1 arts card is alright. And the funny part is she has those 6-hitter busters, so if you lead with arts and maybe even do a mighty chain, you can get something out of her busters too, but the quicks are just no thanks. Just damage. Anyway, skills. 5-turn cooldown. 80% chance to get 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 500% absorb for 3 turns. And then she gets a 1-turn evade. So the evade is cool because, a 1-turn on 5-turn cooldown is better than most of them. And luckily, there is a way to shake off that silly RNG as well. We have to buff the second skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill, target gets 50% quick up for 1 turn, and then 20% buff success rate up for 3 turns with a 20% battery slapped on top. So with this, obviously you're going to target herself. She guarantees these buffs. They're the same. Well, I guess this is a longer cooldown, but regardless, you guarantee these. You get the crit buffs. That's cool. And then some battery, because you definitely want to MP with her. Her MP hits really hard, so battery is cool. Then we get to the elephant in the room, the third skill buff. This is the new one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 100% anti-divine and undead damage for 3 turns. Separate mods. The undead one, maybe not the most impressive one. That's kind of a more on the rare side. But divine though. This on a really good uptime, 100%. I mean, come on, dude. We have the divine slayer now. Is Jover. And then it's not even done yet. Like that alone would have been like, okay, dude. She gets this on attack buff for 3 times, 3 turns. So now when she uses any attack, even the MP, she gets 20% gauge. So that's an effective 60% battery on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, what is this buff? Considering her MP was also the best part about her, which hits hard. So not only does she MP now more often, and the MP also has a stun, now she also gets 100% anti-divine and good uptime. Okay, we should finish the rest first. But man, this is ridiculous. Okay, it's just this ridiculous skill. Only passive she has is 20% debuff rest. That's, something. It's a good amount at least. She's anti-Lancer. And honestly, if they're divine or undead, yeah, go for it. It's fine. And then the buff the bees. So before damage, 500% chance to stun the target for 1 turn. Great. Just really good. And then the boring overcharge, 60% chance to instant kill on base, scaling up to 100%, which is basically never relevant for bosses. But yeah, you just need big damage and guaranteed stuns unless they're immune. That's good. It's a one-hitter, so it doesn't really refund at all nor generate anything, but it just hits really hard. So yeah, this skill is stupid now, huh?
Well, because you're like, the quick cards aren't good. But that doesn't matter if the quick cards are good. Her quick chain's going to refund because of that
yeah,
skill
like,
now.
yeah, the
So
cards can be shit if they brute force so much battery on her.
Yeah. What if we just brute force the battery?
Like, the MP itself is already 20% from this. It procs it too.
So from experience, NP quick is enough to refund 80%. Then you can use your second skill to loop entirely. So,
yeah. Makes sense.
Or if you're using a mighty chain, then you probably don't even need the second skill for that.
Definitely not.
That's one thing that I find a little awkward. Her second skill still is a little awkward because, like, you use it for the battery to make it the rest of the way, but then, like, I kind of want to use it to make my quick cards do more damage. But it's also ideal for me to mighty chain with it. But it's fine. I love her first skill. It's a very low cooldown, and then it's 3-turn absorb as well as the crit.
Yeah, now that you can land them guaranteed, I like it too. Before that, I did not like this.
She does, like, even if it's not a divine target, even if she's not NPing, she still does good damage. Just like with the cards,
yeah, you can crit for sure.
Yeah. You just use Summer Woo with her and apply undead.
Yeah, that's a legit thing because it's 100% undead on a good uptime.
I believe Woo gives another 30%. So you're looking at like so much power mod and for calculations, power mod is the same as crit and NP damage. So like it's just a massive damage increase. That it's just worth it.
Yeah, it probably is.
Like she's
can you just one-shot bars?
Top tier, like top of the tier.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to argue. I think Shisho is back. It's been so many years. Like when she was released, oh yeah, she was easy top tier. No one else was even close when it comes to single target Lancers. But then we got a lot more supports and others. She just didn't look that impressive with her bad numbers. But yeah, she's back. She's fully back. I mean, she's just back. I think this is a pretty unanimous EX tier.
Yeah.
Crazy servant now again. Very good. All right, moving on. Oh, this is a fun one because this is very relevant for today.
Got buffed.
Yeah, this is. I don't think we've ever had a buff on the day we've done a tier list for many. I've done these for many years. I don't think there's been a single buff on a day, and it happens to be the list that we're also covering. That's crazy.
Well, I don't think they do them on Fridays usually. So, but this is a Saturday.
Wait, didn't we do them on Sundays previously? Yeah, we did them on Sundays.
Yeah.
But even Sundays kind of rare, I think.
I thought you did Fridays before Plushie.
I'm not sure if I did them Friday. Maybe I did them solo like that, but yeah. When we did last year, it was at least Sunday. Anyway, yeah.
I'm glad we're not doing them on the same day.
Yeah, good, because it would have been such a shame to miss out on this, because we're going to talk about Karna next, because yeah, again, he was buffed today, another skill buff. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and Farmer. He can kind of do both, especially after today's buff. Yeah, for sure. 11.9k attack is very solid. Puts him nicely above average when it comes to 5-star Lancers. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, a double Quick. His one Arts card is pretty good. His Quicks are just okay, I guess, on base, so nothing too crazy. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. 500% chance to give the target minus 50% debuffers down for 1 turn. So unless they're immune, you're basically going to land that guaranteed, which is cool in a way because then you get the MP seal guaranteed, basically. Because the debuffers down is basically also debuff success rate up for you. So now you have if you land that, which you should, you have a 150% chance to land this MP seal for 1 turn because it's order of operations. Honestly, still kind of a not great skill though. It's cute how it works, so you can get like a guaranteed MP seal, but it should be AoE minimum, and it probably should do something else too. Like, after today, I'm honestly convinced they're going to buff this at some point too. So can't wait to see that. So right now, it's just kind of really underwhelming. Helps with the MP a bit too, landing the Buster S down, but yeah. Here we go.
Way better a skill than Benkei's MP seal. Benkei has like 80% chance AoE, and it's on like,
yeah,
like 8-turn cooldown.
True. But yeah, this is the brand new thing. Fresh off today. Well, if you're watching this on YouTube, it was yesterday, probably meta moment, but yeah, very fresh. So the second skill was buffed. It used to be his mana burst, that was the split damage thing. So now on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% Buster and Quick for 3 turns and 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Now that's a steroid right there. I mean, come on. This is like his good numbers too on a good uptime. So, and now I like the addition of the Quick too. It's very cool. Because he has 2 Quick cards.
You can't say King Liangyu is the worst Lancer. Benkei's a Lancer. Holy shit.
Said 4-star and above. I wasn't including the low stars because Benkei exists.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
Go back to your dumpster.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I really like this skill now.
I don't know what this roast is.
I honestly don't know either. I would have to see all of them. But yeah, this is a great skill. This is really good. It's just, it helps with both farming and DPSing. It's just constant uptime. That's great. It's basic, but it's really good. And then the buff to the third skill as well. This is a bit older, but this already existed last year, but it's good too. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% battery, not 25. Big difference, actually. Then he gets 100% star gen for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 40 stars. Now that's a DPS skill right there, actually. Very solid too. So the combination of these two is actually pretty solid now. He's just 1 buff away. If this gets a sick buff, he could legit be top tier. Like, seriously. He could definitely be top tier. But yeah, this is now a much better looking skill set than what it used to be. So it's actually not that bad. Good. 15% debuff for us. It's alright. 10% quick up. Also fine. 200 flat damage. No one cares. Anti-Rider, even if they're divine... Well, actually, maybe in that case you could do some stuff, but... not sure how effective it is. So the MP buffed. So it does AoE damage, and then after damage, it does minus 20% Buster S down on all enemies for 3 turns. So it is after damage, but it can be a form of ramp-up if you're not farming, I guess. Pretty cool for damage. And then the Overcharge is a super effective against divine enemies. 150 base, 200 max, the standard range. But hey, divine is very common, not just on bosses, but on some normal enemies too. Yeah, boy is starting to look like a real DPS, huh? He's getting there.
I don't think he needs any more buffs.
Yeah,
I think this is the point where they stop. Because I understand like the first skill is just an MP seal, but he dumps 40 stars. He's got crit damage for 3 turns. He's got a battery. He's got Buster and Quick Up, NP damage, and upgraded MP.
Like even farming wise, he's considering he's not doing Black Grail, he's doing the good numbers. Because you can double down on the second skill on turn 3 as well.
Like, yeah,
so you get a lot of own damage.
I think where he is now, he's in a good spot. I think he like farming wise. I still think like because of traits.
Yeah, I still like him more as a DPS though.
And DPS wise, Romulus is, you know, but like as far as like for Karna fans, it's not it's better than Arjuna.
I mean that's not even a fair comparison anymore.
It's not hard,
dude. It's getting to the point where it was like Ozzy and Quetzalcoatl, right? It's the same thing. Oh no, They're starting to bury one of them in contrast. Although Kets is still better than Arjuna, but you know the contrast
Arjuna,
thing.
Didn't Arjuna lose to Karna, or was it the other way?
I don't know the lore that well.
I always make sure to point out that his third skill, when they buffed his third skill, it buffed his NP also because it makes it generate a notable amount of stars, like at least 15. If there's
it's 100%.
It's usually like 15 or 20.
Yeah, because it's a 5-hit AoE on Buster.
Basically another star bomb.
Arjuna killed Karna. Well, then it's retribution, so it's fine. So, but no, I think Karna's good. I think easy A+ at this point.
Like, yeah, he looks very solid.
He's
like he doesn't have like the
one thing that he could have is some defense, but otherwise he's pretty good on damage at least.
I think sealing an NP is a form of like
it is, but I would like to see some hard defense too. But I still think he's very solid regardless. That's like just trying to think of stuff that he's lacking on.
Also has the sickest costume. I like
this. Which one though?
I assume you mean the new one.
No, I mean the
you like Super Karna?
One.
Wait, really?
I love Super Karna. I like that.
I'm one that does not like Super Karna. I think his best design is Ascension 2. This sexy mantle with the flying shoulder. This is peak. This is peak design. Ascension 2 is where it's at.
I love the
Ascension 3 sucks. It's way too much. The lance looks stupid, and he wears this weird like spandex. Freaking Ascension 2. This is peak. Look at his golden armor piece. This is so good. This is beautiful. It's like not too much, not too. This is a beautiful design, really.
Like he looks much more like some kind of godlike thing in the Super Card.
I think it tries too much.
It's good though, as well.
I mean, he has a lot of good stuff though.
Yeah, they love Karna.
They
much,
do.
Maybe.
Honestly, even the summer costume is good.
I do like the summer costume.
It must say something.
The good thing about the summer costume is
on costumes.
The sprite is the lance is not there in the sprite.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising.
Works in his favor for the summer one.
All right, let's go with A+ for now, and then we'll see you again later. He's very good. Next up,
now for the exact opposite.
Gonna talk about the Brynhildr. So, single target the Buster DPS 11.4k attack puts her basically average among 5-star Lancers. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Quick. Her arts is okay, her Quick is okay. They're both okay. How about that? First skill. Man, this is funny after Karna just now. It's the same skill. You know, actually, this was even a worse version on base. This is less numbers. Ouch.
25.
Ouch. It's not even total it totals to 40 instead of 50. Alright, so on a 5-turn cooldown, 25% Buster, 15% MP damage 1 turn. It really hurts after... It was literally... We just saw Karna before this. Now they have to buff this. That's too cruel. Yeah, this is not a good skill. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, 50% minus crit chance down for 1 target for 3 turns. So they're not critting at all. And then also minus 30% MP damage for 1 turn. Not sure why it's 1 turn when it's 30, because that's not going to save you anyway. Just make it 3 turns. Like, why? I don't get it. Especially because it's a 6-turn cooldown. But otherwise, I like the other 2 effects. They're fine. They're okay. I like crit chance down, especially high numbers. Third skill. 5-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. Target gets 3k absorb for 3 turns. 40% crit damage for 3 turns and a 3k heal. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. You know, you get the absorb and the crit damage. So, if you're giving this to a non-Avenger or Berserker, they're basically guaranteed every single star because it's a 4-digit absorb. Heal can be cute too. It's a bit basic, but, you know, it works. But the thing is, I would not really bring her as a support, so you probably just use it for herself. Because there's like, I mean, the MP helps a bit too, but there's like the main support thing that she has, because otherwise there's only... I mean, there's some utility here, but I would not bring her for a supporting reason. Skill set overall, not the best. Could be worse, but certainly not very great either. 17.5% debuff for us, cool. 10% quick up, it's alright. 100 flat damage is nothing. Anti-Lancer. Well, even if they're Brynhild's beloved, unless you have a fat copy, I would not bother with it too much, probably. Then the MPs. So it has been buffed. After damage, the full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns. So it's an interesting form of ramp up. It's like for star generation in particular. But sure, it's cute. And then the overcharge is super effective against Brynhildr's beloved base 150 to 200 range. And it covers a good amount of servants too. Mostly dudes, but you know, some girls as well. I swear no one knows what the criteria is. And I bet a lot of people have tried, but no one figured, so everyone just gave up. You just have to look at the list.
Yeah, it's funny. People do underrate this because like no one knows whose loved ones, but
like the criteria is weird, but there are a lot of targets. Yeah. Who knows?
She loves her. What can we say? What do you want her to say?
So, here's my opinion on Bryn. She's a victim of being an early FGO servant that was really, really bad at launch, so they buffed her. But she was an early FGO servant, and she got early FGO buffs, which were terrible. So she's been buffed 3 times, and none of them are good. So she is just. I think legitimately.
Yeah, they're just minor upgrades, if anything. They could be better. Yeah, it does. It increased the absorb a lot, at least.
They should have put her second skills buff on her first skill. I don't know why they put it on the second skill.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the second skill was useless before. Like, what were you gonna do? With
well,
that?
I mean,
neutralizes crits at least.
Down, but the thing is, like, if you buff like a mana burst, you can also like buff the mana burst itself.
Oh yeah, buff the numbers of it. Yeah, but
yeah, that should go up too if they're 1 turn. Yeah, they're way too weak at this point.
That's why I want to buff on Kentoki's first skill instead of his third skill, because there's.
I mean, that would be for his main use case. So yeah.
Like, I know objectively she's probably better than some of the 4 stars, but because she's a 5-star, I feel like almost offended.
I mean, we're not directly comparing 5 and 4 stars necessarily, so you don't have
like,
to worry about that too much.
5-star, she's like C at best.
Like flat C, I think that's a bit too harsh.
Flat C.
The super effective is still pretty solid.
Yeah, but
I feel like that gives her some good value.
It's not in game. There's nowhere in game to see it. Like
yeah, you have to wiki that
like,
shit.
Tap on the icon and see like, oh, they're chaotic.
That's the one downside of it.
Like,
you have to research.
I don't think she's really that bad. She's just very vanilla. Like, she's good at doing damage. It's just like her first skill's kind of booty cheeks.
Yeah, it's real booty cheeks.
There's someone worthy of C coming up. So maybe.
So I would say you would only pick her if you hit Brynhildr's beloved, but luckily for her, it's a fairly common use case. So I think that does give her value. So I would say maybe a B. Personally, I think she's fine because again, her super effective is fairly common. So that's the main reason why I'm saying this.
And when she gets that niche, she does do pretty good damage. Because just to quote Rio here, sometimes that's really all you need.
Does she refund it all if she does like a mighty chain? Like, does she have any good gains or anything?
Yeah, they seem okay.
Has like a 3% quick card.
Yeah, they seem okay.
Yeah, she's got pretty decent gains. As far as like early buster quick decks, she does have one of the better ones. And she makes pretty good. She makes stars because of her NP.
Yeah, I think I'll go with B.
That's more so because like everyone starts making more stars. It's like everyone gets the class score star gen bonus.
Yeah.
Basically what it is.
All right, we'll move on for now. All right, time to talk about Lancer Artoria. Oh boy. AoE, Buster, DPS, and Farmer, although the farming numbers though, oof. Okay. Basically 11k attack is a bit below average, unfortunately, among 5-star Lancers. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Quick, pretty much the same gains as Bryn, maybe ever so slightly better, so they're fine, you know, they're fine. First skill, upgraded mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% buster up for still 1 turn, but then now she also gets 50% power mod on chaotic and evil for 1 turn. And again, there's separate power mods, not combined, so that's cool at least. It's still a lot of downtime, but you know, they're cool. I guess they're fairly, you know, not that hard to hit on bosses at least. Maybe even some farming you can land some. If you may, so in some cases you can land both too. So you know there is potential at least for big burst, but that's all it is, burst because of the downtime. Second skill, still a base charisma, so 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 18% attack for 3 turns. It's just weak. It needs more. I don't know why it's not buffed yet. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery for herself with a cleanse. So pretty standard to get the 50% battery on the 6-turn cooldown for a SSR. And her version just gives her a cleanse out of instead of something else. But can be cool. Sometimes useless. Obviously for farming you would prefer something else. But for bosses can do something. But man, that's not a whole lot of stuff. I can't help but notice. That's what is that? Like 6 effects total from an entire SSR skill set. Yeah, okay. Cool. 17.5% debuff res is something. 10% quick up is also fine. So passives are fine. They're boring and basic, but they're fine. Anti-ruler.
You know what? She actually can Black Grail, but you have to just completely delete Koyan from the party. because like she has 20% refund and 20% of pen, so that's 60% total. Then plus her 50%, it's 110 plus double Oberon, which is a 250, and then you can use like a waiver or Rhinus.
Tabula says you can't do it with a Sabakuro.
Because you drain, don't you?
Yeah, Oberon drains.
You'd have to exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately. So not even that is going for her. But hey, good hustle. But yeah, ruler append, absolutely terrible.
Except
Just
not.
forget about that append completely. The MP sadly hasn't been buffed. So before damage, she gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn. Cool utility, we like that. And then after damage, she refunds base OC 20% all the way up to 60%. So MP just doesn't do damage. Maybe if you hit the burst stuff, then yes, sure, you do damage. But if you don't, you don't. You just don't.
Nothing happens.
It's a big explosion at least. You get a big dome. Oh no.
She's
a trophy, really.
It's hard to like say who the worst SSR is, but she's like front lining this competition here at this point.
Oh, dude, you didn't even use the correct term, and it would be a pun here. You should have said spearhead because it's lancers as well.
Oh, spearheading. That's the word. I was
yeah.
Rio.
My English is failing me.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
I woke up at 4 a.m.
But at least I have the excuse of not being native, so I can do that.
Yeah, well, in my defense, I'm an American.
Fair.
Look, Rio.
Yeah?
You're
Fair.
fine. Last year, one of the most hurtful things someone said in the comments about me was like they asked if English was my first language.
Ooh.
I'm on a panel with someone whose first language is Finnish and someone whose first language is Chinese, and I'm like, I'm the only not ESL person here, and I'm getting questioned.
Man, Otto, your English is really improving.
Yeah, you're doing great. Keep it up. Anyway, lads to Artoria, huh? Yeah, this is a case and a half.
I just suck at saying the words, okay? I've got great vocabulary.
You know the big boy words?
Yeah. And the big girl words.
Ooh. Yeah, we don't discriminate. So what are we going to do with lads to Artoria?
The words.
Look, if Bryn is B, then she's C.
Yeah. This is a thing, dude.
Or D if you want to be funny.
I think D is a bit too
It's
hard.
like she's got some. Well, actually, she's got 2 D. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, like the only case I can make for her is she's got a debuff cleanse and she's got Pierce Envil. Both of those are pretty nice effects, and she has like the niche, but her kit just is very dysfunctional.
Like it has nothing. And there's no MP upgrade really either. Like, why? Why are they so afraid of giving her something nice? I don't get it. She's a popular character too.
I don't really count Rising Mudrain as like that big of a thing. Because like first off, very few people have it. Second off, it's like what one of the appeals of a servant being able to black grail loop, in my opinion, is just the fact that they can 0%. They can work with any CE.
Yeah, it's not just the damage; it's the flexibility.
If you have to use a special variant, of it, then like that's not the problem. It's the damage that I appreciate. It's the flexibility that I appreciate.
I think I'm gonna go with a flat C for now, which is it really shouldn't be there, but hey, blame the developers. All right.
Well, music nerds in chat, a C flat is actually a B.
Well, there you go. So you can. That's your copium, actually. If you're an Artoria fan, take it. That's what we can offer you today. Next up, we have a servant who used to rank fairly low as well, but looks pretty definitely better nowadays. We got Tamamo Lancer. Summer 1 is back. So
one of the servants I have a 120 version of.
Man.
So I was sitting here thinking like, oh yeah, I got Dobrynya, and that's basically no. There's like 3 other servants here that are Lancers that I actually have like high investment, because I've got Raikou Lancer at 100, and I've got Bradamante and Tamamo Lancer 120 on my alt.
There you go.
Goddamn.
The more you learn about your own account.
Yeah.
Anyway, single target buster DPS, rocking 10.7k attack. So if I had to guess, is one of the lowest among all 5-star Lancers, unfortunately. But, you know, it's not all that terrible, I guess. Double buster, double quick, standard Lancer deck. Her arts is fine, but her quick is really good. It's a 4% her quick. So, yeah, they go. They definitely go. First skill on 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then, yeah, we're back to this again. Remember this? Yeah. Male allies get 42% star gen for 3 turns. Kind of boring, kind of not great skill, so it's whatever. Chances are you might not even bring supports with her that are male. I mean, you can bring Merlin at least. But yeah, it's not a very great skill in particular. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, charms any enemy that can be charmed for 1 turn. Does a minus 30% defense down on them for 3 turns, does a 1k curse on them for 5 turns, and then gives them 1 tick of MP, which is a demerit and a half. So that can be a bit scary, not gonna lie. There are obviously ways of playing around this too, but it is a bit scary. Especially for a buster servant. But yeah, the defense down is high at least, and charm on command, you know, that's, you know, not tied to a trait or anything like that, is pretty cool at least. Still a pretty big cooldown. I feel like it can be, if they want to keep the merit, this could have been a 6-turn cooldown, but I digress. Third skill, this has been buffed, and this is cool because it used to be not so cool. 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% star gen for 3 turns, 50% MP gain for 1 turn, 50% debuff rest for 1 turn, 50% healing up for 1 turn, and 30% battery. I mean, that's a good skill. It's just good. Maybe sometimes a bit awkward because you might save it for the invul, but it's not that bad, honestly. Adds a lot of stuff. And if you have this MP get up and do like a mighty chain with her MP, and you crit with the crit or the quick, the bar just goes. It just goes. So yeah, it works. Not all of these will obviously all be utilized because it's such a mixed bag of effects. Like sometimes the debuff res does nothing, sometimes the healing does nothing, but you know, at least most of them are fairly usable and universal things. So I like this skill. It's pretty cool. Overall, the skill set is average to maybe ever so slightly making my thumb, you know, twist upwards. Passives, 10% quick up and arts up, both very solid because she likes them gains, especially the quick one in particular. 230 flat damage, no thanks. Anti-berserker, hey, good, especially if they happen to be male, then very good. MP has never been buffed and it's very boring. It only does damage on normal effect, and then the overcharge is her super effective against male, 150 base, 200 max. So I still want to say that if you're not fighting male, her damage is not very impressive in particular, but much like Guchan, luckily for her, male enemies are semi-common, so it's not like a bad niche to have, even if, you know, that's kind of what she... Again, I wouldn't bring her against non-males. I have a Grelled one too on JP, so...
Also, I gotta point out, she has a better NP than you.
Guchan, yeah.
because the dot doesn't really do anything, but she actually does have scaling.
Yeah, I'd rather have the scaling than the Vlad, because the dots, both the dots there, unless you like they're pairing with Shufu, I guess. But otherwise, yeah, I think this is better, even though this is like the bare bones MP as well.
Yep.
It is nice for anti-male. She is definitely carried by it, but she does it very well. So, I mean, also that third skill buff was really nice.
Yeah, because it used to stun her too, and then they made other effects better too.
You could circumvent with command codes, but like you have to make sure you're driving.
Yeah, it's just annoying though.
Yeah. But yeah, she spams very good right now. I think that in a lot of instances she's going to be outperforming some of you. Like, okay. So in P1, she does get outdamaged by you, but in P2, they're about even. They're basically even. So higher investment, she is just going to destroy her. Because like that's another selling point that Lancer U has. She is also very spammy, but then yeah, they're both very spammy anti-male. But I like the charm. I like the charm that even though it like gets them closer to the NP, you can also use it on their NP turn, and then it doesn't do anything. Or the turn before the NP, and it still doesn't do.
And there's a one small upside to it as well, which might be relevant mostly for me, because you guys probably don't play CQs the same way I do. But for me, a CQ is like I never try to go fast. I just bring like good DPS, good supports, and then my favorite mystic code is Atlas. So in a case where, like, let's say you're fighting one enemy, like a archer, because that's the best case scenario. They have a 3-bar MP. Let's say you use this when the bar is not full. You give them 1 tick, right? That means I get to use my Merlin illusion earlier when they MP on like turn 2 instead, so I can have that cooldown come faster, and then I can use Atlas on Merlin and get his cooldowns faster back too. It's a very niche thing, but it's like you can get the train rolling a bit faster, I guess.
I don't think it's that niche.
Yeah, it's just something worth mentioning.
My most used mystic code outside of farming is I basically always use Atlas.
Oh yeah, no, Atlas is one I use all the time.
Yeah, I love Atlas. I'm ride or die for Atlas every time. But yeah, Summer Tamamo, A tier?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, she works.
Yeah,
like, and I would not bring her much against non-males, but again, male is common, so, and she has an anti-berserker and a pen too, so even more reason to bring her there too. She's just good. Just good. There you go. Next up, more single target stuff. We got Enkidu, the Clay Man, or, oh, I guess they're not gendered, so can't really say that, but Clay, yes. Single target, the Buster DPS, rocking 10.7k attack, so very similar to Tamamo Lancer just now, which still is not very impressive, but a lot of HP, I guess. The deck, though, oof, so having a triple quick MP, or deck with a Buster MP is something else, though. And insult to injury, his quick cards are not super impressive either. His one arts card is, though. It's really solid, but man, those quicks are still, they could be better though. So this is a really awkward situation with the deck and the MP in particular. Anyway, first skill, it's his weird mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, gets guaranteed Buster, 50% up for 1 turn, and then you flip a coin, you either get 50% quick or arts up as well for 1 turn. So sometimes it will completely screw you depending on your hand available, and sometimes it's just going to be a slightly better mana burst, yay. But it's still not a good skill though, definitely not. Kind of weird. Second skill is kind of cool though. 5-turn cooldown, 1 enemy minus 50% crit chance down for 3 turns, so kind of like Bryn, but one less cooldown. Removes any dodges from the target if they have any that can be removed. It's a bit niche, but cool. And then he gets evasion himself for 1 turn, so that's cool on a 5-turn cooldown. It's just a nice defensive skill, really. It's basic, but it kind of works, you know. Third skill, this is the infamous one, even before the buff. So 10-turn cooldown, he gets a 10k heal on use, fully cleanses debuffs that can be cleansed, and with the buff also gets a 50% battery. I remember people freaked out when this was like, what? Enkidu was buffed and what? A 50% battery when he had none? But come on, it's the 10 turn cooldown. It's not that crazy. It's cool, but it's not that crazy, right? It's a thing. So overall, the skill set, it's fine. He's just one of those servants that really gets hard carried by having a really good MP. But yeah, the skill set it's passable. Only passive is 20% debuff rest, but that's fine. It's a good passive at least. Anti-Berserker, that's really good, especially if you hit his good when the MP is already upgraded. Is very solid. So yeah, the upgrade MP. This is really the best part about Enkidu. So has a flat 200% super effective against threat to humanity. Is not the most common thing, but it still appears from time to time. So even on neutral, that's actually a legit case. Then, if the enemy is divine, 500% chance to stun them for 1 turn. So it's basically the same as Chisho, except this one is you need a trait. So it's not as good, but again, divine is not very rare for bosses anyway. And then the overcharge, which is really good. So before damage, he does on base overcharge minus 30% defense down at target for 3 turns, scaling up to 50%. That's just ridiculous overcharge. Just nuts. So easy to stack damage. So yeah, the MP really is the main reason why Enkidu, to this day, is still so relevant. So while his face cards are, not that great, his MP is all that great. So that's Enkidu. He's still relevant. Very solid.
I mean, something with Enkidu, people I think mix up. He doesn't do extra damage to divinity. He stuns divinity.
Yeah, he does. A lot of people always think he's like anti-divine. I mean, he is anti-divine, but not for damage, only for the stun.
Yeah. I think the best use case for him is he's one of the easier characters to use against Cernunnos.
Yeah, he's literally anti-Cernunnos in so many ways.
And yeah. But I actually think Enkidu is, as time goes on, because of the awkward parts of his kit, is less useful. Like there's way better Lancers now. There are like 3 single target Lancers that are just absolutely destructive, and he's nowhere close to them, I don't think, anymore.
He's the safe pick. He's always just a safe pick, but depending on the scenario, you might find better options. Like, he's just a safe pick. But again, it's not a bad thing. He's still, like, you can absolutely use him. There's not really much wrong with, I mean, there are obviously awkward parts, but like, overall, he's a safe and good package, right? That's just what he always has been. Well, after the MP buff, really.
He's kind of awkward to build a team like dedicated to, but he is an amazing backliner because he's just so survivable. Like, I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm not entirely sure about EX.
Nah,
he is really good.
I think he's
still.
A.
Yeah, he's one of the A's. I wouldn't do EX in this day and age.
Yeah,
no, because
these days, I feel like I
of
prefer Skaha's.
I mean, after the recent buff, it's kind of hard not to. She's just
because the weirdness of his kit with that, the really dumb 50-50, the third skill being the battery and it being on such a long cooldown. I think just A is fine.
I can't decide between the A's.
I think Karna's better though. Like, I think Karna is.
He has the better
enough.
MP though. Karna has better face cards, but Enkidu has a better MP.
Look, this in chat, like, it's obvious. This is the anti-stun guy here talking. It's because he doesn't like stun characters.
No, on a character like Enkidu, where he's always stunning divine, I wouldn't complain about him stunning divine because I would take him to stun divine when it's a guaranteed.
You can pick him without divine too. To be honest, he still does crazy damage on his MP.
Yeah, I understand why people don't like his first skill that much. I don't think that the 50-50 matters that much because, like, you use it on the NP turn when you got a 50%.
And then you just hope you get a bonus.
Like, yeah, I mean, It's probably better to get it on the arts if you have the arts card.
No, I mean, best case scenario is MP Mighty Chain and you get the arts boost. Then you refund fully. That's the best case scenario. You just get it back-to-back MPs for free. I think I'm going to go A+. I still like him a lot. I don't think he's top tier, but I think he's really good. Okay.
You know, it feels good seeing Dobrynya as the top 4-star Lancer.
I think it's well deserved. All right, next up, a big fat favorite. We're gonna talk about Ereshkigal.
I'll be right back.
Okay, fair enough.
I can still hear you guys. But...
okay. So, AoE, Buster, DPS, and Looper. I definitely prefer her own bosses by herself, but she has some farming presence too, and even multi-core, which is cool. So she's pretty flexible overall. The one annoying part about her is the attack. 10.3k is not very flattering. In fact, it is quite a bit below average of 5-star Lancers, so that's like one of her actual downsides. There's not a whole lot of else to complain about. Double Buster, double Quick, the standard Lancer deck. Her Quick is just okay, but yeah, obviously we have the 3% Eresh Arts card, so I'm sure anyone has ever used her knows that if you let's say you get an overkill arts crit, it's an instant refund and then some, even without buffs. It's ridiculous. So yep, it's that one card that's famous. Now this I'm not sure if this is new to this list or not, but it's a cool buff. I really like this one. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the first skill, she gets debuff immune for 1 turn, 100% instant kill immune for 1 turn, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, invul for 1 turn, and then -1 cooldowns on herself. So before this, there used to be some RNG with all the other effects, which was always annoying, especially the invul. If you whiffed that, then unfortunate. But now you don't have to worry about that anymore, and then you also get minus cooldown. So this was a very solid buff. It's just great, because now effectively her kit goes from a 6/6/6 to a 5/5/5, and that's not even counting the 5th append. So that's something to think about. Yeah, that's good on Eresh. So the first skill is now very good. Second skill is her mana burst. So you get +1 cooldown, making it 6 turns total. You get the same 50% buster up, but you do get 50% battery, so it's definitely better than a mana burst. Probably pop it third one, or not. You can save it too. It's a bit flexible. It's boring, but it works. There it is. Third skill. I really like this skill to this day. It's so cool. So 6-turn cooldown. The party gets this unique blessing for 3 turns that cannot stack. Then the party gets 20% defense for 3 turns, 30% MP gen for 3 turns, and 3k max HP. It just feels good to use this skill, especially in boss. It's just like so many nice effects just happening, keeping you safe, giving you gains, and then when you MP, you get more damage and whatnot. It's just a nice skill, very good. So now with this buff in mind, and again taking account this cooldown reduction, her skill set is tight. This is a tight skill set though, even with the second skill being so boring and basic. This is a really tight skill set, in a good way, of course. Passives, 12.5% debuff res is not a whole lot, but she has a good amount of she has immunity on the first skill too to help with that as well. 11% arts up, making that one arts card even more nuts. Otherwise not a huge deal. She does get another 22.5% debuff res from the Goddess's Core though, so that's what 35% debuff res permanently. So now it's actually pretty good. Very solid. So passives are fine. Nothing crazy. She's anti-assassin on the append. Unless they're earth attribute, you're probably not going to do this too much. But yeah, not the greatest case. And then the buffed MP. It's a very cool buff as well. So flat 150% super effective against earth attribute. Very common for both normal enemies and enemies. It's a good one to have. And then after damaging, all allies with the blessing buff from the third skill get 20% attack for 3 turns, so it's a free charisma. And again, you can apply this multiple times as well. You just can't stack the blessing itself from cooldown reduction or whatever, but you can get multiples of these from MPing several times in that 3 turns. Then party also gets 20% crit resistance for 3 turns, which already eliminates a lot of crits on base chances in the game. Party gets instant kill immunity for 3 turns, in case that happens to be a problem. And then before damage on the overcharge, she gets 10% buster for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 50%. It's not ramp up, it's only a little bit, so it's not a very impressive overcharge, but you know, it's not instant kill, it's not dots, it's still something. It's a very good MP after the buff though. There's a lot of nice things here, especially for both farming and bosses. This buff really like just rounded her up even all more. Like I've already considered after Ereshkigal got her MP buff, I've always considered her a very solid servant, but this really rounds up even better. Like just this cooldown reduction because her skill set is nice. I think she's really good.
Quick irrelevant question for chat. Do any of you guys drink Monsters? And if you do, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I was about to say, don't drink Monster. Red Bull
like,
Gang, baby.
I got one because I was worried about making it.
Did you get the base green one? Don't tell me.
No.
Okay, thank God.
I got a watermelon one.
Okay.
It's called Rehab, and is it because they make you want to go to rehab? Like,
yeah, maybe.
Ugh. Like, how can something have so much sugar and also taste like a diet drink?
Yeah, Monster just overloads on sugar.
Crack open a dew.
Nah, Red
Anyway,
Bull, baby.
I really like Eresh.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Eresh
let's talk about Eresh.
Eresh, the only downside of Eresh is that there are just better AoE Buster Lancers.
Okay, dude.
There's 2 of them specifically that are much stronger. And that's our only downside. Is that there's just a better option. Like, but
I would maybe argue about the other one. I can maybe see one of them, yeah, sure, but I would maybe argue about the other one.
Bradamante so much.
No. I said Buster.
Oh.
Yeah, I know exactly
Also,
who he's talking about. Of course.
There's 2 I'm talking about.
talking
There's
about
only 2 other AoE Buster Lancers, aren't there? Is there more than 2 left?
Actually, yeah, you're right. Is there?
Yeah, there's only 2.
Yeah, I guess they're yeah. By process of elimination, we already know who they are.
Yeah, it's Melusine and Romulus. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
I would make an argument versus Romulus with this new buff.
No,
I think there's an argument
Romulus?
to be. I mean, yeah, he can do more damage, yes, but
damage
sometimes
stacking
damage is not
is
the end all
insane.
be all.
No, you don't understand how high.
No,
his
I
damage
understand he can hit a lot harder. I'm not arguing about damage here. I'm arguing about the other stuff.
The thing is, if you use Karna, you can immediately do a lot of damage. You don't have to buster card, then.
No, so Romulus. Anyway, I'll talk about Romulus. And if coming from me, who I hate Romulus, I can't deny Romulus's power. But anyway, Eresh is number 3 in a competition that is unfair. But Eresh
it's like the Fallout New
extremely
Vegas
good.
quote: "The game was rigged from the start."
Yeah. So Eresh is extremely good though, especially when you're against Earth. She got good. Her cards really good, as everyone knows. She can loop in events, especially. You know, having events with 50% starting charge CE. She's got 50% charge. She's got party buffs. You know, she's an AoE Lancer. Like it's really nice to have.
I think especially in bosses because the third skill is she's really good.
She can also Black Grail if you double Oberon. So
I hate double Oberon. I refuse.
Yeah, look,
That's so disgusting.
Double Oberon is gross unless it gets you to Black Grail. Then it's not as gross.
I'm not using Black Grail in my events.
Yeah.
I'm better than that. I'm better than you.
Yeah, you hear that, Chad?
Whoa, that's getting personal again.
No, not better than Chad. Better than you. You, Otto.
Me? But I can relate to the people more than any of you guys can. So when he says that he thinks he's better than me, he's posturing over you guys. All right,
get redirected.
Otto's projecting. Otto is trying to drag you guys down to his level. He wants you in the dumpster with him, eating his dumpster drinks.
I think I'm gonna A+ Eresh.
You're as in the dumpster as I am.
I think he has to be A+ for sure. I mean, there's maybe some world argument you could put EX, but maybe if we take the competition into account, then yeah, fair, I guess. But yeah, she's still really good. Erice is just very good. So yeah, there you go. Okay. Now next,
she's better than Karna.
Okay, we'll discuss later again. Okay, that's the initial placement. We'll still do the shuffle at the end, so chat, don't get mad yet. You can get mad later potentially.
Yeah, it just occurred to me that I barely said anything about her, but yeah, I don't have much to say. So.
Okay, fair enough.
I do.
Anyway, next up, we're gonna take a little chill break here to talk about someone who's not maybe so broken, but I think does she have a new buff from last year? I think she might.
I think she does.
Yeah.
Wait, does she?
I think she does.
I think she's good
not
now.
sure.
No. Okay.
It was around that time. It was CBC when she got the buff.
I mean, Britomart has one, but I thought maybe Bradamante got one too. Okay.
Sorry, they're the
Blitz
same
and
character.
Whoa.
Bradamante and Britomart both got NP buffs in the same year.
Anyway, let's talk about Bradamante next. So AoE quick DPS farmer, probably more over DPS. Her farming is not very pretty. So 10.8k on that attack. Again, a bit below average among 5-star Lancers, unfortunately. Her deck is also not generous for damage. She's double arts, double quick. Her arts is pretty sad, and her quick is fine. So again, at that point, you probably just prefer a more damaging deck like Double Buster. So unfortunately, up here, she could do a lot better. But she's known all about the downstairs anyway, am I right? Okay, that was an easy segue. Okay. Anyway, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% of her main card types of quick arts for 3 turns. This needs another line. Like we have all these other servants that have the same stuff now, so she needs another line here. The card types are fine; they're good, but there should be at least one more line here. Maybe like MP damage or something. I don't know, something. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, and then she gets 30% defense for 3 turns. Very basic defensive skill, but it works. 30% defense is not bad. It mitigates, so I don't hate it. It's just a bit boring and basic. Something. Third skill. So is this not new? Like when was this out?
No, MP upgrade was 359 days ago. So it was March 7th.
Oh, so the MP upgrade was the newer one. I thought this was okay.
Was a year
wow,
ago.
Okay, fair enough. So this is even older then. 5-turn cooldown. Targeted skill. Target gets 30% battery, cleanses them of debuffs, gives them 30% anti-earth damage for 3 turns. Why does it actually say 3 turns? No one ever realized that it's missing the thing from the wiki. It doesn't say the duration, but I'm pretty sure it is 3 turns. Interesting. And then the target, she always gets 30% MP generation herself for 3 turns. Pretty good skill, actually. This on a 5-turn cooldown is very solid. Like targeted 30 already on that is good, but then you get all the other stuff. So yeah, it's actually a great skill. So this is good. These two are kind of basic, but this is a good skill. Okay. Only passive she has is 20% magic rest, but you know what? Sure, it's fine. Anti-Rider, unlike Britomart, she sadly won't do much with this. Even an Anti-Earth, no, it's not enough. Anyway, the buffed MP then, so here we go. She gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns on using the MP. It's before damage, not that it matters. So we can ramp up a bit of crit damage. Does damage to enemies, 60% chance to stun them all for 1 turn, individual calculations. So not reliable, but if you land some in bosses, you're probably happy about it. Does minus 20% crit chance on all enemies for 3 turns, so that's cool, and eliminates a lot of crits on base. And then before damage, she gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. Base overcharge, scaling up to 60% on max. I kind of wish there was a bit of ramp up there. They could have maybe changed that too, but there's a good amount of effects on this MP though. So I actually like the MP effects wise, even if the stun is not reliable. Like it's not bad actually. Yeah.
So Bradamante is a general pool.
I assume that was on purpose.
Yeah,
yes.
He saw someone in chat say it, so he had.
Okay.
No. I've been calling her Bradamante for like
all right
a year. But she I got spooked by her recently. I have her like an MP6 now or something. So I mean I've used her a couple times. I think that she is very decent now after her buff.
Yeah.
With the battery upgrade to 30% and the MP generation, giving her a little bit of anti-earth, having her MP upgraded, I think she is a very usable character. When she came out, I would say she was bad, but I think after some
She
well
was good
thought
in,
out
this is a joke mostly, but she was good in her release because I used her to farm the max lottery note on that with double Scotty, and I literally hit bond 10 on her on the same
Oh,
event.
wow.
But yeah, outside of the event,
yeah,
yeah, she wasn't very good.
So people do make fun of her because when Bradamante and Britomart were both out, when they were both new before, you know, all these buffs, they were very similar in what they did. And so there was the joke of like, oh, they released the same character twice. They've buffed them in different directions now. So now they're different.
They're not even that similar. They're just AoE quick lancers, and that's it.
Yeah,
Like,
AoE quick lancers with a 30%
one's-
battery. They were
One is 3 turns of like they do Pierce Envuln, and then they have a niche against riders, and then they have debuff immune. This one's more defensive with the
look, Otto, you're looking too deep into people making a joke about them being the same. So, the point is that they were similar enough that people could make the joke.
Because people aren't always joking. Like,
well, anyway, the point is,
I know
think
you're
she's
smarter than most. Well,
really, you're gonna say that I'm smarter than most people?
I think nowadays they're definitely different.
That's why I stopped. Okay, I was like, well, actually, on second thought,
like honestly, I used to be very mid on her, but I do think she's actually pretty decent nowadays. This MP upgrade is good.
Decent.
Yeah. Because this gives her some face card damage potential too. It's not the biggest crit ramp up ever, but she generates a good amount of stars with it.
Put on pants.
Okay.
I think B plus because I don't think that I think her counterpart is better.
I think I prefer Britomart if you actually compare them for real. But yeah, she's not bad, honestly.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with B plus, honestly.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Alright, let's talk about the next big one. Rio was already kind of teasing about him earlier, but here we go. One of the golden dudes of the game. We got Quirinus next up on the chopping block. 5-star AoE, a Buster, a Lancer, DPS, and Farmer, but mostly just, I would say, DPS, because he needs a bit of time to cook, but when he does cook, he definitely gets there. So, first of all, 12.2k attack is the highest one so far, right? So that's pretty nice. Definitely above the average when it comes to 5-star Lancer attack. He's got the kind of a rare Lancer deck of double arts, double Buster, and his arts is like, it's just fine, and the quick is also nothing too crazy. So on base, the cards are they're fine, so nothing too crazy. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and then Roman allies get another 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then all enemies get turned into Roman trait for 5 turns, 500% chance, so good luck resisting that. You would have to immune that. And it is considered a debuff, so again, immunity would block it. I mean, it's a good skill. It's a charisma on steroids, basically, because it's the same cooldown, but no, downsides. So, yeah, and obviously the trait's very important for him to get up good. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns, 30% battery, and 10 stars on use. It's fine, it works. Gives him some defense, gives him some battery to get the MP faster. The stars is not even that big, but, cool to have, I guess. Just an alright skill. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% Buster for 3 turns, 500% Absorb for 1 turn, and then there's on-attack debuff for 3 turns. So whatever he crits for the next 3 turns, the target gets Romanized again for 5 turns. So again, there's no limit to this. It's only by the amount of face cards you manage to hit or crit in that 3 turns. So you can dish out a good amount of Roman debuffs from this too. Overall, the skill set, it's good. It's not crazy, but it's good. It definitely makes sense. You got offense, you got defense, you got stuff. Not too much in the way of utility, but he's mostly a man of damage anyway. Passives, 25% or 20% debuff resistance is nice. 9% crit is also nice. He actually has some crit focus. And then his divinity is cool because it has 9% buster up, so that's very nice to have. Good passives. Anti-ruler. Well, even for him, I would not do it. He can stack his damage, but I would still not do that one.
Actually, he is the only Lancer that does counterclass runs. Really easily.
All right. I would still pick something else, but yeah, fair. Okay. All right, then the fun part, the MP. So the MP does bonus damage on, for every Roman stack on the enemy. And every stack adds 20%, and it stacks up to 10 times. So most of these, they always stack up to 10 times, but then the amount differs a lot. And 20% is the highest you can get from these. So you can get up to a 200% damage increase, which is basically the max amount of range for a lot of super effective overcharges. It's not the most there's been, but it tends to be the max amount as well. So there's a lot of damage ceiling here to be hit. And then also the MP itself also afflicts Roman. Granted, it's after damage, but it's also 5 turns. And then the party gets another Roman buff as well for 5 turns. And then also the overcharge on base is 10% charisma, 3 turns, scaling all the way to 30%. So while, again, it's after damage like the trait, but, it still serves as a form of ramp up too. And attack buff is also... Again, they're kind of nice to have because your, min-turn buster supports tend to not give you attack up. So yeah, he's all about just, he ramps up and then he just does big numbers.
I think people underestimate what the Roman stacks mean. You can double stack his skill 1 and skill 3 right away to get, 4 to get 2 stacks on there, and then a single crit applies 2 more. That's basically at 5 stacks, by the way, he does single target damage. At 10 stacks, he does class advantage damage as a neutral. Class advantage single target damage as a neutral. So
and then there's the CC as well that gives you the Roman trait.
And then there's the CC that gives the Roman. So if you have the CC that gives the Roman trait and you double stack his skills, he is single target damage from turn 1. It's as an AoE Lancer.
I think we should consider the command code. We consider the dots too, where it applies. In fact, you're going to see one of those later today too. So I think it's a fair thing to consider.
I'm not going to spoil the fight, what it's about or anything, but the fight that came out yesterday, in the min turn for it, he takes out the first 3 turns. He takes out the first 3 bars, effortlessly. He is this chart is not indicative of his damage performance.
Farming wise, his numbers are not that great. Yeah.
But as someone, if you need damage, he's the guy you go to. And I hate him. I didn't like him in Lost Spell 5. I don't like his design. I think he looks kind of ugly. But
okay, now we're going versatile.
I cannot deny how strong he is. Also, Constantine also is good with him. But anyway, I think he's EX. I think he's top tier.
Okay.
I just hate that what you guys keep referring to with them is super recollection quests. Okay, it's great that he can do really high single target damage. You know who else can do single target damage? Single target servants.
But he does more than the single targets. You have to consider that yes, he does. So you have to consider
he has to jump through hoops for it. This is all.
It's not that much.
This is all ignoring the fact that he is not very good at getting himself to crit. This is I've got a chat member who is a big fan of his. He acknowledges that's a problem too. He has 1 turn absorb, and then okay, well you can use Koyan's 3rd skill to help him with absorb. Okay, well his arts and quick cards get nothing then. It is not the easiest hoop imaginable. No.
Well, he has 10 stars. 2 coins give him 40, so that's 50. And then
bam,
if you're invested
1 turn.
in
now
him,
next
you
turn,
got
you have
Lancer
no
class
stars.
score, and you've generated stars. Look, I think I understand that he's not perfect at everything, but in his specialized area, he is so insanely strong that he
We're not talking about high investment though.
But what's wrong with having a character that is more technical and high investment and performs to the level that fits that investment?
I don't think
having a character that is
point. I think
it's like when you're playing a game and there's characters that are rated 5-star difficulty and there's characters 1-star difficulty. If you're new to the game, you're not going to be able to go in and click headshots with the 5-star difficulty guy. You got to practicing against the game.
I think there's a certain point where it doesn't matter. Because if you're already like breaking the bars with other servants, then like what sells him?
That he breaks them better and easier and faster.
It's not like
I do the one thing I do like about him is that the debuffs are always applied for 5 turns, so they have a lot of longevity to them. Even if like some of your buffs start dropping, that's a lot of longevity. And again, a single one is 20% more for the MP.
I just genuinely, I think it's TA brain rot. Like I genuinely think you guys are.
I would normally agree, but I because of the debuff longevity, I think he's gonna do just fine, even without like when your buffs start dropping. If the fight goes longer, I think he's still gonna do fine because they really affect his damage a lot.
Once you get those 10 stacks on, if the fight goes long. And you maintain your thing, and you keep the 10 stacks.
Like even if it's not 10 stacks, even just 5 stacks alone is already a lot of. That's 100%.
Yeah, you're doing so much more damage, even if your buffs were off.
It's just like the only time that it matters is when you're forcing him into a single target scenario where you don't have to use. Like
Actually,
you could just.
But we can also rate him as an AoE DPS too. We don't have to rate him. I mean, he was just an example of saying how much damage he does. Like he's still good on AoE, obviously.
But if it's an AoE scenario, then it's not as impressive because okay, he has the 20% bonus. Well, we have a bunch of these other servants that have like super effective niches, like Erice has anti-earth. That's gonna be doing more.
That caps at 50. That's 1.5 Roman.
It caps at 50, but how are you going to crit all of the enemies at once?
Auto.
This is a tough call. I'm not gonna lie.
1 twice and apply 2, so it's already pretty much just as good.
Yeah,
it's
let me just
and then the MP applies another stack.
Let me just use all of my batteries immediately to start applying more stacks.
You don't farm with him. You're not farming with him.
Yeah, this is so. Dude, you know, I
didn't think I'd have to argue Romulus.
At this point, I kind of want to put both.
Know you had to argue this. We had a video where we argued about this for like an hour.
Dude, honestly, I want to put both into EX. I want to put both Aroma and Ereshkigal into EX personally.
I don't think Ereshkigal is in EX.
I do think she's really good. With the new skill buff, I would consider her EX. Honestly, I wouldn't think that's unfair. Because she doesn't maybe hit the damage ceiling that Roma does, but she's so solid and just, can go immediately with damage too and whatnot. And I like the defensive stuff she has going on too. Because it can matter too. Buster is not always guaranteed to live. I think she's really good.
Should be on the same tier.
Yeah. And I think I want to put both into EX. I want to put both there. I think I might do that. I think both are solid, like really good. Amazing even. I'm doing it. Fuck it. Alright, we'll discuss again at the end, but there you go. Alright. Moving on for now. I'm sure we're going to discuss more about this after the initial placements, but yeah, we still have 6 more placements to go. So.
Erice is great for farming, Roma is great for bosses. Wait. Look, when you say it that way, you're excluding her effectiveness against bosses.
I mean, Erice is really good on bosses.
Stupid.
Yeah,
because this is just TA brain rot. Like you're just ignoring everything she does because he does big number. Like there is more thing than big number in game. Okay.
All right. Anyway,
my validation comes from the numbers.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll return to that later. But yeah, Vritra time. Let's talk about Vritra. So AOE, Arts, DPS, Lancer, and Farber as well. Kind of do both. Maybe not the most amazing thing in either, but I feel like she gets a bit more flack than she deserves. 12.3k attack. Very good start though. That's among the higher end of 5-star Lancers though. Cool. Her deck is double Arts, double Quick, which is not the most damaging one, but gains wise is just fine. So, I guess she's just one of those things that kind of wants to MP a lot. Also, my phone keeps going off. I'm gonna have to take my evening meds after this. Good reminder. Gains are just whatever. They're okay. Skills then. So 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Arts for 3 turns and 500% absorb for Arts for 1 turn. Kind of wish the absorb was 3 turns too, so you can guarantee them on the same cycle, but alright. At least the main card type is good uptime. Maybe could still use a buff. This is a bit basic, doesn't really do too much. Second skill, 6 turn cooldown. A full party gets 30% anti-divine damage for 3 turns, and then she herself gets an instant 30 battery. A bit of multi-core presence maybe there as well. It really depends, obviously, because it's a trait. Anti-trait in particular, but I kind of like it being AoE. It's pretty cool. Oh, overall, not the best skill either. Third skill, 7 turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 3k revive. Then she gets 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns. And then the full party gets 20% MP damage for 1 time 5 turns. So this is a little bit awkward because obviously this applies to herself too. And then this will... You're probably going to pop this turn 1. In some cases, you can obviously save it because 10% is not the most, but especially in bosses, you kind of want to like to have it as well. So obviously the first MP you do would consume that MP damage. Not that it's the highest amount to begin with, but yeah, sometimes a bit finicky. I still kind of like it though. It's not a bad skill overall. Also a bit of multi-core boost there because the AoE MP damage. So this skill set is just okay. It's an okay skill set. And that's about it, I would say. Kind of shocked she hasn't been buffed yet, honestly. First passive, 20% debuff res. Pretty cool. Then she has the dragon passive that Ibuki also has. So 10% buster up and 180 damage cut. 10% buster up is good. Unfortunately for her, she only has 1. And then the damage cut is just, you know... At least it's on this way instead of her having flat damage. Because this way it actually helps. Because our HP is way lower than the enemies. So it does something. She's anti-Avenger, which I'm sure there's some Divine Avengers out there, but I would not really bother with it too much. Unless you're multi-coring and it's like, let's say, like Berserkers and then an Avenger at the end and you have another DPS for that, then sure, I guess. MP. AoE damage, then does skill steal on enemies for 1 turn, and a minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. Cool utility. And then on a base overcharge, does a minus 10% Artress down for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 30. It is after damage, sadly, but against bosses can be a form of a ramp up. I think the MP is fine. It's fine. I don't really have big complaints about it. The effects are pretty okay. But I think she could definitely use a buff. Some of the skills are a bit basic, yeah.
Here's the thing. She's general pool. And so they always they for some reason hate general pool servants. And except for Lohi, seem to have made all of them just kind of like not terrible, but not good. But like her numbers are fine. But the thing is it's easier to have MP5 Percival than it is to have MP5 her, right? And their numbers are close enough that you'll probably just use Percival. That's the problem with the AoE Arts Lancers is the 4 stars are easier to get, especially Percival. That's her biggest downside. Is competition. She's okay.
She still has some boss presence though. It's not like bad.
She just doesn't really have much to stand out. Like, her damage isn't incredible. She doesn't really have high special utility. She's just sort of like AoE Arts Looper. She has a little bit of damage against Divine, but I feel like it's diluted just because it's like
30%. Yeah.
It's mostly better if you use it on someone else too, because it's AoE.
Also, it's 20% MP damage 1 time. Like I think it's fine. Like if you are using her in multi-core against a divine enemy and your other person is holding off their NP, you know, because it applies to the party. I think that case it's fine. So there's an argument of like you could probably use her in multi-core, like on a 3-3-1 node or something, or like a 3x3 or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, it's just kind of she's just okay. Like she's not bad. She's not great.
Yeah, I think there's a common consensus on her.
I know people keep asking for like super effective against Divine on her. I feel like if they did that, they would kind of kill Karna.
And that would be too much because of how loopable her MP is.
Like he has good crits, but like she would just do.
Yeah, the MP spam would still just absolutely dump on that.
Yeah.
I think she's on the same
that would be
level
nice.
as Bradamante.
She definitely could use
B
something,
plus.
though.
I don't mind B plus. Some might even say it's a bit high, but I think
better
it's
than
fine.
Bryn. Like, she's
Yeah, I
better
think
than
I like
Bryn.
her more than Bryn.
She's about the same as.
Not that they're super comparable, but yeah, in what they do, I guess.
I really actually have to stop myself from saying Bradamante. I've said it too many times. That is where my mind goes to. I'm physically stopping myself. Anyway, from Bradamante, I think she's equal to her.
So it's definitely one of the Bs, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully they buff her, because 0 buffs at this point is kind of tragic.
I think a lot of the the general pool characters should get buffed. Because
And then one particular story, like the 1-2.
yeah, well, okay, yes. She needs more than a buff. She needs a rework.
Oh. Anyway, we'll go with B plus with Vritra for now.
Oh boy.
I guess next up is one of the elephants in the room. We gotta go through this every time.
Oh, you want to argue with me on this one?
Wake
Well,
me up.
all right. Let's just cover her first. So we got Melusine next. AoE Buster, Farmer, DPS, kind of single target artsy too. She's a thing. The thing. I'm sure everyone by now kind of knows about her. But yeah, we'll still give her a rundown here. 12.1k attack is not at the highest among Lancers, but it's still solid. It's above average, so a good number, especially with the class bod. Double Buster, double Arch on the deck. Her gains are fine. They're not amazing, but they're fine. So pretty good stuff up here. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 3 turns. Wow. 500 damage cut for 3 turns. 2k max health for 3 turns. And then a 30% battery. I mean, that's just a good skill. 40% attack. Like, what? Yeah, okay. It's good. It's a good skill. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 5k absorb for 5 turns. 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And 10 stars on use. I mean, you want to crit? Now you crit. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's your crit skill 2. And then the third skill, the funny one. So 5-turn cooldown. If you don't start on stage 3, Ascension 3, you transform into Ascension 3, you get 100% battery and an invul for 1 turn. And then if you happen to be on Ascension 3, either by Morbin or starting from it, you get 30% MP damage for 3 turns and 1 turn of invul. So the only thing that changes the battery to MP damage. I mean, obviously this is the big thing that, I mean, she has 130% battery just for her own kit. 150 if you count the append as well, so basically loops by herself. Pretty really good skill set, huh? Yeah, to this day. Wow, who would have guessed?
The first Buster Looper.
Yeah. Pretty much.
You've seen those comps, right? Back before.
Yeah, it was like just before Koyan and Oberon were out. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
It's like double waiver and
Rhinus maybe. Because more damage probably, but yeah. Very cool. Anyway, passive 17.5% debuff for us is fine. And 9% arts up, pretty cool. She has 2 okay arts cards after all. Anti-Lancer on the append, well, I guess a lot of people go for that crazy copy, so even this will be semi-relevant. Sure. And then the MP. So we had 2 MPs. So, first of all, again, you have the non-third Ascension MP. It's a single target arts one, so does damage to enemy, gives them a minus, or that 1000 damage taken increase for 5 turns, which is basically reverse divinity, but, you know, I guess everyone can benefit from this. It's not the greatest effect, though. Gets 10 stars on use, and then before damage, she gets 20% MP gain on base overcharge for 3 turns, scaling all the way to 40, so it refunds pretty okay, too, especially if you get a nice Brave Chain. But then the beat balls, the big one, the AoE MP. AoE Buster. So before damage, she gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn. Does a 1k burn on all enemies for 5 turns after damage. And then also before damage, she gets 20% Buster for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 60. That is a ridiculous ramp up as well. So yeah, that's the MP. There it is. I mean, it's Melusine. Are we going to talk much about Melusine, or are we just going to seal the deal right now?
Well, as far as Buster AoE goes, she is the highest non-trait damage in the game for Buster.
Yeah, like, she's the generalist.
Yeah, she's but she doesn't have a trait, so she does lose to traded servants like Cuckoo and Tonal Ego and whatnot. But as far as non-trait goes, she's at the top, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Wow, those are some numbers.
You know what? We probably don't even need to talk about her too much.
No, she's the top.
Yeah. I don't even use her much, but I mean, I do realize she's stupid. So there you go. We'll just.
Unfortunately, her summer form is disappointing, but her Lancer form is good.
I wouldn't say. I think the summer one is good too, but we'll get to that. In many weeks.
It's good, but it's not. It's not the same level.
It's okay, dude. Okay.
In comparison to Lancer, it's not.
Great to have expectations.
Another universal AoE art servant.
Yeah.
Yay.
Anyway, we'll just move on for now. I'm sure no one needs us explaining why she's that good. So next up, Sakamoto Lancer, AoE arts, DPS farmer, kinda can do both as well. I feel like the problem with Sakamoto is that there's a lot of competition, and also he was released not long after Melusine, so everyone's just focusing on Buster Loop because it was new as well. But Sakamoto actually not that bad. Anyway, 10.7k attack is below average when it comes to 5-star Lancers, but not terrible, I suppose. Same deck, double Buster, double arts, there it is again. Gains on base are okay. The Quick Soul at least pretty cool. So they're not bad. Gains are fine too. First skill 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns. 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And overcharge by 1 step 1 time. 3 turns. That's pretty cool. His own overcharge is also fine for this too. But especially if you're running like, Castoria on bosses, then, that's just amazing, right? Or Tamamo, or hell, anyone. Honestly, all the supports kind of like OC, maybe minus Rhinus, but yeah, it's a pretty good skill. I kind of like it. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 50% battery, 100% buff removal resistance for 3 whole turns, and also debuff immune for 3 whole turns. This is cool. I like this. It's very cool. Again, one of the counters to Art Servant is also buff removal, so being able to keep your buffs at least half the time is nice, and also debuff immune half the time. It's a good skill. Third skill, a 6-turn cooldown. This time he himself gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So that's the skill set. I think it's fine. I don't think it's not that bad, honestly. I think it's good. Is it as good as Melusine? No. I mean, no one is really. But it's good. It's a pretty good skill set. Kind of has a little bit of everything. Passives, 15.5% debuff res is alright. 12% quick up, sadly not that relevant for him, but his 1 quick card is fine, I guess. Then he has this unique passive, gives him 10% crit resistance and 10% crit damage. Both are nice to have. He's anti-alter ego, which is fine, because, night classes are always a decent option against alter ego. While not doing amazing damage, they can at least get good defensive advantage, so they're a good option. Then the MP, so before damage, they get 50% defense up for 1 turn. So that turn, they're pretty damn tanky, which obviously mostly relevant for bosses, not so much for farming. And also before damage, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 40. Actually, I remember it being 1 turn, so it was ramp up. Okay, that's very cool. That's a really good overcharge. And even better when you get the OC from them themselves. That's why, in particular, his wave 3 damage spikes so high. Because of Oberon, of course. Scaling really well with this. I think Sakamoto is good. I don't know why people hate on him. Like, what's the deal? Is he because he said he doesn't have a niche? Is that why?
The reason why they hate on him is because they always look at his numbers with 50% Cs, and they see his damage is below the others because for you to do it consistently without Oberon, like you gotta use 50% CE. Whereas actually, truth be told, he actually has better farming damage than most of them because he ramps his own NP damage buffs, and it's just his refund is a bit lower. He's very similar to Ruler Moriarty in that after his buff. He does the Spishtar thing. It's just people are so used to that Ocean Flyer entry on Jordan's sheet.
But at least he still has a much better kit than Spishtar does.
Oh yeah, 3 turns of buff removal resistance and debuff immune that's just really good.
Yeah. It's because he's more defensive and less offensive at first glance. Also he is a little bit harder to loop than the alternatives. So I think it's those things around that time, and also around that time, people were big on just like frontline, no swapping, farming.
These days,
and he's not as good at that. And nowadays you do multi-core and you don't care about swapping anymore because you have to swap.
Yeah, bro, I hate that so much. How people were constantly judging arts loopers by whether or not.
Yeah, that was such a weird time. It was like you want to press less buttons.
And then Buster looping, and they're like, "Oh yeah, well, I absolutely have to plug this servant, but it's fine because that's just par for the course." Yeah, they have to use a
hypocrite that you
that was a weird time of FGO for farming.
I mean, before Buster looping came and thing, I was also like, I don't want to swap.
I mean, obviously you'd still prefer not to, obviously, if you can, but it shouldn't be like looked down upon. Oh, plug suit? Oh no, thanks. Ugh.
It was also slower back then because remember there was no double tap to like.
Oh yeah, that was a huge. That was why people didn't like it. You couldn't skip stuff.
Bringing in a backline took longer. It was just it physically took longer, and so that's why a lot of people avoided it.
It's literally like less than 5 seconds, but like I mean, if you do
that 5 seconds over 5,000 runs.
Yeah,
exactly. Think of my lotto gains.
But that only ends up mattering if you're like doing it perfect, like using it like if you're using a bot to try to do perfect inputs, then it matters. You're probably going to be doing something else and not just like perfectly inputting commands as soon as you can every single time. If you can do that for like 10 hours, that's pretty crazy. If you can't, then like I mean, dude, just automate overnight. You can't do the same thing like 24 hours. All right.
I think he should be like an A tier for sure. He's good.
Yeah, he's got a pretty solid kit.
There's an argument for that. I would agree.
I'm happy with that. I think that's good. All right, 3 to go for the initial placements. The latest one for NA, but not for too much longer. Oh, open the same one. Here we go. There it is, Brito Bart. And this buff is new, right? Surely. Am I going crazy? I'm not going crazy, right? Her buff is new, at least.
Yeah, her buff is new.
Okay, good. So, AoE, quick DPS, farmer. Probably more so for DPS, but you can farm with her too. 11.8 kit attack is pretty high. Higher than on average when it comes to 5-star Lancers. She's got the standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Quick. And her gains cards are not bad at all. They're good even, I would say. So that's nice. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns. She gets 30% MP Jed for 3 turns and 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. I kind of really like this skill. I like the flexibility of the invul, and then you get 2 nice effects.
Yeah, and it doesn't have any offensive effects, so you can pop it earlier or later.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel too bad about popping this on non-MP turns as well for the enemy. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 10 stars on use, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 3 turns of debuff immune, and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, just a nice, solid skill. And again, it's not super awkward to use. You just pop it and you're going to be happy. Go. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% Buster and Quick for 3 turns and 30% battery. Simple, but it works. Like, that's the whole kit. It's simple, but it works, right? Yeah. I'm okay with it. I think it's fine. 18% debuff resistance was the only passive. Not too much to talk about, but yeah, cool to have. Anti-Avenger. Is there any... I guess Lobo might have writing or something. Yeah, probably. Otherwise, yeah, maybe not the most useful thing to have. Right, the MP, the buffed one indeed. So, before damage, she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn. She gets 50% anti-riding trait power mod for 1 turn. Flat 50. And then we get the overcharge stuff. So, before damage, the targets get Get minus 10% quick at Buster Rest down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. And then she does super effective damage to base 150 to 200 range against the Rider enemies. Again, this is the class this time. And it's not just servants, it's Rider class enemies, okay? And obviously a lot of even Rider servants, most of them have the riding trait. So you get the power mod there too. And fun fact, she actually does a lot of damage against Riders even on neutral. That's the funny part, actually more than most AoE assassins. Not all of them, of course, not by any means, but she actually fights along the same turf with the MP. And I like the fact that they moved the card resistances before damage as well. They're not the highest numbers, but certainly helps with both star and MP generations and damage. So actually this MP is pretty nice now. I really like it. It's a great MP.
I think they heard me say that that she was better against Riders than Semiramis. Because like her damage against Riders is actually no joke these days. Like if it's just a Rider and they don't have riding, she basically does the damage of like a weaker assassin, like a mediocre assassin, and then if they're Rider as well, it's like she outdamages a lot of assassins.
Yep.
So yeah, the MP buff really helped her. Because it basically gives you just an extra class you can fight her against. So you can do archers or you can do riders. It's fine, and riders have riding sometimes or.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's sometimes,
yeah, just sometimes.
Sometimes,
not all.
When they feel like it.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon.
I mean, look, not every rider is on that list with riding. Some may not have. I'm sure there's got to be a couple.
But it's still frequent enough that it's.
Yeah, it's super frequent.
Well, we'll see. We'll see them all next week. By the way. That's the funny part. Well, the gold ones at least.
Version of Bradamante.
Yeah.
So,
any alcoholics in chat, be sure to do shots every time we see a rider with riding.
I love that's such a non-context. Like any alcoholics in chat.
Any alcoholics.
This is a funny way to start.
Look, they got other addictions that they're funding right now. I don't blame them for not being into alcohol. All right.
True. Brynhildr is good, huh?
This is a very good servant. She was kind of iffy before, like the comparison between her and Bradamante. I can't be the one to do it.
Exactly.
it gets into your head.
Bradamante is like they were like she was lower damage for like a short period.
Yeah.
But now she's a solid looper. You can use her against more than one class. She's got pretty decent crits because she's got a good deck.
Not bad gains either.
Yeah, her gains are good.
Especially now that you get the shred before damage on the MP.
Her refund is also better than Bradamante's.
Honestly, is this an A+ angle? Is that too high?
See, the last time Rio and I had that debate, it was her versus Romulus, and I thought she was on par with Romulus. Okay.
No, and in fact, I've run numbers on Eresh comparing her to Melusine. I'm gonna fight back when we get back here. Eresh against trait doesn't even do the same damage as Melusine traitless. There's no way that Eresh is an EX.
I'm just gonna say that I bet this week's mobcast is gonna be very spicy.
I'm doing calculations over here. I'm doing math.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one.
We started playing FGO like within a couple minutes of starting the episode. That's usually not a good sign.
I have a feeling you have a lot to talk about this time again, though.
I will fight to keep her out of EX.
I don't think she's EX, though, but she's very good. Okay. Anyway, 2 more to go. Next up, the next one, NA will get. We got Bhima. We already got teased of him in the Valentine's event. I didn't actually know he appeared there, but that was a cool little surprise, I guess. So single target Buster DPS Boyo. 12.3k big ones on the attack. That's nice. Very good. Standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Arts, and his gains, much like Bradamante. No, I didn't think now. Brittle Bard. God damn it. Okay. Well, don't talk to me.
That's what I was arguing. I was arguing that if you were hitting damage checks, like she's definitely better than Romulus.
Fair enough. Okay. Anyway, Bhima's gains are fine. He has a pretty nice deck as well. Okay. Okay, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive, 30% battery, and fully cleanses himself. It's basic, but it's a good skill, right? It just makes sense. It's easy to use. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Second skill, a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% buster for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 15 stars all use. I mean, it's all offense, right? You pop it and you just go. Go. Third skill, also 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever he uses quick cards before damage, he gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns, and whenever he uses buster cards, he gets 5 bonus stars. Both are nice. Very good. It's a good offensive skill as well. So while there's nothing crazy going on, it's just a lot of good stuff, you know, right? It's good numbers too. So can't really be mad, and he has high attack, so good. Passives, 15% debuff res is fine. 175 damage flat is not very good at all. Poison immune is kind of cool though as a bonus. Sometimes it could be a bit annoying, so nice to have, I guess. He's anti-berserker, which is hella nice. Can definitely do work there. Then the MP, so before damage, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, so he can ramp up his crit damage too. And also, before damage, he yeets the target's buffs. Very cool. Not just defensive, not just offensive. Everything that can be removed is gone. And then his cool as hell overcharge. So his MP gets more damage if you overcharge him, including more hits. So it's like basically like a rush all over again. You get more hits. Very cool. On base, you obviously don't get any bonus damage, but then anywhere after the base, you start getting more hits and damage. Woohoo! And I like that they make it a continued MP animation as well. They should really do more of this stuff. He's really good, right? Like, he just hits hard. Like, he's a damage machine.
He's an easy EX. He is one of the best single target units in the game.
He's just loaded with damage. His numbers are really high.
Yep.
Crit ramp up. You know, with OC, he's hitting really hard.
Removes buffs before damage, ramps up the crits.
Like, his skill set is very simple, but it's a strong kind of simple.
It makes sense.
And then he has a debuff cleanse as well, like for just in case something happens. He's very good. He pulls off a lot of fun looking runs. And the buff strip helps as well. Like, there's just nothing wrong with this kid. He has no
like
downside.
he's probably the best generalist single target Lancer in the game, because Shisho I would not maybe consider generalist because of she shining mostly against Divine. Bhima is the generalist. That's the number one, really.
Yeah. Well, there's an argument for the next person as a generalist as well as Lancer single target, but I think he is slightly stronger than her.
I guess she can be considered generalist too, because true. Okay, so true, both are up in the conversation, but Bhima is very straightforward. He just goes.
Bhima balls.
Bhima ball.
Okay. Honestly, I'm not mad with EX.
I think it's an easy EX. Yeah.
Just loaded with damage. You get what you pay for. All right, time to talk about.
So right now he's on rate up. So
he is.
If you want to get an EX tier Lancer and an A+ tier Lancer, there's a good banner going on right now because he's rated up.
That's only in JP though. But NA gets him soon. And
he is released not long from now in NA.
Well, the thing is like
OC1 is not so long.
May sleep on him because they look at him, they're like, oh, that's just a dude. And you know, they're like, I'm not gonna roll on this guy. But like, you know, read OC1, see if you like him. He's okay story wise.
Gameplay wise, at least he's super solid. Anyway, time to talk about the last new entry. The only new 5-star off the list, we got Biscione. So, single target quick DPS, yes indeed. Attack isn't the highest, basically 11k, puts her below average among her peers, but that's like maybe the worst thing about her, if anything, I want to say. Standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick. Gains are good. They're good. Not bad at all. So at least that stuff is good. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% debuff success rate for 3 turns. Then she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Does a poison on all enemies of 2k for 5 turns. Does a 5-turn poison amplifier of 100% on all enemies as well. And then does a minus 50% healing received on all enemies for 5 turns. The healing one obviously pretty niche, but sometimes it could be cool. The poison amplifier, not bad, but the poison is the real thing you definitely want here. But, you know, crit damage is not bad on her either. And the debuff success rate, very good, because while her debuffs tend to be like, you know, 100% base, there are innate resistances, so having bonus chance is always welcome, I say. So it's just, it's like her bread and butter skill, if anything. It kind of enables a lot of her damage. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets the main card types up, Buster and Quick, 30% each for 3 turns. Then she gets this on-attack debuff for 3 turns, so whenever she attacks with Quick cards before damage, inflicts a 500 poison for 5 turns on the enemy, and this includes the MP. It happens before damage, and it's very cool that it does, because it helps a lot. And then she gets this on attack buff for 3 turns, so whenever she attacks with Buster cards, she gets 5 more stars. So again, it's basically the same as Bhima, which is funny. But also very much welcome. More stars is always good. This is another just bread and butter. It's just all of her damage just goes up. Not just the MP, but yeah, face cards too. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns, 30% battery, and 20% MP generation for 3 turns. Again, just easy to use. Very similar to the, I almost said Bradamante, but yeah, Britomart skill. Just a pretty good skill.
Yeah,
like overall.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, did you have something to add to this?
It's whose skill is it? There's another servant that this is almost identical to their skill. Oh,
Monty,
is it?
oh, no.
It's what am I thinking of? It's actually kind of no.
Well, maybe you'll remember later.
I'll be thinking about it in a minute.
Okay, but yeah, I really like this skill set. It has everything. It has a lot of damage, some utility, and survival. It's a good skill set. It's really good. Right, and even better when you see the MP, of course. Passives, 20% debuff rest, great. 8% star gen. I guess she's the only Lancer, at least of the gold ones. I don't think any low star has either. Has presence concealment, but hey, cool. She is quick based, and even the busters can generate subs, so that's nice to have. 6% crit damage, also great because she has crit stuff. 8% buster up, also nice with the double buster, and then 160 flat damage cut, also cool. So one of the better passive sets of all the Lancers we've seen today. So also great passives. Good. Anti-Lancer on the append. She applies her own niche, but even neutral, I'm not sure. You can probably do better than that against Lancers. Alright, so the MPs. So before damage, does a poison amplifier of 100% on the enemy for 5 turns. Also does a on base overcharge, a 1k poison on the target for 5 turns, scaling up to 5k on max overcharge. Again, very important, it's before damage, because the MP itself deals anti-poison super effective damage, so she gets plus 15% more damage per poison stack, stacking all the way up to 10% increase, so you can get 150% more. The base super effective on overcharge for most servants, which is still very solid. And then she also does a tick down on the target guaranteed, which is hella nice, especially for Quick, who might sometimes struggle against MPs. So this is very cool because normally, when I saw her being able to poison quite easily, I was like, surely the MP is 10% per stack, right? But it's 15. So that's actually really nice. She can actually hit really hard with her MP, and it's not even, again, this is not even factoring in command codes. She can still apply a fair amount of poisons herself too, even from her kit.
So she functions similar to Romulus, so you can do quick
This is
MP.
Lancer Locusta.
It is. It's a better version, but yeah.
Locusta, but on a card type that's better for doing a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, the flow kind of, you You can do poisons if you do a quick card with a poison command code.
Or you
That's,
could
you know,
use a quick card
three.
afterwards and get like 50% charge.
That's 3 stacks of poison right away. The MP applies another stack. 4 times 15. I don't know if you know that, Otto. It's simple math. 60%. That is already higher than the 150% damage from such and such effects. So it's already higher. So it's simple math here. And then your quick card afterwards can refund your NP. She's really strong. I don't have her. I think your MP looks ugly.
This is a single target. Like you don't have
Yeah.
to sell me on the. Damn, the single target does a lot of single target damage.
Wow.
That's a good thing. If we're talking about,
I don't know. I thought you were going to complain about having to put poison stacks. Like the inconvenience of poison stacking.
Well, all she has to do, she puts 2 on there with her NP. Then she's just like, you could put it on. You can put a poison code on almost every card. I don't know if you can put them on all cards because we don't have very many poison codes, honestly.
I don't think there's 5 but I'm not sure.
Yeah, but what if you're also a Locusta fan and you don't?
Plus she says there's 4 poison CCs, but that's already a lot.
Oh, there's only 4.
Oh, there's only 4. Well,
so I think the only weakness she has is if you can't poison the enemy. Otherwise, she's really good. She's really good.
Oh yeah, debuff immune enemies always are going to screw over these type of ones.
I think the question is,
that's the nature of quick.
Is she EX tier? I think there's a case to be made, honestly. I can't believe people didn't when I even in my first impression I said don't sleep on her. I immediately thought she was gonna be good. People seem to not really care. And maybe it's because the MP looks ugly, or maybe they don't care about the design, or they don't care about the character. I don't know.
The MP is ugly.
No.
She should be more in the spotlight.
Very obvious. It's very obvious why people didn't care about this character. It's because of Omi. It's because of the hot. Well,
the NPC.
Well,
yeah, say it, Otto. Go ahead.
Yeah, go to a middle school then, bro.
No, you can't say that.
Go there and get arrested.
Oh, this is getting real personal now. All right, frigate EX tier. All right, yeah, I'm okay with that. Anyway, that concludes the initial placements. Wow, Lancers are doing fairly okay, especially once we got to the 5 stars. We started to see better placements, but now we're going to take a little bit of time to consider maybe moving some stuff around, and then we'll just lock it in. So yeah, chat, you guys, anyone? Yeah.
People in the comments, if you're upset that that Rio called Miss Snake ugly, then berate him in the comments. All right. Quick, while he's still processing what I just said, move Bradamante up.
You think Brito is the...
No. Bradamante being an A+ is my...
I think I like her in A+.
To come down.
We can maybe consider moving some stuff down from EX, but I like Brito in A+, though.
Eresh non-trait is Melusine non-trait does 1.45 million damage with Black Grail, double Vich. And
I feel like the Black Grail should be taken out of the equation
30
again, though.
some odd percent. But the numbers you were looking at before were Black Grail. Look, the point is I think Eresh is really good, but I don't think she sits with the rest of the ones at the top. She's a good farmer, and she's a decent...
I think she's better on bosses than farming.
Rio, are you talking about are you talking about double Koyan damage with double
Koyan Oberon with Eresh and Melusine? Mm-hmm.
So what's her what's the craft essence for Erice?
I'm talking Black Grail for both.
Oh, okay.
Eresh with a Pen 5 can run Black Grail, so that's not an issue.
Well, if anything, that's more of a merit for her, to consider that her a high tier. But I was always, I mean, I can see her A+, I can see her EX, but I really like the new buff as well. Effectively making her kit 555 on base always, and then 444 for the first cooldowns that's pretty strong. Come on, dude, that's... considering all the stuff you get from it, especially with using the MP with Deep Blessing.
Wait, is Eresh BG VOO, not VVO?
Yeah, it's VOO.
Yeah, I would guess she's double over.
Disgusting.
Well, Yeah, it's because she has the low cooldown battery. That's what it is. Yeah. Also, she's able to use her big battery more than once, unlike Melu.
Yeah, but Melusine, you press Melusine's skill 1 on turn 1 and you start with 50% charge. Because the first skill, you actually just blow it just to get the attack up instead. Melusine has too much charge. She has more than enough charge. VOO means wave 2 is gonna suck really badly, and wave.
Wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I guess we're good there.
I still like her more on bosses than farming anyway.
You like I think Ereshkigal is good.
She has so much stuff for boss, so much nice stuff for bosses
the
though.
Refund and the defensive utility. But like I like Eresh. I just don't think she's as good as the other 5 up there. Is the thing. That's my only problem. Is I see the other 5 there, and I'm like, yeah, those 5 I recognize as like amazingly good, and Eresh is like really good. But I'm just one person.
He just doesn't like.
I have a 120 space Eresh. You want to fight me?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, I was about to say it. Just look, you're a fake Sakura fan too, all right? So
what do you mean? What do you mean I'm a fake Sakura fan?
Yeah, because you hate the most Sakura
okay.
fan.
I could maybe
Parvati
like the Rio will not like this, but if I move Eresh down to A+, I think Roma moves down too, and I think I'm okay with that.
You know, if that's the threat, then as is.
I think I'm okay with that.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
I think they have to be on the same tier.
Yeah. I think I'm okay with that, because then we have less bloated EX as well. I think I might do that. Okay, is there any, before we do that, maybe, anyone else we should talk about? Maybe not even some of the toppest tiers. Is there anything else that might...
It's been a whole tier below...
I think Finn should go up.
B?
I think Finn should go up to B.
I think I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this.
I don't think he's that...
I
don't think he's a tier and a half below.
Yeah, that's too much.
Because Percival, Melt, and Finn are actually closer than you'd think, so I don't know. Yeah. But no, I don't think anyone needs to move out of EX. I think A+ being smaller.
Boxer as good as if not better. Parvati, no. Parvati farms better, and I definitely prefer her on bosses as well. I don't know why people keep saying Valks are as good. I don't see it.
Well, what it is Valks were better before we had the ability to use like no starting charge with Parvati. Like before people started using like double Scotty Oberon.
They have evade and sure hit. They have one hit evade.
Yeah, I just don't see how Valkyrie could like compete. Right
people
now.
Formed their opinions on quick loopers 7 years ago, and they haven't changed them.
Yeah.
So that's part of the problem on some quick loopers.
We're definitely going to be hearing about that next week with Kentucky.
Oh gosh, Kentucky Rider! For heaven's sakes, stop glazing him.
Someone's saying Liz to B+.
Liz to B+.
2 people said it.
I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
I mean, she's useful, but like,
you don't use it that often, right? I think B is a good, for nice to have, but maybe not the most common use. I think it's like a good translation there.
What tier do you consider like to be like an average good but not exceptional but not bad like tier? Like,
I mean, B is literally above average. I would consider C+ average.
I'd say about B.
Yeah, B is just they're at that point they're already usable and fine.
Yeah, we just have to have the really low tiers in case they're really out.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Like Liangyu.
Oh my god, it's still going.
As we are only scoring golds, it's and not very many of them go that far down. Like if we had Benkei, I'm sure he'd go down to E tier.
Probably.
E+. He at least has AoE buffed strip. Speaking of,
Yeah, but you're never gonna get his MP
You're-
though.
Rio might deserve to go
yeah,
up.
if he survives his taunt, then yeah. Speaking of, what's your plan with the low star?
Well, if we're gonna do them, we would do knights, we would do cavalry, we would do extra, all gold, and then after extra we would do low stars, and they would be split into 2 lists, and they're all like I have the I think it was split between knights and cavalry, and because there was not many low star extra classes, and then we dumped the extra classes into one that had less, and they were actually the split came out very even. So that was like the plan. I don't know the exact numbers, but I remember seeing them. They were very like, even.
Wouldn't it make more sense to not do them back to back and maybe have them interspersed in the other weeks?
I feel like normally I wouldn't be that opposed to it, but I feel like most people will not care about low stars. I don't really want to kill the hype train, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I also feel like that's a good argument to not have them at the very end.
Well, although I would have done them at the beginning, because then we would go from lower stars to higher stars. But there's no way I'm gonna start with low stars.
You got to do the sabers to start with a big bang.
You either wind up with it or you wind down with it. So you don't roller coaster your momentum.
No, we have it as like little interludes, like it's when people go to get their popcorn during the tier list.
Yeah.
Times that you just don't watch.
I think I might do the thing now.
What thing?
The thing. You know what I'm talking about.
You saying move both of them down to A+?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
I think I might do it.
I don't think they should go down. I think
I might do it.
If you're Romulus is too good, and if you're tying Romulus to Eresh, then Eresh has to stay up there too.
I
think it's fine that A+ is empty, rather empty. Well, actually, A+ isn't rather empty. A+ just has 3 SSRs. There just weren't a lot of great 4 stars, so it looks empty. But when you think about it, there's look, Lancers have a lot of really good units, like that are boss killers. That's just something they do for some reason, and so it's fine that they have more high tiers and less middle of the road 5 stars.
It's such a hard choice.
That's perfectly fine.
This is such a hard choice.
If you want to balance out A+, move Roma up to A+.
I mean, that's not a terrible argument.
Yeah.
I think he could honestly be A+.
And that'll make it look a little bit more balanced. Visually appealing.
Just skip ahead 2 hours.
That would be the longest segment of this we've ever had.
Look, the good thing is, if we take another 2 hours, then I can show you a screenshot of my completely max appended Dobrynya, because she's like 30k bond away right now.
Are you farming bond right now?
I'm farming XP because I want a 120 my Raikou, but that's part of it.
Oh.
Kagetora today. I don't think she's Vlad tier though. That's the thing.
I don't feel like Kagetora does enough to justify
Kagetora is good for a welfare, but she's not as good as
if you have a new account, she's probably gonna be like A+.
Where did we put Saber Hokusai?
I don't remember. I think it was B+, I want to say, but that's just a guess.
Because they're very similar. So I think
she's like lower in damage, but she at least has like a more functional kit than Hokusai. So I feel like they're about.
Yeah, I would place them in probably in the same tier. I don't remember though where we placed her. I don't think it was A though.
You would Saber Hokusai in B, so we should move Kagetora down.
Nah. I think it would be B+ is fine.
Is Van Gogh really an A?
Like, should she go up or down? You mean?
I don't know. I just don't feel like she does.
I mean,
really
you gotta respect those crits though.
Face card DPS.
Yeah, like her MP is not the greatest, but man, those crits are really legit for a 4-star.
I haven't used her post buff, so like Yeah,
I've used her a bit.
guess so.
I think she's.
And she has a
I
good
think
deck
she's
for it
good.
too.
She also has double buster, which is
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
Yeah, and she has ghost synergy.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
and
has
that,
ghost
yes.
synergy.
Self synergy, yes. I think she's funny, eh? I might just log it in before I actually do the thing. Like the more I wait, the more the closer I'm doing the thing. So I might just log it in.
Liangyu to D plus.
Then I'm gonna do the thing if that happens.
Don't do the thing. Never
Okay,
mind.
there you go.
Stop threatening me.
You hear that,
We found a
guys?
way to make Rio shut up, but we found
You
it.
hear that, guys? If we move Liangyu down, we have to move Romulus down.
Mm-hmm.
These two are interlinked.
These
Sure,
threats are getting out of
they are
control.
separated by like 5 tiers, but
Yep, they're still connected. All right, I'm gonna lock it in. Done. I'm locking it in. I'm not gonna think about this. I'm sure there's gonna be many comments about some of the placements, of course, but that's just how it is. No matter what you do, there's always gonna be comments. So forget it. I'm locking it in. That's it. My hands are in the air. Done. So that is your Lancer tier list of 2025. Again, I always say that for me, if you want to move a certain servant up a plus or down a minus, you don't even have to argue with me, to be honest. I always give like that much margin. Sure, go for it. So everything else, you might have to convince me, really. Otherwise, but yeah, if you want to move Eresh down to A+, go for it. If you want to move Britomar to EX, I guess, yeah, go for it. So that's how I always see it. Anyway, there it is. There's the Lancer tier list. How long was this? Oh, wow, this was definitely way over 5 hours as well. Well, honestly, I expected it. Should be around the same as the Archer
Only
one.
about an hour more. Not that bad.
Yeah. But honestly, it goes really fast. And I'm surprised my voice actually managed to last this well, too. My voice is doing way better than last year. I don't know what I did last year. But it's a good sign, if anything. But yeah, we're gonna conclude next. So if you are watching this later on YouTube, also whoever watched this live right now on stream, shout out to you for being here. But if you're watching on YouTube, do like this video and subscribe not to miss out on future videos, because we are still cranking on with these tier lists and whatever else they might put out for content. Next week we have Chaldea Boys at least, probably on both servers, so that's a lot of stuff. Also, big shout out to my awesome co-hosts of Rio and Otto. Their channels are linked in the description, so definitely give them some subs, especially if you want to see gameplay stuff. And Otto has his big Smobcast as well every Sunday. Yeah. Definitely catch them live if you can.
Tune in tomorrow as we argue we just continue that argument we had earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure they will continue on from a lot of the stuff here. So if you want more of that, because I know a lot of you guys enjoy this, then yeah. And if you can't make it, he will upload them onto his YouTube channel, so whichever you prefer. Also, hey, a big shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube tier member supporter. And with that, we'll be back probably next week again for some Rider action.
Rider tier list is going to have Plushie and I.
Oh, confirmed. There you go.
Like Rider. Yeah.
I just think riders are boring. I especially dislike Ozzy.
He just does not like men.
No,
he might be onto something, honestly.
Oh wait, hold on, Rio. Are you saying that you do like men?
All right, see you next week. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
Oh wait, that's in the video too.